Smoking gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
It's Xavier Jordan.
$20 a blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't hear no silver spoon. The really nigga in the room. Got it off the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The really nigga in the room. My shit. The really nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Noble, I was on the block chasing stacks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to that bacon, nigga. Back to the base. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, X everybody. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just make one phone call and hit up my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seat. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and he cheap. He Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told him pull up, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't hear no silver spoon. The really nigga in the room. Got it off the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The really nigga in the room. My shit. The really nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The really nigga in the room and I ain't got a lot. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, you know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. In my crib, niggas cut throat, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it block. State props, ABM, but the team's the rock. Come like Shaq to these youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jockey, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, keep big legs just like whoppers. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't hear no silver spoon. The really nigga in the room. Got it off the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The really nigga in the room. My shit. The really nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move.
Back in the day, I was getting it up. Now every day, nigga live it up. I ain't make shit off this rap shit. I'm in the trap with the lemon squeeze. Bitch, I came up, I was selling peas. I know some niggas who copping keys. I know some niggas that were trapping, nigga. Now they locked up and they copping pleas. Bustin' jug while I'm in the street. These Gucci's on a nigga feet. If I'm broke, then I can't sleep. Run it up, bitch, I gotta eat. I know these niggas can't take me. Never let no
been trapping. See, all of my niggas been trapping. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house of stove. Damn, my niggas been trapping. Got a 9 to 5, nigga. What you call that shit? That's trapping. Trapping. See, all of my niggas been trapping. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Damn. If you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit? That's trapping. Holla Lucimo. If you need Simo. Yeah, he'll make a nigga tuck that chain like he Debo. You niggas saving hoes a hero. We just stack money like Cheeto. Take a couple shots, you niggas can't block. I just call that shit a fit though. Damn, I just kill a beat every damn time. Murder this shit, man, this shit is a crime. Snout this boy up, man, they call it a line. TOE, man, you know, mouth in my prime. Man, this beat, man, this shit murder. True to the game, you see murder. Jump up over the game like a hurdle. Push heels off in your back like a turtle. This shit is murder, we straight back to kill it. Yeah, every nigga that I'm grilling. Everybody that I'm with, that I'm grilling. Every nigga get their cheese and they willing. You can catch me at the BP. Get your binoculars, see me. Hell yeah, hands up, it's a touchdown, little nigga, a TD. Bitch. Trappin'. See, all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house of stove. Damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga. What you call that shit? That's trapping. Trapping. See, all of my niggas been trapping. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Damn. If you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit? That's trapping. Nigga about to body off the beat. This shit need a casket. Damn.
All the way down with you, man. You understand me, you know what I'm saying? Never going broke, man, you know what I'm saying? We gon' hustle all the way to the tippy motherfucking top. You did. Scream, dummy.
Hustle, don't stop, hey. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. I just made a play. Damn, it was all good yesterday. Woke up and smoke a blunt and take a piss. Chicken and sack, moving the pack, taking no breaks. Hey, my nigga, we toting the pills, we out in the kitchen. 12 game with the bunk shots, gon' hit you, can't miss you. Damn, fucked up and you gone. Somewhere on the shirt, laying in a hearse. Fuck is you saying? The fuck is you doing? Fuck is you saying? Fuck is you doing? I'ma hustle hard to the top. Young nigga go get it. Capping all around the Memphis. My nigga gon' get it. Plug got the cheapy ticket. It's hot, it's ready, come get it. Don't stop, hey. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. Hustle, don't stop, hey. Don't stop. Watch me come up to the top. All the way to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top.
All the way to the
From the block to the top. Get the money, fuck the cops. Pull up in them drops. Nigga bout the block. Fucking with Simo. Money like the Tino. Nigga got Cinos. Like Dan Marino. Catch me in Miami. Nigga chillin' at nigga Grammys. Said I do this for my family. Nigga ballin' like Kimmy.
Gotta get off your ass and go get it. Hustle to the top, the whole team with it. Hey. Gotta hustle to the top.
All the way.
You gotta hustle to the top. Go get it. Hustle, don't stop, hey. Don't stop.
Go get it, man.
Come up to the
no excuses, man. You know what I'm saying? We on the
I'ma hustle to the top.
One time, man. You know what I'm saying? One time to
why
do
we
this shit, man.
hustle to the top?
Dummy.
Hustle, don't stop, hey.
All the way to the top.
Why me come up to the top? Come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. I'ma hustle, don't stop. Why me hustle
might come to those who wait. But I simp grinding non-stop. Ran out of pace. Like a pals for the skag. Ran up out of pace. Bust the tide, and ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey.
Steady sippin', nigga, we smell like perfume. Wait, then I murk you. They said patience a virtue. Nigga, sugar finesse. Thank God for the blessings. Fuck your bitch in like seconds. Nigga, we sellin' our records.
Remember that day they used to frown. Now I turn head when I hit the scene, everybody turn around. Used to live in the past, but I'm chasing my dream. Like my dream king, if you really know what I mean.
I done ran out of patience. Niggas waiting on my downfall, but I'm about to let you down, dog. Now stay on the ground like a groundhog, on some motherfucking ocean might drown, y'all. Even when the muff ain't go down, y'all. Don't get creased by the heat when we iron, y'all.
Bust the tide, then ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I'm 3 steps ahead, I got a pen in the bag. Hit the button and take a drag. You just living in the past. Hey,
young nigga got on my ass. We gon' go get to the cash. Young nigga ballin' like Nash. Any profit to go in the stash.
I'm screaming double for this armor. Hust the tide. I put that on my mama. And I done ran out of faces. You just sent back that way. I ain't shit. Go contingent, so you gotta go out and take it. Hey.
Man, I swear to see cash in the making. Baller told me take it to the bases. Got a gun full of paint on my faces. Got a cup full of mud like a pipe.
It ain't no fairy tale shit, it's just a dream that I'm chasing. Had to open my eyes. In real life, I had to take it. Hey. Bust the tide, then ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Never seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, hey man, say man, you understand me? Real man, you know what I'm saying? Chasing my motherfucking dream, man, you know what I'm saying? Planning my work and working my motherfucking plan, man. You did. Shit. Ran up out of paces. Tired. I done ran up out of paces. I done ran up out of paces, out of paces. Shit.
Free my niggas, see my
Southside, 92nd Street, nigga. Kind shit, nigga. Hey, I'm watching on the block for real, nigga. Ducking them all the way back to Cass Street, nigga. Cass Street, the dope shit, nigga. Falls on like a motherfucking zombie, nigga. 2, 3, nigga. What's breaking, nigga?
Hey, I started off rapping passenger. Call the ambulance, every single beat a massacre. Yeah, my bitch be running, had to make that dick adapt to her. All my homies feel like pictures, they trying to capture her. Roll that glizzy like a workaholic, get busy. Yeah, I got shot like Shaquille O'Neal, he missed me. Merry-go-round, cause you hit it, you might get dizzy. All these motherfucking bars, you would think I'm rapping in prison. From Memphis to Watts, bitch, I'm pop, bring by ambition. I'm touchable with revolvers, got the juice like I'm Bishop. Pack a nigga out like we helping them do some sit-ups. Got a homie like a Uber, I pay him, he threw them pickups. It's war, nigga. Great at Draco and left to right. Starting to think my white boy racist, they killing niggas on sight. This the game, not a gang, little homie, so change your life. If your gun jam, make like a plumber and change the pipe. I love it. Gang shit, man. Check this shit out. Hey, late night after dog, me and YG Wolf on the mission. Broad day of dog, it don't matter, no competition. Joey J. Hen, that's some shooters, but they ain't in it. Crucial said it best, your bitch ain't the only one with extension. No, I'm not a cook, but I'm cooking shit in the kitchen. Damn, they broke my hands like that bitch for testing my pimping. Breaking bitches left to right, Brian Nick be my witness. After I get through fucking that bitch, I'm in her mouth like a dentist. We blood raw, I done turned this shit to a movement. These niggas acting, we load a couple clips, shoot a movie. These niggas pirates, gay as fuck, just want the booty. Make my family proud, sugar mama, Penny and Trudy. What's up? Twist your finger, chop what she banging. My flag like an old lady titties, you know it's hanging. Breath off in the time, but these bullets will get the slanging. No, I'm trapping off these features. A year ago I was slanging. These bitches dogs too, but they never bite like a poodle. These niggas giving out information like they on Google. Treat them like a model. Set them up, then I shoot them. Gang shit, nigga. YG200. Hey man, YG Cable, man. Don't bring your ass to Memphis, nigga. Gang.
Nigga don't watch it and watch. You don't think I'm all over this motherfucker on blood. Damn fools, nigga. Y'all talking that stupid ass shit, nigga. Pull up on my motherfucking block, nigga. Unloading them 30 rounds, bitch. Like my nigga Crucial said, man. Your bitch ain't the only one with extensions, nigga. Nigga, I got pulled all the way in Cali, nigga. That's about me, nigga. Straight tools, nigga. Come on, man. Y'all know what's going on. Nigga, I done been out there on the motherfucking blocks, nigga. Nigga, I done took shots for this shit. Nigga, I ain't had to go to the doctor for this shit, nigga. Stay in your line, little nigga. Gang bang shit ain't what y'all want, nigga. Tools. What's up, nigga? Fuck.
Purchase your tracks today.
Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche.
Pulling in, fucking a friend. She sucking again, I'm ballin' like this. I'm talking about dunking, you niggas be bluffing. Swish. I fucked up for nothing, get hit like concussion. Give me that. Follow my nigga, drizzle my nigga. We smoking on Zittles, this shit be so simple.
Presidential rolling, presidential continental, and 2 freaky foreign bitches. Smoking that presidential Obama. I'm smoking straight out the cone with it. Purple and yellow, that Kobe. 20 shots on me, Ginobili. I'm Michael Jordan, you can't hold me. Don't make me air you like a slowly. Pockets on zombie, these dead man. Trying me and you a dead man. I got indicted for president. I think I'm a run for election year.
Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche. President. All I smoke is president. Yeah, my campaign is election time. Best thing going, yeah, I'm next in line. Key 2 phone, need an extra line. Been through the struggle, it's time to shine. Roll up the weed and I light it. Spark up the dope and ignite it. The shit cost me Leonidas.
blowing it strong like a titan. My pill got a V that's a Vicodin. Mix the purple with the yellow, a Viking. Presidential rolling no brightly. Cinnamon roll, they been ice. Knock off your top like your Kennedy. They're so wanted to enemies. Ready for war like I'm George Bush. You niggas joke like you Donald Trump. Chris got red hair like McDonald hair. I keep a pet, need Obamacare. I'm dropping born like Osama there. I don't give a fuck if your mama there. Just call me Trey Baby. They label me underrated. Beans got me rolling, I'm skating. Go in first, take no debate. Skid town with your hoe, now you bailiff. Like Steven, I keep me A Smith. You can get on with the fake shit. Whipping that dope like some cake mix. Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche. President. All I smoke is president. Yeah. Got my campaign, it's election time. Best thing going, yeah, I'm next in line. Key 2-4, need an extra line. Been through the struggle, it's time to shine. Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche. President. All I smoke is president. Yeah. Got my campaign, it's election time. Best thing going, yeah, I'm next in line. Key 2-4, need an extra line. Been through the struggle, it's time to shine.
You stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know with blood on my Fendi buckle.
Hey, drips on my nigga, codeine in my liver. I'm smoking that fruit in my pedal like Skittles. Ballin' you niggas won't pick up my drip. But down the bail like school dismissal. Just caught a bum, no missile. Nigga try to me, I'm Hitler. You know I ain't lying, no symbol. Money ever bitches that simple. Bowls in the kitchen, no dishes. All about bread like Jiffy. Clumsy with the weed, I'm tripping. Shawty got it for the low, let's get it.
Get in the guapo. Nigga, we passing like Rondo. OJ in that Bronco. We smoking gelato. We smoking that game. The bitch with the A. She ride like 6 Flames. We counting K's. Nigga, I fuck them, you love them. My nigga, I'm a hustler. Get cake like a muffin. Hot in the oven. Ace money got brains. Nigga, we popping them tabs. Nigga, pull up in that chain. She in love with the swag. Thank God for the blessing. Blue sheets, salad dressing. Juggy finessing. Fucked her in second.
Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know with blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Hey, I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded, my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Rats all on me like I came out the bank. We turned up, he just broke out of paint. Told my engineer don't turn me down. Toss it to blue, told him break it down. Back to back rolling up out of pound. Got some little gangster come out the mouth. Shoot around me when I'm out of town. Soon as I hit him, it got around. Fuck all these niggas who doubted us. Bitch, I went 4 years without a fuck. I do not give a fuck, no nigga killing us. I know you broke, you ain't feeling us.
My life expensive, I live it up. These niggas wishing I give it up. Still the same shit, I can't switch it up. These niggas bitches, they switching up.
Gucci the lure, I switch it up. Racks, packs, switch it up. Run it up, run it up. Your life ain't worth shit but $100 bucks. 4-0 don't pull up without it. No limit, we bout it. Strong, got it, clouded. Nigga, come through in the outed. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know with blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded, my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing.
Damn, got hit.
Like cocktail, you know what I'm talking about? Breeze work. Pop it perk.
I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk. Whipping the work. Sipping the perk. Whipping the work. I'm whipping the work. Popping the perky. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Popping the perky.
Change all I can, I behave. I whip the work like a slave. Bitch got my big man like a fade. Call up base money, get paid. We still want 200 for J's. All these ain't come out the store. And I just pop me a perk. I'm about to flex on the hoe. We put gelato on boats. We put gelato on planes. We put gelato in cars. We smoke this shit to the brain. I pop a perk, then I elevate. Get a new bitch on the elevate. We hit the road, dropping hella space. She drop it out, give me hella cake.
Ace money to shit. Working that wrist. Ballin' like Swiss. Diamonds wet like a fish. Pull up with them sticks. Come fuck with the clique. We fucked on your bitch. She sucking the dick. I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk. Whipping the work. Sipping the perk. Whipping the work. I'm whipping the work. Popping the perky. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Popping the perk. The money and power. I'm serving the powder. I'm smoking that sour. She sucked for an hour. My nigga got Zans. Ace money got bands. She popping them Zans.
She fucking for cash.
Whipping it whipping. Whipping it working. I'm popping it perky. Nigga the purple. I'm fucking with Bono. Smoking gelato. Call me a cello. Rap like the lotto. I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk. Whipping the work. Sipping the perk. Whipping the work. I'm whipping the work. Popping the perky. Whipping the work. Whipping the working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Popping the perk.
Young nigga love sippin' perk. Just pop me another perk. Young nigga shoot just like Dirk. My bitches, she love to twerk. I got bitches on bitches. I got the racks out like tennis. I'm in her mouth like a dentist. Young nigga, he whip like a chemist. H money the shit, nigga. Blue money, no crib, nigga. Just fucked on your bitch, nigga. Ballin' like Swish, nigga. I pull up in the foreign. I got his like George Foreman. Young nigga ballin' like Jordan. Got your bitch and we touring. I just fucked on your queen. She so fresh and so clean. I do this shit for my team. I got the juice like Raheem. I'm in the trap with the Uzi. They say my life like a movie. My bitch, she bad and she bougie. I got her wet like jacuzzi.
I got the juice like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Pivot he hoe like I'm Bishop. She took the dick to the gristle. I got the juice like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Pivot he hoe like I'm Bishop. She took the dick to the gristle. 3D got juices for sale like the candy lady. No coke when I'm dope like an 80s baby. I'm ready to death dressed in the latest. R&B Banco, I'm changing face. Cause I got the juice. Cushion hard, might knock up the tooth. Leave full of kings, yeah, we them loose. In the VIP, get the fuck out my booth. Bitch, got goon like Bishop. Put a hole in your head, go straight to your tissue. Wipe it down, fuck some tissue. You can get the whole magazine if it's an issue. Yeah, I got the Jew like a cute. I'm at the top, they won't throw me off the roof. All boy, no Bible is bite like root. Yeah, I'm about to bend it like a tie in the suit. 3 hoes. I got the Jew like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Put in the hole like I'm Bishop. She took the dick to the gristle. I got the Jew like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Put in the hole like I'm Bishop. She took the dick to the gristle.
I used to buy a gun, now I got 2. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crop. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
I want that drip in that marinara, and 50 on me like a Zebo. Try to put it so good, but don't want no fucking, don't come with the detail. Get rid of my old plug, hopped on the plane, we got me another one. Night about full of ones, overflooded, gotta go get me another one. Relocate the spot, the night getting hot, and I know them bitches coming in. About the dividends and the Benjamin, a nigga might have to go kill a friend. Panamera on the Roy Royce, drop top on the Wraith. 150K, I need a higher place, I had to pay at the safe. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Trapped at mama house, now I got 2 spots. All this ice on, I need a flu shot. But don't reach, cause they probably get your crew shot. Yeah.
I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot. I dropped 10 on that roller watch. Then I blew 10 when I left the spot. I made 10 at another spot. We dropped 10 at your beach spot. I got 30 at your whole house. I got bowls at your mama house. On the low, I stashed that 40 in the fender, nigga. Out of state to state in different runners, nigga. In the mouth like a dentist. And I ain't saying shit like a witness, He ain't get the picture. Milk carton ain't missing. You know, I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
See, sometimes you gotta make decisions.
Which one you gonna do?
C-Mo the motherfucking down. You did.
And the bad. I be like,
Fuck what a nigga say. Watch what he do. Either he is a yank. Make your best move, your next move. You did. I might just do me a sec. I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your bitch real quick and send it back home. I might just call up the plug. You know what, if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just pull me a move. I just might mask up and throw me a tune.
I just might call up the blue. You know if it ain't about money, then it ain't no love. I might just talk you a 10. I might just talk you a gram. I might just show you the plug to show you who I am. Fucked her soon as I met her. That bitch is out of pocket. You gotta check her. I ain't trippin', I'm in the hood, got my Beretta. I'm on the block, you nigga flosser, don't know better. Hard head, that nigga won't do shit that you tell me. I can keep this shit going in one day, but them niggas gon' tell it. But I just might fuck on your bitch, send her home broke. I make it look easy, I'm so little shit. I just might call up the plug, he send me them drugs.
He got it on took it, he showed me some love.
I might just do me a sec. I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your bitch real quick and send it back home. I might just call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, then ain't no love. I might just pull me a move. I just might mask up and told me a truth. I just might call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, then it ain't no love. I just might win or lose. I just might told me a 2-2-3, keep me a 2. I just might pull up a cup. I just might blow on the gas. I just might pull up on your bitch and drop me some swag. I might just do me a sack. I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your bitch real quick and send it back home. I might just call up the plug. You know it if it ain't about money, then ain't no love. I might just pull me a move. I just might mask up and told me a 2. I just might call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, then it ain't no love.
3-0. Shout out to Walker Home. H-Money. We getting that long money. I'm your man, DJ Yo. High Class Music Group. MMG. 3-0.
Yo, what's good? It's your boy H-Money, Mr. DAZN. We in the building, Mr. DHP. You know what I mean? Mr. ESPN, Mr. Top Rank. We in the motherfucking building, bro. Hit the like button, man. What's good, man? Deontay Wilder versus Robert Helenius. It's the return of Deontay Wilder, bro. I'm excited for Deontay Wilder. He's coming back to the ring. Let me get to some of these comments. Shout out to my boy Ellie. He said, H-Money, that press conference going to be fire, though. Caleb Plant versus Anthony Durrell. Anthony Durrell, 37 years old, bruh. Come on, man. I mean, it's a decent fight. You got Deontay Wilder and Caleb Plant on the same card. Pretty good, man. 2 former champions. What y'all think about that pay-per-view? It's a Fox pay-per-view as well. Do you guys think they should have put Deontay Wilder versus Robert Helenius on Fox? Or maybe even Showtime? Do you think this fight between Deontay Wilder and Robert Helenius is pay-per-view worthy? You know what I mean? What y'all think about it? What's good, my boy Bod 10? Danny the Great. What up, Danny? What's good, my boy Method? What up? What's good? Ellie Feliciano says, Caleb Plant versus the dog. You talking about Anthony Durrell? Man, Anthony Durrell, he hasn't been a dog in a very long time. I can't remember the last time Anthony Durrell was looking like a dog in a fight, bro. Come on now, Ellie. Come on now, bro. What y'all think about Vasily Lomachenko making his return back to the ring against Jermaine Ortiz? What you think about that fight, Danny? Lomachenko versus Jermaine Ortiz. What you think about that? You think that's a good fight? Lomachenko, He got to take a tune-up fight. He wasn't trying to come straight for Devin Haney. He need a tune-up fight. And Bob Arum knows it. Top Rank, they know it. They not ready to throw Lomachenko in a ring with Devin Haney without a tune-up fight. They can't afford it. Lomachenko just got beat by Teofimo Lopez. So they cannot afford Lomachenko to come straight back against Devin Haney because they know he gonna lose that fight. So they got to give Lomachenko a tune-up fight against Jermaine Ortiz. Remember, we watched Jermaine Ortiz in his last fight against Jamel Herring. And Jermaine Ortiz, he barely beat Jamel Herring. And Jamel Herring, he just got knocked out by Shakur Stevenson. You know what I mean? I got Lomachenko. Lomachenko, he going to dominate Jermaine Ortiz. And Lomachenko, he's going to look good. Ever since Lomachenko, he lost to Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko came back against Nakatani and dominated Nakatani. He made Nakatani look like a bum. You know what I mean? And then Lomachenko against Richard Comey, where Lomachenko, he dominated Richard Comey, and he pretty much won every round in that fight. Now Lomachenko against Jermaine Ortiz, which is a tune-up fight, but it looks like Lomachenko versus Devin Haney is going to happen. It looks like Devin Haney versus Lomachenko is going to happen, bro. So I'm excited about that fight. As a fan of Devin Haney, you know what I mean? I think that's a great fight for Devin Haney's career. Remember, Lomachenko, not too long ago, they had Lomachenko ranked number 1 pound for pound. You know, and for Devin Haney to put a fighter like Lomachenko on his resume, it's only going to help his legacy, bro. It's only going to help the legacy of Devin Haney. Vasily Lomachenko is a fighter with a lot of accolades. 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 3-division world champion, former unified lightweight champion of the world. So Devin Haney is trying to be one of the best fighters in the world. Devin Haney, he's trying to become the number 1 pound for pound. And how do you do that? You beat a fighter like Vasily Lomachenko. You beat a fighter like George Kambosos. George Kambosos, who just beat Teofimo Lopez. Devin Haney is building up his resume. And Lomachenko, they still got Lomachenko on the pound for pound list. Even though Lomachenko is not a champion. Even though Lomachenko just got beat by Teofimo Lopez. They still got Lomachenko on the pound for pound list. So they still hyping Lomachenko up. And if Devin Haney can beat somebody like Lomachenko, it's only going to help his resume, bro. You know what I mean? Devin Haney is only 23 years old, and he's building up one of the strongest resumes in boxing. Remember, Devin Haney, he beat Gamboa. Devin Haney, he beat Linares. Jorge Linares is a former 3-division world champion like Lomachenko. Devin Haney already beat Jorge Linares. Now Devin Haney just beat George Kambosos Jr. George Kambosos, he beat Teofimo Lopez. And Teofimo Lopez, he beat Vasily Lomachenko. So Devin Haney, at 23 years old, is building up a very strong resume. He's already the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. So Devin Haney just stacking up these victories, stacking up his resume, and that's a great thing, bro. But I'm happy that Lomachenko is back, bro. What y'all thought about that press conference between Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk today? Danny the Great was good. Haney will make easy work of Lomachenko. Haney too skilled and too big. Too big, too strong, too fast. You know what I mean? Devin Haney is a nightmare matchup for a lot of these fighters, bro. That's why people don't want to fight Devin Haney, because at 135 pounds, Devin Haney is a nightmare for anybody. He's bigger than Tank Davis. He's bigger than Vasily Lomachenko. He's bigger than Teofimo Lopez. Why do you think Teofimo Lopez wasn't trying to fight him? Because the skills, the speed, you know what I mean? The skills, the speed of Devin Haney and the boxing IQ, man. It's too much for anybody. The jab is too much. Shout out to my boy Sly Tennessees. He said, is Haney still fighting George Kambosos? I believe so. George Kambosos is the only one that's trying to fight. He's the only one that's raising his hand right now. You got Lomachenko, who want to take a tune-up fight. You got Tank Davis, who's he's fighting. I don't know who the fuck Tank is fighting, right? I mean, who else is there to fight? Ain't nobody else to fight right now. Shakur Stevenson is still at 130 pounds. So Ryan Garcia, he's ducking. Ryan Garcia, he's still ducking smoke. So Devin Haney got to stay active. He got to get back up in that ring. And the only person that's willing to fight is George Kambosos Jr. You got to respect George Kambosos. Even though George Kambosos, he lost to Devin Haney, even though George Kambosos was acting like an asshole, George Kambosos, he still stepped up to the plate and he went for the greatness. George Kambosos, he was going for the undisputed. You know what I mean? So I respect George Kambosos Jr., you know, getting in that ring. And on top of that, George Kambosos, he's willing to take the rematch, even though he lost every round. He's still trying to get up in that ring and run it back. That's what Canelo should have did. That's the same thing Deontay Wilder did when Deontay Wilder was knocked out by Tyson Fury in that second fight. But Canelo Alvarez, he didn't take that rematch with Dimitri Bivol because he didn't want the smoke. But George Kambosos, he's raising his hand and he's willing to step up to the plate and fight. Loma avoiding the Haney smoke. He been ducking Devin Haney. Remember Lomachenko? He took the franchise belt. Remember when Devin Haney, he called Lomachenko Nomastenko? And Lomachenko didn't want to fight him. Now Devin Haney's the undisputed champion. Lomachenko, he said he want to go for undisputed. Make it happen. Devin Haney versus Lomachenko is a great fight for the sport of boxing. I want to see it. I always wanted to see that fight between Devin Haney and Lomachenko. The first video I ever made on YouTube was Devin Haney versus Lomachenko, bro. That's the first video I ever made. That's when Lomachenko was the unified champion. That's when Lomachenko, he didn't want to fight Devin Haney. He wouldn't even say Devin Haney's name. He was on his Keith Thurman shit, man. Now Devin Haney's with Top Rank. Now Devin Haney is with ESPN. So what excuse y'all gonna make this time? Lomachenko better fight him, bro. That's all I gotta say. And I respect Lomachenko, you know, defending his country. I respect Lomachenko as a fighter, but you gotta give the fans what they want. And the fans, they want to see Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. It's a great fight. I think Devin Haney versus Lomachenko is a great matchup. A Sly Tendencies. He said George lost big style, but at least he had the nuts to fight. Yeah, at least he had the nuts to fight Devin Haney, bro. Nobody else was trying to fight him. George Kambosos, he could have did the same thing as Lomachenko. He could have did the same thing as Teofimo Lopez and faked the undisputed. It is what it is. My boy Danny the Great, he said Canelo is not a great fighter. He doesn't move like one. Canelo not built like that. Canelo will allow niggas to put hands on him and do nothing about it. Shout out to my boy Steven. What up, Stevie? Stevie in the building. He said Loma fought for undisputed against T.O. He will fight Haney next. Nah, that fight wasn't for undisputed. When Lomachenko fought against Teofimo Lopez, it wasn't undisputed. The real undisputed fight was Devin Haney versus George Kambosos, because Devin Haney was the real undisputed, the real WBC champion. Lomachenko vacated the real belt. He took the franchise belt. So that was not a real undisputed. Steven, the real undisputed fight was George Kambosos versus Devin Haney for all the belts. Okay, Teofimo Lopez, when he fought George Kambosos, the real WBC belt wasn't on the line, bro. So we got to stop capping about that. Now that Devin Haney got all the belts, they say the belts don't matter. You got fighters like Ryan Garcia saying the belts don't matter because Ryan, he don't have a belt. Ryan, he's not a world champion. But at the same time, Ryan Garcia, he's trying to fight Maxie Hughes for the IBO belt. If the belts don't matter, why is Ryan Garcia trying to fight for the IBO belt? You know what I mean? Everybody was just on Teofimo Lopez's dick because Teofimo Lopez beat Vasily Lomachenko, and Teofimo Lopez was a unified champion. He wasn't even the real undisputed, but everybody was on his dick because he beat Lomachenko. And Teofimo Lopez was faking undisputed. That's how much the belts matter. Teofimo Lopez had to fake undisputed, bruh. That nigga was a knockoff version. You feel me? He wasn't the real thing. The real undisputed is Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds. The real undisputed champion is Devin Haney with all the belts, with the real WBC world title, and he got the franchise belt, and he got the IBF, WBO, WBA. You know what I mean? Ring Magazine. Devin Haney got all the belts, WBC, IBF, everything, bruh. That's the real undisputed champion when it's no doubt. But all of a sudden the belts don't matter, ladies and gentlemen, because Devin Haney got all the straps. But everybody was just on Teofimo Lopez nuts because Teofimo Lopez was acting like he was undisputed. Make that make sense for me, bruh. That's what made Teofimo Lopez relevant because he had a bunch of belts. Now that he lost the belts don't matter. It was the same guys capping for Teofimo Lopez saying the belts don't matter. Devin Haney's the real undisputed champion. Haney will fight Kambosos next, and Loma will fight a warm-up. The winners of those fights will meet up next year to fight for undisputed. That's what I want to see, Stephen. That's the plan, right? That's the plan. I want to see it, bro. I don't want to hear no excuses, right? Because Lomachenko, he could have fought Devin Haney right now. Lomachenko, he didn't need a tune-up fight. Errol Spence Jr., after a serious car accident, when Errol Spence Jr., he almost died. Errol Spence didn't take no tune-up fight. Alexander Usyk, he's coming from the war. He's coming from the same war as Lomachenko. He's not taking a tune-up fight. He's fighting Anthony Joshua this Saturday, Steve. And guess what? Alexander Usyk, he's coming off a longer layoff than motherfucking Lomachenko. Lomachenko just fought against Richard Comey, and he fought against Nakatani. He had two tune-up fights, right? Make it happen. Devin Haney, he's with Bob Arum. Devin Haney, he's with Top Rank. When Devin Haney, when he first called out Lomachenko, they made excuses. Lomachenko took the franchise belt. Lomachenko, he vacated the WBC world title when Devin Haney was calling him Lomachenko. And Lomachenko, he wouldn't say Devin Haney's name. He was acting like Keith Thurman. He wouldn't say his name. Now Devin Haney's with Top Rank. Now Devin Haney's on the right side of the street. Now Devin Haney's the undisputed champion. Now Devin Haney is with ESPN, and he's with Bob Arum. What excuse you gonna make this time? No excuses. You know what I mean? Lomachenko better take that fight. You know what I mean? Straight up. Straight up. Make it happen. My boy Bob 10 in the building. Big Baba. He said Haney doesn't need to wait for Midget Lomachenko. Haney should not give him a shot. Remember when Lomachenko ducked the mandatory Devin Haney? Yeah, he sure did, but at the same time, Devin Haney, he's looking for the legacy, though, Bob 10. He wants to build up his resume. Devin Haney wants to be the greatest lightweight of all time. And how do you do it? You become undisputed. He's already undisputed. He already beat George Kambosos. George Kambosos, the man that beat Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez, who beat Vasily Lomachenko. Devin Haney's building up a strong resume, bro. And that's how you do it. Lomachenko doesn't deserve a shot. He's the mandatory, right, for the WBO. I know Lomachenko dug Devin Haney in the past, but Devin Haney needs big fights. He need big names on his resume. And Lomachenko is so much hype around Lomachenko. They've been hyping up Lomachenko for years. So Lomachenko is a great dance partner. H Money, I'm not agreeing with the warm-up fight. I'm just saying that seems to be the plan. That's been, yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. You're right about that. Bob Arum, Top Rank. They want Lomachenko to take a tune-up fight. You know, then hopefully they can make the fight with Devin Haney and Lomachenko. Hopefully they can make it happen. Ain't no telling what they gonna do with Lomachenko, bro. Ain't no telling. But Lomachenko, he came back to America yesterday. Lomachenko said he want undisputed. Who's the undisputed champion? Devin Haney. Say you want to fight Devin Haney. You know what I mean? Maybe Lomachenko, he's hoping that George Kambosos can beat Devin Haney. Then he can fight George Kambosos for the undisputed. Right? Because Devin Haney still got to fight George Kambosos. But Devin Haney already beat George Kambosos. I remember when Lomachenko, when Lomachenko went to the war and Devin Haney got the fight with George Kambosos, Lomachenko said, I won next. I got the winner. Devin Haney's the winner, dog. Put a name on it, bruh. We call out names. I'm a straight shooter. I don't beat around the bush, nigga. I call it how it is. If you want to fight Devin Haney, the undisputed champion, say his name. You know what I mean? Don't say you want undisputed, hoping that Devin Haney lose to George Kambosos because you wanted to fight George Kambosos when George Kambosos beat Teofimo Lopez. Lomachenko's ready to take that fight. He was ready to go to Australia. Now that Devin Haney, he beat George Kambosos, now they having second thoughts, man. Just keep that same energy, bro. That's all I got to say. Yeah, Lomachenko is petrified of Devin Haney. The first time Devin Haney wanted to fight Lomachenko took the franchise belt. Lomachenko vacated the real belt, the real WBC world title, and he had a fake undisputed fight with Teofimo Lopez. Now that Devin Haney is with Top Rank, now that Devin Haney is with Bob Arum, he's with ESPN. There's no excuses to make it happen. I remember when Devin Haney was signed to Eddie Hearn and DAZN, and he wanted to fight Lomachenko. He was Lomachenko's mandatory. Devin Haney, he showed up to the Maurice Hooker, Jose Ramirez fight. Remember, Jose Ramirez is a top-ranked fighter. Maurice Hooker was a DAZN fighter just like Devin Haney. And Bob Arum made that fight. He had no problem making that fight between Maurice Hooker and Jose Ramirez. So Devin Haney, he saw Bob Arum at the post-fight press conference. And Devin Haney said, I want to fight Lomachenko. And Bob Arum said, you signed with the wrong promoter, so you're not going to fight Lomachenko. Like Bob Arum was protecting Lomachenko from Devin Haney the same way Bob Arum protected Manny Pacquiao from Terence Crawford. You know what I mean? Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get those likes up. My boy Extra was popping. You know what I mean? Man, we got a lot to talk about. Anthony Joshua versus Alexander Usyk for the unified heavyweight championship of the world, bro. Alexander Usyk, Olympic gold medalist, 2-division world champion, former undisputed champion like Devin Haney and Terence Crawford and Jermell Charlo. Undisputed, unified heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander Usyk versus Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua, one of the biggest stars in boxing. Anthony Joshua, 2-time unified heavyweight champion of the world, and he's an Olympic gold medalist as well. It's the rematch, bro. It's the rematch. This might be Anthony Joshua's last opportunity, one of Anthony Joshua's last chances. He can't afford to lose this fight. If Anthony Joshua takes another loss to Alexander Usyk, that will be his third loss. That will be devastating for his career. You know what I mean? Alexander Usyk is a great boxer. Very smart fighter with great skills. Alexander Usyk, great defense, great footwork, great movement, great jab. He can do it all. Great boxing IQ. Alexander Usyk is the real deal. And he's a true fighter. And he's coming off the war just like Vasily Lomachenko. But Alexander Usyk, he's a different type of animal. He don't need a tune-up fight. He's ready for Anthony Joshua. He believes his skills. And, watching that first fight with Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk, I was surprised how easy Alexander Usyk was able to beat Anthony Joshua and give him a boxing lesson. And not only outbox Anthony Joshua, he was able to hurt him multiple times. He hurt him more than 6 times in that fight. Anthony Joshua, He has a lot of talent. Anthony Joshua, very strong fighter with a lot of punching power, a very good boxer, but at the same time, you know, Anthony Joshua, as far as his skills, he's not on the same level as Alexander Usyk. Alexander Usyk he's on a different level. He's on a different level. Alexander Usyk, he's a better fighter than Anthony Joshua, and he got better skills. Anthony Joshua is the bigger guy. He's the younger fighter. He was the defending champion. He was the natural heavyweight, and he let Alexander Usyk move up from the cruiserweight division, the smaller guy, move up and beat him and take his belts. And that wasn't the first time Anthony Joshua took a loss. Anthony Joshua got beat by Andy Ruiz. Not only did he get beat by Andy Ruiz, he was knocked out by Andy Ruiz. And at that time, nobody knew who Andy Ruiz was. It wasn't like Andy Ruiz was an undefeated fighter. Andy Ruiz, he already got beat by Joseph Parker. Andy Ruiz was out of shape. Andy Ruiz was a last-minute replacement. He took that fight on a 5-week notice, and he still was able to beat Anthony Joshua. Not only beat him, but knock him out. He dropped Anthony Joshua 4 times in that fight. And a lot of people, they feel like Anthony Joshua quit in that fight against Andy Ruiz when he spit his mouthpiece out and turned his back to the referee and he was shaking his head. He acted like he didn't want to be in that ring no more. You got to question the heart of Anthony Joshua. How is a fighter that big, that strong, with that much muscles, that young? He's not mean. He ain't mean at all, bro. Where's the mean streak? Where is the dog at, bro? That's what I want to know. Where is the killer instinct? You got all those muscles. You got to use it, bro. It's a fight at the end of the day. You got to question the mentality of Anthony Joshua. You got to question the heart of Anthony Joshua. Because I seen Alexander Usyk being much more of a motherfucking dog in that motherfucking ring against Anthony Joshua. Alexander Usyk, he showed me more heart. But you got to look at, Anthony Joshua, how he bounced back from taking that loss to Andy Ruiz. Anthony Joshua came back in that rematch against Andy Ruiz, and he was able to make his adjustments. Can Anthony Joshua make those same type of adjustments against Alexander Usyk, who's a different fighter than Andy Ruiz? Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to my brother Method. Only in America, like Don King said. Shout out to my boy King Grayson. He said, my boy H Money, salute. What up? What's good? Salute, homie. What's poppin'? Man, it's fight week, man. We got a big fight coming up this Saturday. It's the Unified Heavyweight Championship of the world, man. Alexander Usyk, Anthony Joshua. This is a must-win situation for Anthony Joshua. He got to win this fight. And if he don't win this fight, you got to put him in the back of the line, bro. We saw what happened to Deontay Wilder when he took his 2 losses. Deontay Wilder got knocked out 2 times in a row by Tyson Fury. But one thing about Deontay Wilder, he showed me heart. He showed me heart. Deontay Wilder wanted to go out on his shield. It was no quit in Deontay Wilder. But as you can see, Deontay Wilder now, Deontay Wilder's coming back against Robert Helenius, which is a tune-up fight. That's a tune-up fight for Deontay Wilder. I'm happy to see Deontay Wilder back in the ring. But you see Deontay Wilder, now he got to start at the bottom. He's going against Robert Helenius, which is a tune-up fight for Deontay Wilder. You got to build him back up. So if Joshua takes another loss to Alexander Usyk, that will be his 3rd loss. You will have to build him back up. You will have to rebuild Anthony Joshua at this point. For real. What's popping? Wilder is a Spartan warrior. Wilder is a warrior, no doubt about it, bro. Wilder, he gives you 110% every time, man. Deontay Wilder got a heart. Deontay Wilder is a dog. Even though he got beat, Deontay Wilder, he went out on his shield. You look at the way Anthony Joshua, he lost his fight to Alexander Usyk. They stopped the fight with 6 seconds left on the clock. Anthony Joshua was getting beat so bad by Alexander Usyk. They stopped the fight in the middle of the fucking fight. It was 6 seconds left on the clock, and he stopped the fight. I've never seen anything like that, bro. That nigga was saved by the bell. That was some bullshit. It was 6 seconds left on the clock. Anthony Joshua was out on his feet. Alexander Usyk was going for the kill. He was about to knock him out. They stopped the fight with 6 seconds left. I've never seen anything like that. That's how bad he was getting beat up. That's how bad it was. You know what I mean? But nobody would talk about that. My boy Khan, he said Wilder has to be nailed to the canvas before he concedes. Facts. He's a warrior, man. He fights to the death. He's a dog. That's a real dog. Fight to the death. Just like a pit bull. Mr. Lightning says the loss of Ruiz may have taken some of his wind out of his sail. To be honest, bro, when I saw Anthony Joshua against Vladimir Klitschko, when Vladimir Klitschko just got beat by Tyson Fury and Vladimir Klitschko was out the ring, and Vladimir Klitschko hopped off the couch and he almost beat Anthony Joshua and he dropped his ass. That's when I knew, Anthony Joshua, he's not who they say he is. When I watched that fight between Anthony Joshua and Vladimir Klitschko, how Anthony Joshua got dropped. He almost got knocked out by Vladimir Klitschko, and Klitschko was no longer a champion. Klitschko just got his ass whooped by Tyson Fury. Klitschko was out the ring for 18 months, and Klitschko almost knocked him out. And Anthony Joshua was going life and death with Vladimir Klitschko. That's the first time I saw it. I knew it. Anthony Joshua, he's not who you say he is. He's a good fighter. He's a former unified champion. He could fight. But he's not what y'all say he is. They try to say Joshua was better than motherfucking Muhammad Ali. They said Joshua was the greatest. They overhyped his ass. What's good, GOAT? What's popping?
What's good, bro? What's good?
What's good, man? Fight week, man. I'm excited, bro.
You already know what's going on. Like in the words of Alexander Usyk, very feels.
Yo, GOAT, man, what you think about the fight this Saturday, Joshua and Usyk? What type of chance do you give Anthony Joshua?
A very slim. Oh man, I mean, I don't see him winning. I'm gonna be putting my money on Alexander Usyk. You know what I'm saying? Just I hate to be repeating myself, but just with footwork, distance, Anthony Joshua's feet. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Joshua, his ability to make adjustments within the ring, you know what I'm saying? It's not a good matchup, man. I got Alexander Usyk. I'm be putting money in, big money.
Hey, GOAT, do you think Anthony Joshua can make his adjustments in his rematch the same way he made adjustments in that Andy Ruiz rematch?
Well, when people say that, you have to look at who Andy Ruiz is. You know what I'm saying? Now, at the same time, he's not a bad fighter. He does have a certain type of pressure that he pulls, but his defense isn't really there. You have to ask yourself, how committed he is. You know what I'm saying? Just based off his body at the time compared to his body now. You compare that to somebody like Usyk who works out 3 times a day. He's worked out pretty much all of his life. Decorated Olympian from a technical perspective is levels above Andy Ruiz. So, I mean, I hate when people use that comparison of can he make the adjustments that he made with Andy Ruiz, because those are 2 totally different fighters.
Yeah, you're right about that. Alexander Usyk is a different type of fighter than Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz came into that fight fat as hell too, right?
Yeah.
I had to get this motherfucker. I told niggas, bro, he wasn't retired, bro. No, bro, they need to keep the motherfucking same energy, H-Bay. Them niggas need to keep the same energy, bro. Where's you niggas at today, bro? Where the motherfucking Wilder haters at, nigga? Y'all said the man was going to retire, nigga. Y'all said all that stupid shit. Never gave the man his respect. And he came back, nigga. And we coming back, nigga. Fuck wrong with you niggas, bro. And we got the motherfucking fight. Still delivered, nigga. October the 15th, Helenius is gonna get knocked the fuck out, man. I'm calling this shit, man. It's over for that nigga.
Hey, so you excited about Deontay Wilder coming back?
Bro, my nigga
You
back.
excited like a motherfucker, huh?
Hey, bro, he back, bro. He back, man. He working out, bro. He's running on the goddamn track. I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, man, the nigga's back. He's one of the most exciting heavyweights in the world, man, still. That shit's going to be a bomb, man. It's going to be a bomb, man. October going to be a lit-ass month.
Hell yeah. Hey, Go, what you think about Deontay Wilder coming back to the ring against Robert Helenius on the Fox pay-per-view? They got Caleb Plant on the undercard. You fucking with it? Then my nigga Go might be away from the mic. Hey, brother Boxing, you excited though? What you think about Caleb Plant being on the undercard?
Oh shit, him versus Darrell, right?
Yeah, Darrell.
Oh man, that's a tough ass fight though for Caleb Plant, but I think Caleb Plant he'll get the job done against Darrell. But Darrell got that dog in him and shit.
Hell
Yo,
yeah.
what's going on, fellas?
What up, King Judah? What's good?
Coolin', bro. Hey, this is my first time on your panel, bro, but I was just listening to you guys talking. I just wanted to chime in real quick about the Joshua and Usyk fight. I just wanted to say that when it comes down to Joshua and Usyk, I don't think the difference between them have anything to do with skill, bro. I actually rewatched the fight today. I think skill for skill, man. I think Joshua matches up equally with Usyk in skill. The difference is in speed. I was watching Joshua, man. A lot of mistakes he was making weren't actually mistakes, bro. He did everything right. I couldn't find anything to critique. He was just always a step too slow. That's what I seen, because he carried around a lot of muscle, and I think that if he was more lean, bro, like I think the biggest issue with him is the speed difference. I don't think Usyk is much more skilled than him.
You didn't think Usyk was able to use his footwork to make it to where he couldn't really sit down on that power right hand?
Yeah. No,
right hand, but I
footwork, his speed, how he turns the punches, bro, his angles, how he gets. I mean, AJ don't got no footwork, bro. AJ's not a count angel. He don't get his head out the center line. I mean, I disagree with like skill for skill. Hell no. Usyk got way more skills. He got way more in the toolbox than AJ. Now, AJ might be a little bit more technical and stuff like that when it comes to the 1-2, the uppercut, and stuff like that. But I don't know. I disagree with that. I think Usyk got a little bit more skills.
Yeah, me
I
too.
respect it, brother. But the only reason I chimed in is because I boxed for a little while, bro. But my whole life I played football. You know, I was a linebacker, so I carried around a lot of muscle, man. So the first time I went into a boxing gym, and called myself, wanting to learn the sweet science, bro. Like I was getting towed up by them guys, bro, and it was because I was so big. As the weeks went on, and I leaned out, a lot of the stuff I was getting hit with, I wasn't getting hit with anymore, and I was able to keep up with these guys, bro. When I was big and bulky, I didn't stand a chance.
Yeah.
I feel what you're saying. It's just, man, he gotta show me, man, and I go off of what I see. Maybe we seen two different things, like when I seen it, I didn't see him use his right hand, but the reason he was gunshot was because Usyk kept going left to right. That way he couldn't sit down on his power, and then also it's like when you get the one in the throw, you know what I'm saying? And then you get countered, he got to worry about that too, as far as with Usyk being a southpaw. So,
Usyk hurt him in that 12th round too. Usyk got
in the third round, in the 12th, everybody know about the 12th. I don't even have to talk about that. So, but we shall see,
I think Usyk is the more skilled boxer. He had Anthony Joshua going for every feint. Every time Usyk feinted, Joshua would bite.
That feint game was killing him, H.
He had him confused like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, the speed. Usyk is much faster than Anthony Joshua. It's funny because you said Joshua got too much muscle. Joshua should be lighter for this fight. Shit, he was lighter in the first fight. He slimmed down, and they said he lost too much muscle.
He was in his 240, man.
Yeah, that was part of the excuse why he lost, because he lost too much muscles.
Yeah, I always thought he was too big. But one thing I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm telling y'all right now, and I'll come back after the fight because I do want to talk to y'all again after the fight. I'm picking Joshua to win because I'm looking at Usyk actually putting on weight for this fight. I don't know if y'all saw that. He
Yeah,
actually
but see,
put on weight.
he's a cruiserweight. He can do that though. He's not gonna be like 260, 270. How Joshua's gonna rehydrate in that fight. You know Joshua go come around 260, 250. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we know that, but I think Usyk's at least gonna be around 220, 230. But see, Usyk can do that because you know he got footwork and he knows how to use his footwork.
Yeah.
That's just where I had an issue at too, man. It's like it's times where AJ, if you notice, he get his feet stuck, and everybody know when you get your feet stuck, your feet are square, and that leave you vulnerable for hits, man. And it's like these things, it's like, damn, be one thing, like, okay, from the fighting perspective, he definitely can fight way fucking harder, you know, and a lot of people say that, but if you just want to play devil's advocate to that, when he did start throwing, he started getting caught. So it's like,
yeah, I think he should use his size a little more too, man. Like he got caught into this thing.
He got fired Orlando Salido fight basically. But we know AJ got his style, but that's not AJ's style though, bro.
And see, that's the thing.
AJ don't got that type of chin to go to a Mexican style where he's dog fighting, roughing him up, bro. Because AJ's gonna get scared to get caught. You know, he don't want to get knocked out, bro.
And you know, bro, that's been 11 months since the fight, if I'm not mistaken, and he got Robert Garcia a few months back. So that also leads me to ask, like, you know, based off of what we see from Robert Garcia and based off of the style that AJ uses, I feel like it doesn't mesh. But you know, that's part of boxing. You know, we gotta see, but just, man, it's a lot of watching that fight. And to be honest, I'm putting,
he might need a trainer like Jonathan Banks, bro. Like Jonathan Banks at that crunch style, you know, so he can sit on his punches. Jonathan Banks will be a damn good coach for AJ. I felt like that was the coach he should have went with, Jonathan Banks. But
man, you know, like Sugar Hill said, he watched the first few rounds and he said, I'm going outside. Everybody was like, and his family was like, why are you going outside? He said, because I already know what the fuck gonna happen. He said it's gonna be a repeat. He said, man, I watch, he said, from what my uncle taught me to what I've seen over boxing just throughout the years. He said, man, AJ just he ain't got it.
It's a bad style matchup. It's like Wilder and Fury. Like Fury was a bad style, matchup style for Wilder, bro.
But we got.
Is it really like a bad style matchup when AJ is the bigger guy? AJ is the natural heavyweight. AJ is the younger fighter. Like he definitely damn near got everything on his side. But
and there you go, There you go. That's where we talk about skill.
Yeah.
So it's like that's where skill come in because he got the longer reach. He weigh more. He's taller. He got more knockouts. You know what I'm saying? But still stronger.
The real deal, bro. Yeah, Usyk the real deal.
But Usyk, when you get into, you can have all that, but like Floyd Mayweather said, this game is mental too.
It's you know, it's called skills, man. If you don't got skills and shit, you ain't gonna last too long in boxing.
And that's the thing that I'm also worried about is his gas tank. You know what I'm saying? If you come in there
about that right hand, man, because you know he can't avoid the right hand for shit. And you know, and I don't see them working on his head movement. You know, I don't see no head movement work out at all like that, bro. You got to get out the center line, and that's the problem. AJ never gets off the center line, man.
That's what I'm saying, bro, and that's what I talk about when he gets stuck, when he get them feet stuck, and then you got your feet square. When your feet square, guess where the hell you is? Exactly in the fucking center line. That's boxing basics 101. You know what I'm saying? So it's like. My thing is, it's like
I think AJ gonna try to come inside. He gonna try to make it, but AJ not a really good inside fighter like that, bro. He's really not a good inside fighter like that.
We you know, I ain't gonna say that, but I will say just with him, his gas tank, you know, and then on top of the style that Robert Garcia is gonna want him to imply, you know,
it's an inside style, you know.
It not even that, but it's just like it requires exerting energy. So it's like
barrage of
once
punches, throwing a lot of 1,000, like Marcus McDonald, like bro, just throwing a lot of fucking
you know,
punches.
so it's like you
But
get
that's
that
not
on top
AJ
of that.
Styles, GOAT though. That's not AJ Styles, and that's why I kind of like we kind of agree.
Exactly. But see, you got to think if we got to look at what Robert Garcia has done with his fighters, so we got to at least think the output is gonna go up, and it needs to go up. If you watch the first fight, you know what I'm saying? Like his output needs to increase. But like saying, if you do that and say Usyk is moving, say
Usyk got some good defense too, man.
gas, and you get tired, that's when you're mental. You start making mental mistakes.
And see, he don't have a good gas tank. He don't have a good he's not all the way conditioned good. He don't have a good gas tank.
And once you get tired,
his cardio is not all that good.
You get sloppy with your technique. You know what I'm saying? And it just, man, we gotta see. We gonna see. I cannot wait.
Hey, brother, boxing. So this fight between Deontay Wilder and Robert Helenius, you think this fight is like pay-per-view worthy, or do you think they should put the fight on Showtime?
You know how the PBC fucking does. You know, like if Wilder, Errol Spence, they gonna put that shit on pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying?
But with Helenius though,
I don't think this is a fucking pay-per-view.
That's like a tune-up fight, ain't it?
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Wilder does good at the Barclays Center, so maybe they count on like this big comeback. You know what I'm saying? He might be on a last venture. You know what I'm saying? He might, this might be his last. He probably wants to go back for heavyweight title shot. You know what I'm saying?
What you think about Deontay Wilder fighting Andy Ruiz? If Andy Ruiz could beat Luis Ortiz, what y'all think about that?
I think that's the fight that they're going to set up next. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're basically fighting on the back-to-back month. You know what I'm saying? Wilder's fighting a later month, right? October, and then you got Ruiz fighting on September. So everything goes well. You get Ruiz and Wilder on Cinco de Mayo weekend for the vacant WBC belt.
Damn, it's like, goddamn, we getting this shit when I want the Spence Crawford.
If you get Wilder and Ruiz on Cinco de Mayo weekend in the Staples Center, bro, that shit will sell like a motherfucker, man.
Man, I want Spence Crawford. That's what I
know,
want.
bro.
But Showtime, I must subscribe.
It's like politics is not gonna let that fight happen, bro.
Man, it's like this shit ain't happening. It's like now they doing this, so they putting money into this. So it's like, damn.
And you know they gonna put all their fucking money into Wilder's comeback. You know that shit.
So
you know the
like,
PBC because
like
Wilder's
now,
like really don't know like the cash cow they got, man. PBC, Wilder. Who else is the cash cow over there? Wilder, Errol Spence. You know, you
it's
can
just
say
like
Carlos. You can say Tank.
Damn, bro. But it's just like, damn. If we get in that in October, are we really gonna get the damn Spence fight in November? Like,
that's kind of cool. I kind of understand what you're saying though, because the PBC that shit is kind of lined up because you got Ruiz and Ortiz on September the 4th. So that's not Labor Day, right? That's on Labor Day weekend, right?
I don't know, maybe.
If I'm mistaken, probably on Labor Day weekend, and you got the mid of October, basically like Halloween month with Wilder versus Helenius. Then November gotta be stacked up. You know what I'm saying?
And it's just like, damn, bro. It's like we ain't heard nothing.
Nope,
we ain't heard nothing. It's like, damn, but
Raphael lied to us. They said November 12th, November 9th. Like, it's just so many lies these guys tell, you know. So these boxing writers, these journalists tell.
Yeah,
just to get a fucking paycheck.
So it's like now it looks like we probably not. Who knows? I don't know. I want to hope, but now my mind telling me it's not happening this year. And from the get-go, I said it. Then I ain't gonna lie, I started getting faith. I got on here, my boys started, it was people like, yeah, man, start giving me faith. I'm like, okay, it might happen. I'm letting my job know, and now here we go. We back at square one, it looked like.
I mean, you could say that, but I don't know, man. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, but this Wilder versus Helenius, go ahead.
I mean, it's a tune-up. It's a tune-up. We know Wilder
get him out
is
the
going
way.
to knock the fuck out Helenius, man. This is the tune-up, bro.
Get that out the way, and then
Then you get
you
Wilder versus
versus
Ruiz on
Ruiz.
Cinco de Mayo weekend for the vacant belt. That's what they're gonna fucking do. You know the PBC gonna get that vacant belt. Everybody knows this.
Yep. So
They're gonna get that fucking vacant belt. We know this, man. They not letting Josh. They would have been put that vacant belt up for Joshua versus Usyk right now, but they're not gonna do it because they know they can make money with Wilder and Ruiz versus Usyk versus Wilder, or Ruiz versus Wilder, Ruiz versus Usyk for undisputed, bro. That's what they're gonna fucking do, man. Next year, late 2023, you're probably gonna get Wilder versus Usyk for undisputed, bro. And we're gonna be back to square one here, and where we don't have a heavyweight undisputed, bro, until the late 2023. And that's when you probably gonna see that Errol Spence fight too. Probably like, I know. What vacant
Hey, Sean said, which vacant belt you talking about?
I'm talking about the WBC because Fury's about to get that shit up. They said,
yeah, but he still got it though. He hasn't vacated that belt. I heard he vacated the Ring magazine.
You gotta realize this, right? They gave him August the 26th deadline. That's what the WBC and Mauricio Suleiman said.
But he just defended his title against Dylan White.
But remember, he retired. He gave up the ring belt.
You think Tyson Fury's retired for sure, or you think he's gonna come back? You think he's capping?
You didn't know he gave up the ring belt?
Yeah, I heard about that. You know, is that true? I heard about it, but is it?
If he wasn't considering retire, he would never give that.
So if I go to ringmagazine.com right now, Tyson Fury's not gonna be the champion.
Yeah, Tyson Fury isn't. He isn't the champion anymore. He did vacate that shit.
Yeah, that's
I had to look it up myself. I had to look it up myself.
Yeah. That shit.
But does it mean they're gonna put the belt on the line in this Joshua Usyk fight? They haven't announced that yet.
I heard that, but I ain't heard it officially. So that's why I'm confused. That'd be that stupid belt shit. But
yeah,
he did vacate that shit.
Fury's retiring, bro. Like he's, and Fury let Fury retire. He earned his retirement, right? I mean, he said he's retired. He gave up the. I just don't get fans. Like I understand that people want to see Fury fight, and I would love. Fury's a bad dude, man. If he gave up that vacant belt, he gave up the ring. Why would he give up his Ring magazine belt if he wasn't retiring? You know what I'm saying? And you can't earn that Ring magazine belt back though. That's what I'm trying to tell people. What's going on, Buckle?
Hey, shit. What's going on?
What's going on, my nigga? Buckle up, man. What's going on, man?
Man, I think they gonna. I was listening to y'all, right?
That nigga retiring, man. He retired.
Look, I was listening to y'all saying that he retired, and I think he did retire. I think he gave up the ring belt, and I think what they gonna do when that deadline y'all talk about, when that deadline come up, I think they gonna fuck around and just do him a champion in recess though. I think they gonna play games and do a champion in recess.
Man, that's some bullshit. He said he fucking retired.
I'm telling you, watch. Remember, I said that watch they champion, because it's crazy like how H Money just was jumping in and said that he just gave up the thing, but that don't mean he retired. And that's the only kind of games they can end up playing when that deal.
But Sean, you got hold up. You gotta realize, Sean, he gave up that ring belt. He's not gonna give the ring belt up, bro, if he's not gonna consider retired. That means he's losing his #1 status as the best heavyweight in the world, giving that ring belt. He's not going to give Fury. I don't understand why people don't want to take Fury serious, man. The dude ain't no. He might lie about something, but bro, I don't think he lying about that.
Well, I hope he do. I hope you're right, because I want him to fuck out the way. I just wish he'd go ahead and leave. He played too many games. I just wish he'd just leave. Just leave and let everything else take. It's a lot of heavyweights to watch. It's a lot of shit I want to see.
Shit, you got Wilder versus probably Ruiz on Cinco de Mayo.
Right, and then I like that. I'm following Jared Big Baby Anderson real heavy right now. So I'm wanting to see him fight more. It's like other shit I'm looking at in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, but I don't think he would have given that Ring magazine belt if he wasn't really considering retiring though.
He might do retire though. If he do retire,
did he get that Ring magazine, right, bro? Hold on. Did he get that Ring magazine, right?
Right.
Listen, he's got 26 days to give up that WBC belt.
That's what I'm trying to tell these dudes, but that's why I was trying. He got 26 days.
He got 26 days. So in 26 days, if he doesn't make his decision, then we know Tyson Fury is out of the game, and Usyk will be trying to chase for undisputed after he fucks up Anthony Joshua.
You probably will get, like I told him earlier, you probably will get Wilder versus Ruiz for that vacant belt, bro.
Right.
And
And
then you
that makes sense.
and then
That
the
makes
winner
sense.
back, then you get undisputed. Then.
That makes sense though. That makes sense because they can make more money with it if they do it that way anyway.
You know they gonna want to make more money. They would
And
have been through the. They
Yeah.
would have been through the WBC belt
Salute.
with Joshua and
OG
Usyk
Simon.
though.
Right. You're right.
What's up,
They
Butch
would
in the
have been did
panel?
that shit. I try to tell these dudes.
Salute, brother boxing, man. Salute, buckle up. And brother boxing. Salute. H.
What's
Salute, big goat.
good, bro?
I hope you're
Man,
alright.
Tyson Fury says a lot of shit though, man. But I know if he gives up one of those belts like he just did, he just gave up that motherfucking ring. That ring means he's the best heavyweight in the world, bro. He just gave that motherfucking belt up. So I mean, what do you want him to do? You know, like.
Oh no, I ain't mad. I ain't got no problem with Tyson Fury. As long as he go ahead and get out the way, I ain't got no.
That's
nothing.
what I'm trying to tell people. Like y'all gotta realize that Fury's gonna retire, man. Fury wants to retire. He don't want to keep boxing. He don't want to keep getting. You know what I'm saying? It takes a toll. You know what I'm saying? The man came back from addiction, cocaine. You know, he went through a lot in his career to come back.
I want his big ass leave anyway, so my guy Usyk ain't got to worry about his big long ass.
No, I'm just saying, like Fury's 34 years old, bro. Like he's almost 30. He's 34 years old.
That's not old. That's not old in heavyweight.
He
That's
only
not old in heavyweight.
34? I thought he was older than that. The way you been talking.
That's not old for heavyweight. That ain't old for heavyweights, man. That ain't old for heavyweight, boy.
I know.
Oh
but
man, he not that
you
old.
gotta realize, but he put himself through a lot in his life. You know what I'm saying? Doing drugs. You know what I'm saying? Look how much stuff he has done to himself. You know what I'm saying?
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, Jonathan?
You saying,
Jonathan? Tyson Fury playing mind games with trying to play mind games with us all over again, huh?
Thank you. I know
he did. So because he released that motherfucking ring.
Brother boxing, you know he just filed Sugar Hill, huh?
You fired him.
Oh Lord have mercy. I'm just so tired of this dude, man.
Man, I don't know if he fired him. I don't know if he fired him.
He fired him.
He
fired him. I got the article. Yeah, he fired him.
Could you read the article, Mr. Simon, please?
And then the cold thing about it, Sugar Hill didn't even know he was fired. And he hired a new trainer, Isaac Lowe.
Oh yeah. I see that Isaac Lowe.
Fired that man on his day off.
That might be cap though, because they said Tyson Fury fired Sugar Hill before, and you know what I mean.
That's H. That's what I said. Could you read the article?
Months ago that Tyson Fury fired Sugar Hill, and that wasn't true. And now they're trying to say that again. And if Tyson Fury is retired, how is he going to fire Sugar Hill? But I thought he retired.
Yeah, it's true. and then he supposedly hired Isaac Lowe. He is coming off for 2 losses as a trainer.
That's why I want him to just leave, man. He played too many games.
Yep.
He's a gypsy. He's a gypsy. This is what we do, man. This is what they do over here. It's not we, sorry. This is what they do over here, man. You get me?
That's what I was going to say, Butch. They're gypsies, man. You can't trust them.
No,
you can't trust them.
All I know is he gave up that ring belt, bro.
Yeah, but the ring, I don't know why you put such stuff on the ring belt. The ring belt's given. It's not one.
Hey, Butch, he gave us a good career. He could keep it moving. I ain't got no complaints.
Bro, like, I'm
so you wouldn't buckle up.
Excuses for him, bro. We gave Fury a day. He ain't fought since April, bro.
Hey, I don't have no problem with him, Butch, at all. Like none.
That's the part. We don't got no problem.
So are you buckle up?
None.
Where would you rank Fury then? Where would you rank
Fury? You're hoping that he's done so you can get your boy Wilder back at the top. I get it.
No, not Wilder.
There's no shame in it. There's no shame in it. It's all blessings.
I want Usyk to get on top, Butch. I want Usyk to get to the top.
Yeah.
Bro, all we want is the undisputed, bro. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. So
which is why he's still got the WBC. That's what I'm trying to say. He didn't give up the WBC. That's the only way you get undisputed. Ring Magazine is given. The Ring Magazine is given. It's not won, so you can give it up. It's given to the number 1 and number 2. That's what it's given to when they face each other.
Don't you think like Tyson Fury has 26? He has to August 26. You think?
Yeah, Sean. What do you think he's gonna
look at the date, brother? Look at the date, brother. Boxing man, 26.
What do you think he's going to do?
He said he retired last week. The 26th is 6 days after the fight that we're going to watch this weekend. It gives him 6 days to analyse the options because he wants to know who's going to win. That's why he's holding on to the WBC belt. Because if Joshua wins, that's Wembley Stadium business.
Yeah, that's
big money things, bro. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. If Usyk wins, I don't think he wants it. I don't think he wants the Usyk.
We getting
he knows Usyk's gonna come in with that bodywork, bro, and And remember, look, if you look at him, half of his fucking bum gave up and didn't even go all the way down his back. Do you know what I mean? So Usyk will beat up his stomach, mate. Move around too much for him. He won't be able to get hold of him like he does the big boys.
Listen. What about this? Let me ask you guys this. What about this? So Usyk beats Anthony Joshua. Okay, cool. Would you want Wilder to go for try and fight Usyk for all the belts undisputed, or do you want to see if Wilder cleans Hellenius? Do you want to see him go against AJ? What you want?
Oh, I'd love to see AJ Wilder. That'd be great.
I like to just see AJ and Wilder go ahead and do a fight since
I think they'll fight without belts. I think them boys would fight
they can fight
without belts.
without a Butch. They can fight without belts. It don't even
Yeah,
gotta
for
be
sure.
belts involved.
So what happened to Usyk? Who do you want to see Usyk fight for undisputed? Who?
You know it's going to be Fury.
But you know, like you'll like to see that, but I don't know. At this point, I
I don't know. Whoever have it, hey Butch, whoever got it, I feel like Usyk can fight any of them. I'd rather Usyk not fight your boy because I think he'll have problems with Fury. I think Usyk will have more problems with Fury than anybody.
Of course.
But then they understand about the ring, but you know, I don't know, man. He just plays too many fucking mind games for me, man. You know what I'm saying?
The gypsy, man. These guys, they're
Hey,
asking,
mate.
let them borrow your phone. You're gonna borrow their phone.
Gypsies are the worst, bro. I mean, listen, I've got gypsy friends back home, and they won't have a problem with me saying this. You cannot take them boys seriously any day of the week.
They'll ask
Even on Sunday at
let me
church.
borrow your phone. They'll say, let me borrow your phone, man.
And look, I don't take away from his talent. I don't take away from his talent at all. You know what I'm saying?
No, of course
because,
not.
like I said, I think that he would be the one to give my guy Usyk a problem if he do stay around. If Usyk fight him, it's gonna be a problem.
I don't think he wants Usyk. I think he wants Joshua.
Okay, if Usyk, let's say Usyk wins, then what happens to the belt?
He's probably unless the money is astronomical, he'll probably give it up.
$500 million. That's what he's gonna come back.
He said 500 million. Then he said if it's Joshua, he wants it for free on free TV, like back in the day. The whole world should see it for free. Then he says he's retiring. Then he says he's got a new coach. Then he's calling out Chisora. Now he's telling Chisora that he's lost 2 million because his team are a bunch of shit cunts. So he's a dick. Now he gives up the Ring magazine. Now he's saying he's retired again. Then his Instagram, he's posting training videos with his new coach all day long, sparring, showing Joshua how to beat Usyk on Instagram. He is a king gypsy, the gypsy king. He is doing what the gypsy king does, playing mind games.
He's gonna
He
lie to
will
you
lie
today,
and steal
tell you the
and
truth
cheat.
tomorrow. He's gonna lie. That's what he's gonna do.
Well, but then they and, you know, he gonna keep on lying like this. You know what I'm saying? We gotta keep that energy on.
He's waiting till the 26th. He's waiting. If Joshua wins, the negotiations will start.
Yeah, so what they saying is he play mind games like that. He knows what he doing though. Basically, they saying he know what he doing, but he play mind games with people like that just to fuck our heads up all day like that.
He wants AJ. He wants AJ. He wants the big UK fight. He wants to go out as undisputed. He knows this.
He definitely wants to fight AJ before he goes away. That's what
he was supposed to fight AJ. Remember, if Deontay didn't take it to court, it would have been AJ Fury. Shit was already on and popping. Do you know what I mean? But then Wilder was like, "Hell no, man! I've got a contract. Let's go." Third fight was announced, and then Joshua moves to Usyk. Usyk beats Joshua. Usyk number 2. Now it's sitting there, with the WBC saying, "Let me keep the belt warm for a sec. Let me watch the fight at the weekend. Can I have a few days to think about it afterwards to see what I want to do?" Of course you can, Fury. No fucking problem. All right, 26th, we'll have a chat. If Joshua wins, he'll say, "Right, let's get it on." But I think if Usyk wins, he'll be like, "No." I don't think he wants Usyk. You don't hear him saying nothing about Usyk apart from when he says Joshua couldn't beat a pumped up welterweight.
Middleweight. They calls it
welterweight. Whatever the fuck he says. That's all he ever says. He never says nothing else about it.
He thinks he's 168. He thinks he's 168.
He never says nothing else about it.
He's 160.
He always uses Joshua getting beat by him, not how good Usyk is or what he thinks of Usyk. None of that business. So I think he
knows Usyk's the real deal. He just thinks that he's just a small man. That's what it is, man.
Yeah, maybe for him, he doesn't see any pride in beating a man that much smaller than him.
Right, man. I'm just so tired of this shit. I mean, he gonna get in the ring. Let him just get in the ring, man.
And listen. And you know what's funny? Listen to this, Sean and brother Bod. You know what's funny? Why don't we never hear about the A side or B side with this Usyk and Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury? You get me? We don't hear this bullshit. We don't hear that. You don't.
Well,
You
no,
don't.
you never hear that though
Never,
with
never
them
hear that.
guys. They always get
Never.
it done though, don't they?
Usyk signed the contract. Anthony Joshua signed the contract. We don't want to hear none of this bullshit. All right, let's go.
But
Tyson
when it
Fury
comes
or
to
whoever
Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, though, it's a
is
different
A
story.
side. What the fuck? It doesn't make
But
sense.
You know
what
what?
you
To
see,
tell
if you
you the
listen
truth,
to
though,
Eddie,
that was such a great point that you just make by saying that, because I sit here and think about that shit now. You know what? I don't even know who the fuck is the A side for Joshua and Usyk. I don't even
It
know
Exactly.
who
should be
the A
Usyk because
side is.
Usyk beat him now.
Usyk's the A side. He's going to
It's crazy.
belts.
Like whoever is the A side is whatever. All right, I don't really care. But I never heard about it. I haven't heard shit
Exactly.
about who
Exactly.
the A
Buckle up.
side or who the B side or who the. Why we don't hear that? That's crazy.
yep.
Exactly. What? Buckle up. Buckle up and Sean. Do you think AJ's gonna say no? We're not having this fight until you agree to my terms and you
No,
sign
but
my.
listen,
Hearing
you
that
know
shit.
what Eddie says? Eddie says that out of everyone he works with, the biggest fighter he has is Joshua, and he's the easiest fighter to work with out of everyone.
Yeah,
Out of
because
everyone.
Joshua just goes, give me this
Give me
amount of
that.
money.
Let's have a go. Let's do it. Fuck it. He wants the rematch there.
And we
All right,
gotta
we'll do it.
respect that. We gotta respect
For
that.
sure, man.
Because motherfuckers out here respecting motherfuckers who out here respecting Canelo, and he fucking cheated. And he vacating belts and shit. And he fucking lose and don't want to rematch motherfuckers. So yeah. Yeah. Shout out to AJ for taking the fucking rematch and not fucking wanting to go fight Derek Chisora, a fucking 40-year-old Derek Chisora, and then come back. So yeah, shout out you.
Well, really though, it's really no use in Canelo. It only reason if Canelo want to take a rematch with Bivol, then he must want to take a rematch to lose, because he can't beat Bivol at all. It's nothing he could do with Bivol at all.
I
After the
mean, you know,
performance that
but
I seen,
people saying that about AJ and Usyk. You know what I'm saying? So
but
that's why I say I
well,
respect
let me
it.
let me tell you the difference though. The difference is with AJ and Usyk, I feel like AJ could get lucky and AJ could try to improve what he's doing. The only reason that I feel like Usyk could beat AJ because I feel like he boxed better. But what I seen with Canelo and Bivol though, bro, what I seen when I seen that fight, I seen a man hitting another man and he looked like a fucking tree standing there and ain't moved. Like, how did you even prepare to beat a
I
motherfucker
feel
like
you.
that? You
But
feel
are
me?
we just gonna hold on? But are we just gonna give a motherfucker an excuse because he got beat up? I mean, shit, isn't that what it's about?
Well,
Competition,
listen,
getting
I
your
feel
get
like
back.
he can get beat up going right back to 168. David Benavidez could beat him up, or Morrell could fuck around and beat Canelo. Them
But he
guys could
chose
say,
Triple G. You know what I'm saying? My thing is, I don't care if you got your ass whooped or not. I mean, isn't that what it's about? Taking chances. That's the type of fights I like. So when I don't see fighters want to take their chance and they want to go the business route and duck and Triple G and fight a 2-fight deal and lose 20 million when you could have fought Charlo.
I remember that.
yeah. I mean, the situations that they had back there with Charlo and all that, they gotta let that shit go. Charlo hurt himself sitting on his career waiting for Canelo. Fuck Canelo. I'd have been said fuck Canelo, like his own brother tell him. Fuck Canelo.
Can
Get
someone
this work
please?
done.
Can
Get
someone
this
please
work
talk?
done and get these motherfucking, but get what I can get what you can get out the deal and get him on the back and if that come. But you don't sit around and wait like you did all that time. Jamel did what he's supposed to did, and that's why Jamel in a whole nother situation.
Well, when you got guys like Steven Espinoza talking about no one's asking for these Andrade and Charlo, no one's asking for these fights. So what the fuck is he talking about? Huh?
Right.
Huh? What is he talking about?
Right. Cause
You know what I'm
that
saying?
gotta
It's
be
not making any
that
sense.
gotta be ugly with them two brothers. But when they sit down, just imagine when they together in the family meeting or some family shit. I know how me and my brother is. We real competitive about everything. We 2 years apart. We real competitive about everything we do. I could imagine how that shit would be. I'm sitting on the other side of the table, and Jamal's situation. We both boxers, and he like Jamal. Either one, which way we would feel some kind of way. Like
Yeah, it's
that
peak.
shit
It's peak, man.
crazy.
It's peak.
Yeah,
It's peak, man. It's peak. I know it's burning his fucking chest. Like it's peak.
gotta be. Gotta be.
Hey,
Ain't
Burning
no
his
way I
chest.
let
hey,
Canelo have me on hold like that. Fuck a Canelo. Fuck Canelo.
Barbara just said in the chat, purse bid for Andrade versus Janabek is Friday, August the 19th. So we better keep an eye on that.
He has to fight that man. If you don't
He
fight that
has
man,
to,
he's a
yeah.
duck. He's a
That's what I
duck.
mean.
If you don't fight him,
The purse
Yeah,
he's
bid's
if you
a duck.
going
don't
up.
fight him, that's a fucking duck. That's a
Yeah, he has
duck
to drop the
too.
belt.
He
It'll be
become
like
then he
it'll
becomes
be the
part of that
same as
duck family.
Bivol versus Zerdo. Same thing.
No, this
And
one. This one. See, look at this.
Andre too.
Honey Smith.
Andre threw his shit away the same way. Andre the same shit.
Shut up.
Same boat. Just waste a bunch of all them fucking years. Waste of time.
Waste.
A
How is he
waste, man.
almost fair?
They should
How
have
is he
been
almost?
for.
Come on, Andrade, man.
Andre
How
and
is he almost
Jamal.
35 years and fought one guy, man?
Yeah, Andre
Fucker Canelo.
and Jamal Charlo since 2017 when they both got a belt have only fought 6 opponents each.
Yeah, that's
Jamal Charlo has
bullshit.
only fought one champion in his
It's
whole career. One.
2017, 6 opponents each. That's madness.
He's such a good fighter. This what burns.
That's not enough activity to keep yourself at the top. These young
He
boys
might
come
well
up
right
real
now.
quick.
His best move is to go fight David Benavidez if he can right now. He got to go do something. He go do
He's
something. All that
he's
noise.
waiting. Again, he's waiting on that Canelo business because if he does the job on Triple G and Triple G vacates those 2 belts, he might have a chance to go unified in that division if he can beat Lara.
Fuck that. He needs to fight fucking Munguia. He needs to fight Chris Eubank. He needs to fight Andrade.
But that's
He
what I
needs to
mean.
fight
Eubanks
those
with Ben
motherfuckers,
now.
man.
Eubanks with Ben now. Lara will get elevated, or he'll be in a fight. But either way, there's going to be 2 belts up for grabs if Triple
Hold
G
up, but
decides to
are
walk
you
away.
talking about it? Are you talking about at 160 or
Yeah, of
168?
course, 160.
160.
Okay,
He needs to do his dirt
Yeah.
there. He needs to fucking match his work. He needs to do what Errol Spence is doing. He needs to do what
That's
Terence
the
Crawford is
mad
doing.
thing, right? When you think about it, is that Triple G went to Japan and grabbed another strap.
That's what I'm saying. Why couldn't you go
He just
over
went
to
over
Japan
there,
and get
said
that strap?
Murata, you fancy? Murata was like, let's go. Come to
Why
my
couldn't you smack up
hometown.
Murata?
He went fine.
Why couldn't you wait for Murata to wait for him to come out and then you smack him up, get the WBA strap, and then why are you worrying about Canelo Alvarez, man? Fuck Canelo Alvarez, man.
I don't see who is around Charlo Jamal talking to him like fuck him. It's a lot of other
It's a
ways
bit
you could have
strange.
went.
It's a bit
It's so
strange when
many other routes to take.
his brother's moving in a completely different way.
Don't make sense.
6
When you gonna come and
pounds
fight a
different.
black American stud?
6 pounds different. Man's undisputed.
What'd you say?
When you gonna come fight a black American stud? I see you. Knocking niggas out. Boom,
And
bang,
every
bang.
time they run that little clip, I keep on being on Instagram and all kinds of places, and I keep running across that goddamn clip with him sitting in there with Mike Tyson. Everybody and their mother sharing that shit.
Yeah.
That goddamn clip with Mike Tyson saying, I want you to say the
this
name.
Mexican.
He said, say the name, say the name.
Fight this
He
man
didn't
for
even
all the
say Candyman.
marbles.
Didn't even say Candyman. He
Fight
said
this man
nothing.
for all the marbles. Who, the Mexican monster?
I don't know. Look,
You
listen,
keep bringing
I
up
can't.
this
Look,
man.
that's man's business. Yeah, if he's happy with one belt, that's cool. If he's looking for an easy way to get as many belts at 160, fine. But he's gonna have to see Lara. He's gonna have to see Munguia. He's gonna have to see Andrade if he wants to
They're
do
all
anything
tough
decent at
fights. Those are the
160.
fights that you should have been
If he
giving
wants to move to
Jamal,
168,
man.
he's gonna have to see other killers at 168. And he's got his brother. He's got his brother sitting there at
should have been Lara.
154, who's about to see Terence and Spence move up. And then you've got other killers coming in at 154. So no matter where Jamal goes, he's going to have to face someone soon. Like, he
And
can't
Jamal
get
said
out
that
of
he
it.
not never fighting his brother, so that means if
So he's
Jamel move
moving
up
up.
to 160, he gotta get. If Jamel come to 160, Jamal
That's what
gotta
I'm
go to
saying.
168.
They're playing tag. They're playing
These
tag.
guys don't
Everyone's
have to
got to
do
put their
nothing.
feet in, bro. And they got to put their feet in. And
Hey,
someone's
Sean,
going to be caught cheating. That's
Hey,
it.
Sean, these guys don't have to do nothing. He hasn't been doing anything for a little while. He doesn't have to do anything. I'm telling you.
Listen, that's the only thing that lets me down about him. Yeah, he's a great fighter, right? Both brothers, great fighter, really enjoyable to watch. But you telling me that you fight since 2007, like Helen, Centino Jr., Kobrov, Adams, Hogan, Devrachenko, Montiel, and then Sulecki as a champion, that you want to be talking like you're a big cheese out there, like you're doing massive things. That's impossible. That's impossible. You didn't even fight Sulecki. So since 2017 to 2022, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fights. 7 fights.
Can someone, even though can someone name me the one champion that he fought, please? And he's fought one champion. I want to see if you guys know who the champion is. He's a credible champion as well. Decent.
Who you mean the guy he got the WBC belt from that he carrying now?
Nope.
No.
Well, what you talking about then? I don't know
He's
what champ. What
he's
they
only
had a regular belt? What they had a
no
regular interim belt or something?
no. I'm saying he's only fought one champion in his whole career. He's only fought one champion. One.
Was the champion former or current champion?
He's former. He's retired now, man. And this is when he was at 154, by the way.
Was it J Rock?
No,
I don't know.
Bundridge, man.
And when he fought Bundridge was a former champion at that time too, though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but it was for the IBF belt.
All right. He used to have. All
Yeah,
right.
I looked it up. Yeah, IBF Super
Yep.
Bundridge.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. So yeah, I was trying to think. I like, damn, who the fuck? So all right, he had. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's only got one
Insanity, right?
credible. He's only got one credible fight to his existence, maybe two.
That's
If not,
that's
sorry, two.
insane. No,
Yeah,
definitely.
Hey, what you just
to
did
J-Rock.
right now, what you just now did, and see how that had confused me, and we had to get it straight to so you let me know he used to have a belt. He was a former champion. That's the confusion that a lot of casuals get with Floyd, where people get caught up in that argument. Exactly what we were just talking about, because Floyd said he beat the most champions, and people don't understand a lot of them former champions. Some of them say, "What you mean?" And then you guys see that the former they had belts before, so that's why he's saying he beat the
It was
most
he.
champions.
What was it? 22.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
22,
21, 22.
something like that.
Yeah.
So if they had belts before, and that's how you want to count it, all right. Me personally, if I was coming through boxing, and I'm the type person, I would want to just talk about all the motherfuckers I beat that had a belt. When I fought you and took your shit, that's the shit I want to talk about. But
Yeah.
to each his own, though. So
Because you're going to start getting into a little muddy water, right? How did he get the belt? Was he a one-time champion?
right.
Was it an interim? Was it vacant? You know, and you're like, fuck it, I don't know. Yeah, he had a belt. You know, he had it one fight and he lost it. Is he a real champion? You know, I mean, I don't know, but he was a champion.
Just for
it's tough.
example, if Errol Spence was to beat Terence Bud Crawford and then Bud Crawford had no belts and then he moved up or he faced the Josh Taylor or something, Josh Taylor was to beat him. You think I'm not saying that I beat Terence Bud Crawford, the former undisputed or the former unified or whatnot? You think I'm not saying that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, in that case
yeah,
too, but that do sound good too. I see what you're saying. That it
Multi-division
sounds good
world
for you
champion,
right now.
undisputed. Yeah, come on
I
now.
see what you're saying. Yeah, but that's another thing. But that's undisputed with that too. So that's undisputed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but
look at Jack
way though,
Carroll.
to each his own. I see what you're saying. You can to each his own. If you want to use the former champions on your resume, you can.
Jack Carroll. Look what they did to Jack Carroll. They robbed that man. He beat the undisputed champion. They robbed that man.
Hey,
They
listen.
robbed that man.
When it comes to Floyd, one of the greatest boxers I've ever watched. But if there's a way for him to make himself sound even greater, he's going to use it every time. Come on now. You know, I'm sure if you had a conversation with him and you had exactly the same stuff that he had, his would be better. His would be newer. You know, that's why he's so good at making the money. That's why he's so big in the game. That's why he came up with the whole, behind the scenes showtime leading up to the fight 24/7. He's the one who started that. He knows how to promote himself. So he's always going to say he's beat the most champions, the best champions that has ever walked the earth. You know, that's Floyd, man. That's why we
I
like
say
him.
I'll always admit, like I said, I got my problems with certain shit about him, but he brought a lot of fucking excitement back to the sport, into the sport with all of this shit that he drummed up. He made boxing like he made it like the fucking like motherfuckers want to get up and that watch the stories every day. You know what I'm saying?
He was so good. He got hated so much that people missed out on how good he was.
Yeah, he was good at that. He was really good at that, and that's what and it made a lot of shit happen and put them sparks in the sport. So it's all good what Floyd did and what he left behind. It's all good.
There was nothing better.
He got his little bullshit with him that I'ma always, get on him about, like that shit what they doing with Tank and how his career going. I'm gonna say how I feel. I'm gonna say what it is. So but it's all good.
But there was nothing better than a big fight with Floyd Mayweather, whoever the opponent was, especially if they were trying to get under Floyd's skin at Floyd at the press conferences.
And he got a lot of good. He got a lot of good ass opponents on his resume.
Oh, for
A lot of them
sure,
fights
bro.
was
What you
good.
do? You got Hall of Famers all over the place.
He got a lot of good ass fighters on his
Bro,
resume.
he's fucking ridiculous. That's what I mean. He was such a polarizing character, and he knew how to sell himself when he became money made so well that people started to, that divide you get when you're so successful and you're doing so well that half the people hate you and half the people love you, right? That all the people that really couldn't care for him because they were, hearing bad headlines or people talk shit about him, they missed out on watching one of the best boxers we'll ever see.
Yeah.
Because they were too busy paying attention to all the hype that he was creating.
Mm-hmm.
And the shit he was saying, addressing up
Shit
as fucking
shit
Larry
talking
Archie and the shit
motherfucker.
talking. Yeah, man.
Him and
They were just
Brian.
like, I hate him, man.
What's his
I hate
name?
him. I fucking hate
What's
him.
his name? Brian. I mean, not Brian Custer. Brian. What's the white guy he used to argue with
Campbell.
all the time? Brian, huh?
Is it Brian? No. Fuck.
Brian. You know, oh man,
Yeah.
that damn guy. When he came, I
Literally
remember
every time.
he did the interview when he came back and when he first came back off the little retirement and shit. And he was getting ready to fight. He was getting ready to fight Miguel Burcho. I mean, not Miguel Burcho. Miguel. What's the name? Who knocked out Manny? He was getting ready to fight him.
Oh, but
Marquez, yeah. And yo was asking him about he said it's good to have the former something back talking to him live and before he started the conversation. Like I ain't no former. I ain't no former. I'm still a champion. I'm still this. I'm still that. They still ain't make more money than me. They still like. And he asking them, "You gonna fight?" He's like, "Well, they got a guy out here named Paul Williams, and they was talking about man." He said, "I'm not worried about none of them guys. This, that, the other." He talk a bunch of shit that had us heated, mad as shit. Then he turned. He get them with Marquez fight or whatever. Do what he do. Floyd he kept
He's
you
the
mad
one.
as shit. He knew how to sell all that shit, man.
Oh,
Floyd
for sure.
knew
But
what he was doing,
that's
man.
why so many people missed out on watching one of the best boxers of our generation live. Now they got to go back and watch some highlights and appreciate him after the fact because they were too busy getting caught up in everything else. Like if YouTube was as high as it is now back then, can you imagine the videos on Floyd? Jeez, man, how polarizing that would be. And not only that, if the world was the same now, back then.
But but you know what? They poke him now. You know the way to poke at him now though. When the fighters do it, like Devin Haney did, they poke at him with the undisputed. He don't like that shit. When Devin Haney said I'm undisputed, something Floyd ain't. Oh, he don't like that shit. He don't like when you say he didn't go undisputed. But guess what, buddy? If I was sitting beside him and a homeboy of his or whatever, I had to look him right in his eyes and say, "Hey, you didn't go undisputed. So what the fuck you crying about? You made a lot of money. You did everything else, but you did not go win all 4 belts in one division. No, you did not do that. And don't get mad at Devin and don't get mad at Bud. Don't get mad at none of them. Canelo, none of them. They went and did it.
Yep.
Well, speaking of, did Crawford sign that fight yet?
No, AO.
Why are you onto Ayo midday, man? Why are you onto Crawford like this, man? Why are you onto Crawford? Has Errol signed his part?
part of
Has
the
Errol
T-Bug
fucking
fucking
signed?
society. He's going to be there every time.
Has Errol signed his bit yet?
Shit, it's
Ayo.
It's on fucking Crawford.
Huh?
Hey,
was like, I don't give a fuck. It's on Crawford.
Hey, tell Espinoza and all them man Al Heyman to get the terms right. From what I'm hearing, allegedly, Al Heyman don't want this fight. He doesn't want to make the fight.
And I tell you,
Butch, are you being serious?
let me
Wilder.
tell you.
He's making Wilder versus his fucking sparring partner pay-per-view. You telling me he doesn't want Spence and Bud? That's insane.
Hold up. Butch, let me
Go
ask
on.
y'all a question because I just got some information that I want to know if this is true too. Because if this is true, I might be getting ready to go in for real on some video shit. So, is it true that Bud has left? Okay, I already know Bud left, but over at Top Rank with fucking Bob Arm. So did Bud go to the PBC to do this fight? Did he do a deal with the PBC to do this fight?
No, he's still a Top Rank.
No, he's a free
Okay.
agent.
'Cause
He's a free
I
agent.
heard a rumor that Bud was over on the PBC, and I was going to say if he on the PBC and they can't get this fight made, they don't want to fight him. I thought that was true. Okay, all right, man. That's
He's a
all I need.
free. He's a free agent.
A-Side TC. A-Side TC can't get a fight.
He can get what he wants, man. He just needs to be dealt with properly. You get me? He needs to be dealt with respect.
Shit.
Yeah.
People still talking about 140.
140 sharks and demons in there.
Like 10 years ago.
OG Shelton, man. What's up, man? What's going on, OG?
Fellas, my brothers, what's happening?
What's going on, the guru, man?
What's up?
Shelton, what's going on with you, Shelton?
Oh man, I'm back, man. I'm back. I was party a little too hard there, but I'm back.
That's what's up.
What y'all cooking on, man? What y'all cooking on today?
A plethora of things.
Why your man
Hey, get out of there, AO. Get out of there, AO. Hey, AO, man. Hey, stop that shit, man.
Say what
Stop
now?
that
What'd he
shit.
say? What'd he say?
Stop that shit.
Why A-Side TC ain't signed that contract yet?
Cause he's the A-side, nigga. You gotta wait.
Yeah, that's why. Fuck that shit.
You said it. I didn't.
OG Shelton, man.
Yo, a liar. What's up? What I'm lying about? This nigga Kush the
I said
Great.
say you was lying. I said you said it. I didn't. What's up, brother?
Nah, Kush the Greatest
All
said,
right.
"Hey, yo, a liar."
Oh no.
Hey, Buckler. Hey, OG Shelton and AO. How do you see this Usyk and Anthony Joshua, man? What do you see?
That's a good fight, man. That's a good fight. I want to see it. I can't wait.
You know
That's a
I
good
want to
fight.
see that fight real bad. I'm waiting for that fight, but I feel like Usyk is going to win. I mean, I'm into seeing people do stuff and do stuff for the history and shit. So I know Usyk is trying to go undisputed in 2 divisions. So I'm trying to see if he can pull it off.
He'll be the first man to do so. He's going down on one of the greats. If he does that, OG Shelton, if he
In the
does pull that
4-belt
off,
era, yes. In the 4-belt era, yes.
yes,
Because Holyfield did it.
But Holyfield did it too, right, Shelton?
Yeah, Holyfield did it.
Yeah, in the 3-belt era, right?
Yeah,
in the 3-belt era. Yeah, he did it in cruiserweight and heavyweight, just like what's the name trying to do, just like Usyk. And guess what? That's who Usyk look up to him. That's who Usyk like a lot. He like
I see Holyfield in Dubai as well. Not Dubai, Saudi Arabia. Holyfield was there.
If you're a fighter,
Holyfield
you
was there.
should look up to Holyfield. Holyfield was a monster.
Yeah, he look up to Holyfield. Yeah, he like
That's
Holyfield.
why I said prime for prime. Holyfield will bust up Usyk.
Holyfield wouldn't box him up. Holyfield would beat him up.
No, I said
But
bust him up. I said bust him up. He'll bust him up.
Yeah, he gonna come to him. Holyfield gonna come to him.
Yeah, fam,
make him
Holyfield
fight.
Fucking beat
That's
the
one
shit
thing about
out of Usyk.
Holyfield. Anybody who saw Holyfield knew if you didn't fight, you was gonna get beat up.
Yeah,
you had to fight. He coming to you. You gonna have to fight.
Yeah.
And if Usyk does pull off this 2-time undisputed, where do you put him in all-time heavyweights? Where do you put him? Do you put him in top 20? Do you put him in top 10? Where do you put him?
He's top 15.
Yeah, he'll go up there like he said, top 10, top 15. And let me tell you something. About Usyk. I think Usyk might hang around even if he become undisputed. He just got the type of spirit. He might give a couple guys a shot at that. He might give a couple people a shot at that. He gonna defend it maybe 2 or 3 times before he retires. I got Usyk doing that if he get them. If he get the belts, he'll give people chances to get them a couple times.
He will. He will.
I think he will. He that type of guy. He just make me think he that type of person.
And if AJ can't get it done, and Wilder was not able to fight Usyk, and Fury doesn't come back, who do you see beating Usyk? Who can beat Usyk?
That's a good question. You know who I think would be a problem?
Fuck Fury. Who can beat Usyk if AJ can't get the job done? Who has the skills? Who has the mindset?
Everyone needs a few more fights.
I'm gonna give you 2 guys. One guy I can't stand but I gotta give it up to him. The people who have the two guys that have a chance to beat Usyk are Fury and Joyce.
No, Fury's out of it, OG. Fury's
No,
out of it. He's
OG
retired right
shouting.
now.
He said
Fury's
Fury
retired right
gone.
now. Fury's
he
retired.
retired?
Yeah, he's
Again?
retired. He doesn't. Yeah, again.
Okay,
Again.
if they don't let him back in, because you know they love letting this motherfucker come back. If they don't let him
Right.
back in, the only guy I
Right.
see that got a
Right.
chance. It's two guys I see. There, two guys I see. I
Cool.
see right now Joyce.
Joyce too slow, OG, man. It's too slow, OG. He's
In
too
about
methodical. He's too methodical,
in
OG.
about
Let him
three,
finish
four
though, Bush. Let him finish saying who he talking
in
about.
about three,
Oh.
4 more fights.
Mhm.
Anderson.
Jared
Okay,
Anderson, yeah.
Jared. That's who I was gonna say. I was gonna say Jared. I say Jared, and my other number 2 person would probably be. I would have to say I don't even fucking know. I gotta come back to you on.
Frank Sanchez would be a good fight.
It'll be a good fight, but I don't think Frank Sanchez has enough pop. He don't have the pop that Joshua got. You see what Joshua got done. You see what got done to him.
But
Hey
at least
Shelton, so
his promo.
Shelton, you like Jared Anderson, huh?
I think he's the truth. I think he's the next heavyweight
Yeah.
champion of the world.
Yeah, I like him too. Yeah, he's the truth.
He's
Yeah,
the truth.
I
He's
like
the
him.
truth.
Daniel
Mhm.
Dubois
Those
might
are
have a
two
chance.
guys I see beating him. Joe Joyce is a problem though for anybody, bro. I know
Yeah,
Cassidy
yeah.
don't like Joe Joyce, but Joe Joyce is a
No,
problem.
it's only because
for anybody.
I
in
do.
the
I
UK
just
we've
don't
been
like
watching
his
him for
style.
over 100 years.
I don't like his style against
Huh?
Usyk, man. He's too slow,
It's
man.
because in
What'd you
the
say,
UK
Sean?
it feels like it feels like we've been watching him for over 100 years.
Joe Joyce said it.
The man's been around for time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They
It
robbed
feels
him of
like
the
he's been
gold medal.
around
They robbed him of
forever.
the gold medal. They
But
robbed
that
him.
jab, it's the two things, Sean and Cass, and buckle up. It's that jab and that fucking gas tank.
Yeah, I know. He's
He got a
training with
jab,
Wilder right
he
now,
got
isn't
a
he?
fucking gas tank.
He's
Yes,
training
Who
with
you
yes, he is,
talking
Wilder.
Sean.
about?
Yes, he
Jared,
is,
who you
Sean.
talking
Yes.
about? Jared Anderson?
I'm talking
Nah,
about
Joe Joyce.
Joe Joyce.
Oh, he talking about
Big
Joe
bro,
Joyce. Oh, all right.
big Rolls Royce, Joe Joyce. We gonna
I
roll
haven't
over.
watched him a
We
lot,
gonna roll
Shelton. I
over
gotta
Joe
look at
tomorrow.
him a little bit more, Shelton. Not before I respond on him. I haven't
Hey,
paid
you
a lot
gotta
of
look at
attention
it,
to him.
man. It's that jab and that fucking gas tank, man. That motherfucker don't get tired.
Yeah.
All right.
Hot rod. Who do you have, Usyk or AJ?
Nigga, you know who I got.
Is he
Yeah,
gonna
you
pull
got
it off,
Usyk.
Hot
You got
Rod?
Usyk.
Is he
You got
gonna do
Usyk,
it?
man.
Man, Usyk about to beat the shit out of this boy. Usyk looking like Hitler, nigga. He on a mission, nigga. Coming out the war to another war in the ring. Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, how does everyone feel about Loma fighting
Yo,
Jermaine
Sean.
Ortiz?
Yo, Sean.
Hey, let me
Oh,
ask a question. Let me ask a question.
This
Let me ask
nigga
a question
AJ
before y'all go
going
on. Let me
night-night,
ask one
Sean.
question.
This nigga
Why
AJ going
is
night-night,
everybody
Sean.
had their panties all in a wad because Loma came back? But you
I'll tell
thought he
you.
wasn't?
Because
Ask him.
he's
Let
another
him know,
player.
Shelton.
He's a
Talk
player
to him,
now.
Shelton.
OG Shelton, man. OG Shelton. He's a player now. He's a player again. You get me? He's available now.
He's
The
always
smoke.
been
The
a
smoke is
player.
on. The smoke is on.
Now,
The
I'm
smoke
gonna
is
give you
on.
my
You're
honest
gonna crush
opinion.
that little man.
He's
You're gonna
always
crush
been
him.
a player, but I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. I don't think he beats Haney. I think Haney's too big for him.
Yeah, way too big, man. You're gonna box him up. You're gonna fuck him up, man. You're gonna beat
Hey,
the shit out of him. You're gonna beat the
hey,
shit
but
out of him
what
because he
y'all
can't
think
go up to
about? What
140.
y'all think
He's
about?
stuck
Hey,
at
Loma
135.
said this young hungry nigga's a prospect. He called Jermaine Ortiz
I
a
know.
tuna, bro.
I
He said you
know.
a good
Hey,
tuna for
Yeah,
Loma.
that's Jermaine Ortiz. That's the dude from Delaware or some shit, right? Rhode Island or some shit.
Yeah, the guy who
Yeah,
beat
yeah.
Herring,
He
isn't
just
it?
hey,
beat Herring. He just beat Jamil Herring.
Yeah, he's good.
hey,
Yeah.
He's good. Jermaine Ortiz is good. He's good. He's a good
Yeah,
fighter.
he might come and
So
fuck up the uppercut. He might come and upset the
OG,
uppercut.
you like this for Loma? You like this?
Yeah, he's coming from. See,
Yes.
you got to remember. You got to remember this, fellas. Boxing shape and combat shape is two different types of shape.
Break it
Loma
down,
got to
OG,
get back
man.
in boxing shape. He got to cut weight and get back there. He's not 135 pounds right now. He's probably about 160. He got to train, get back in boxing shape. He's been out of the ring for over a year.
I doubt he's 160, OG.
Yeah. He ain't 160. He looked about 150, man.
no,
I doubt
he's
it.
probably
He's
about
only
150.
he's
He's
only
probably
he's
about
only
150, but he still
5'7".
got to get all the way back down to 135.
That's
Yeah,
light
and the
work, man.
fact and
That's light
we
work for him,
keep
man.
forgetting, yes. we keep forgetting that Loma is a 26 pounder that moved up.
Yeah, but also like we're thinking that he might like look. Usyk just came back from the same place. Everyone's talking about how great of a shape he is. Remember, Papachenko trains them both.
Yeah, but Usyk been training for about 8-10 weeks right now. Usyk been back a long time. You forget about that, Sean.
Why are you saying 8-10 weeks? If the fight's not till October.
Do you think he gets in a dogfight with Ortiz,
It's at
or
the
do you
end.
think
It's at the
he
end of
just boxes the
October.
shit out of him? He gives him a technical beatdown.
It'll be sweet. Listen, you know what these boys do, man. They don't do nothing without knowing exactly what's going on. That team's ridiculous. They're well close. From their unorthodox training techniques to the fact that both of them are willing to go and fight for their country. They keep their team tight. They fight whoever comes.
Yeah,
Them
he
boys are back.
remind me of Loma. Usyk remind me of Loma in the heavyweight division. He remind me of
Yeah,
Loma.
he's big, mate.
Exactly. He's just a big 5 times bigger than Loma version.
Right.
Five
Hey,
five
fellas,
times bigger than Loma.
I'm back in the car driving, so I'm gonna call y'all back.
Be safe. Yeah,
I'm driving.
Papachenko trains them both.
Yeah, hey, I see Kush the Greatness saying that Loma don't have no weight problems, and I can agree with you with that, bro. Loma do stay in shape, so
Yeah.
we might be wrong even saying he anywhere near 150. Loma probably in shape now. He do be staying in shape, and he a little guy
I'm
too.
not. Shit, I ain't worried about his weight. I just want to see him get the rust off.
Yeah, that's it. I'm glad he's having a tune-up fight. And it's definitely a lot better than opponents normally
I don't
take
know if it's
after
a
a while
tune up
off.
though. That's what I'm saying. What do you think? Do you think it's gonna be a
No,
dog
he's
fight? Or do
saying
you
it
think
is.
it's
He's saying it is, and clearly it is.
No, Butch.
To him.
Loma and his team think Jermaine is a tune-up. Now us,
Yeah.
we may not think it's a tune-up, but nigga, he think Jermaine ain't that. Nigga, he basically gonna beat his ass, bro.
You think
Yeah.
he's some
That's
sweet
what he's
stuff?
saying.
So you just think he's some sweet stuff?
That's what they're saying that they've come back for the undisputed fight with Haney.
But here's the catch though. If Jermaine would have fought somebody else, let's say like Ryan, that's a 50-50 fight probably, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I guess it would be closer than Loma's giving it. That's for sure. Rod. Yeah, for sure.
I told you, Bob Arum don't give a fuck, man. He's gonna throw all the guys in there against anyone. He don't give a fuck. He's gonna toss. So Jamel Herring now he's fighting Lomachenko. He don't give a fuck, man. Bob Arum, he tossing everyone in there.
Hey, you know what's like? I don't know if it's fucked up or it's just he getting the opportunity. Nigga, you know Jermaine had to beat Herring just to get a contract with Top Rank.
Yeah, and then he gets Loma.
So it's like so it's like Sean. Like, do you think they just feeding him to the wolves or they
I
giving
don't
him a
know.
shot?
It's a bit strange, right? Because it's not like why would you get a young up and coming fighter, give him Jamel Herring, which is on his way out. He's now doing commentating work to get a contract to see how good he looks. He gets the contract, and then you give him Lomachenko on a comeback fight, looking to go undisputed against Haney. Like either they're trying to put Jermaine in with him to get huge amounts of experience and his name out there, and not worrying about him having a tough fight against Loma or a loss on his record and being able to move forward. I don't know. It's strange because Jermaine, like, he's got all the attributes to be able to be someone they can market really well in the future. I don't know. He's ranked in the top 10, I think, in two sanctioning bodies as well. It's not like it's not like, Camper from Tio's fight ranked 63 in the world and they just moved him into number 11 in one sanctioning body.
Yeah, that's
He's
funny.
actually up there.
That's funny. Tio comes back and fucking fights Camper, and then the fucking Lomachenko comes back and fight fucking Jermaine Ortiz. That's
Jermaine
funny.
Ortiz. Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's
It's
funny.
like look.
I
Either way,
think
crazy
Jermaine is a
fight
better opponent than what Tio fought.
for sure.
Of course, way
For
better.
sure. Like at least
That just shows you the
Jermaine's fought
mindset
someone.
that just show you the mindset of Loma and how much his team believe in him. You know.
Yeah.
Go and look who Camper's gonna go and fight next.
Coming off a layoff and they throw him in there with a young hungry contender.
He hungry. If I was Jermaine Ortiz, I'm gonna fuck up Lomachenko. If I was Jermaine Ortiz, hungry.
Yeah, I mean he's
bite his head off.
He's a good fighter. He's a good little fighter. I really don't know what Bob was thinking. I mean, there could have been other fights. I guess they just wanted I don't know.
Hey,
let's
who
Do
go
they
for
see?
on
Aaron.
the
Do they
undercard?
see something in Jermaine that's going to help Loma moving forward? I don't know.
Yo, Sean.
Yeah.
Who on the undercard for Usyk AJ?
You've
You
got
got
Callum Smith versus Borderleague.
Borderling.
That's a eliminator for.
That's some bullshit. Eddie Hearn said, yeah, the winner of that gets better beef. Are you fucking dumb? We don't want to see Callum Smith and
No,
no
but it's
fucking
true.
Wow.
Borderling
It's
against better
true.
Wow.
beef.
So yeah,
After yard.
Eddie is a fuck stick. This
Fuck that.
nigga
After
We don't
wanna
yard.
want to see
give
that.
Colin Smith to better be. What's up with Bivol?
Well, that's the problem though.
Nigga's a fuck stick, bro. Nigga's a
Yeah, but
fuck
that's the
stick,
problem.
man.
Bivol has the mandatory that's the WBA have ordered against Zerdo Ramirez, right? Beterbiev has the mandatory against Yard. But
Smashdown yard.
this fight between Callum Smith and Borderleague has been commissioned as a title eliminator. So
Bullshit.
that's going to happen regardless.
Bullshit. He's gonna
Hey,
So
smash
it just
down the two Englishmen.
I
you've
know you
also
niggas probably don't want to hear it, but shit.
yeah,
Canelo resume looking better and better, boy. If Colin Smith go get him a belt, that's gonna look better for Canelo resume.
I just hope that the the yard fight gets commissioned nice and quickly, and I hope that Bivol doesn't drop the belt and fights Zerdo, because what YB was saying that they were hearing is that the money that was offered for Bivol to fight Zerdo was pretty disrespectful, to be fair, and that's why they didn't want to fight. And Eddie Hearn was trying to get Bivol to fight Buatsi instead, and Bivol was happy with that because the money was much better than was being offered for the Zerdo fight. But Zerdo's is mandatory, which means on a mandatory split, Zerdo was getting even less. But the way it looks like is the WBA said to Bivol, no, you can't have an extension to fight Buatsi. We're ordering that fight, and you've got a certain amount of days to make that fight happen, or it's going to purse bid. So it's going to go to purse bid. So Bivol's already tied up. Looks like Beterbiev going to be tied up. Then Callum Smith, if he wins this fight, or Border League, then they're going to be in contention to fight Beterbiev directly after Yarde, as they'll be title eliminator, unless Bivol can make that fight happen, and then obviously a unification trumps a mandatory. You've also got Hergovich versus Zhang on the undercard. That's also a title eliminator for the IBF. So whoever wins that fight will be in line for the IBF, which will be Usyk at this moment in time. Or if Joshua beats him this weekend, it will be Joshua. You've got Badu Jack versus Riviera, Tabiti versus Wilson, and then you've got the light heavyweight up and comer from the UK called Ben Whittaker, who's great to watch. You know, he's got a lot to prove, but he's great to watch, and he'll be fighting Usyk. That's the undercard.
You know, fuck that guy up, huh?
Oh, Whittaker's a talent, man.
You fucking dog.
There's no doubt about that. He's super fast for a light heavyweight. Quick on his feet, very tall, very rangy, very, very, very good hands, man. Like, excited to see where he goes. He'll be good in the division, but Smith's looking powerful at 175 after obviously what he did with Castillo. So, Border League is no joke though. He's a national champion, Olympic bronze medalist. He's still a good fighter, but I see Smith winning that one.
Callum Smith should just eat him up, fam. That's what.
It's too experienced.
Eddie Hearn put him back in line contention belt, man.
Yep. Yeah, he's too experienced. He's too big. He's been here before. Didn't he win? Didn't he win his Super Series in Saudi Arabia? Smith. I think that's where he won it.
Yeah, I think did he? I think he did. You know.
Yeah. So then, who have we got after? Oh yeah, no, Navarrete versus Bases on same day, right?
Yeah, I wanna watch Gutierrez as well against fucking Hector Garcia.
Oh yeah. Oh, and then Figueroa's fighting Lipinets, isn't he?
See that
And that's
fight.
because Gutierrez and Garcia are on that undercard, right? With Brandon Lee is on that card as well, right?
Yeah, man.
Oh, and then you got Puello versus Akhmedov, right? For the vacant.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's a couple of good
Man,
fights.
Saturday's got some fights, man.
Fights, yeah.
I hope the Joshua Usyk thing is nice and easy to talk about, because there's going to be some serious boxing to talk about, man.
Yeah, man, got some fire knockouts coming true.
And then next week is Pedraza Commey, right?
Yeah,
That should be all right.
George Comey. And then I think he got something straight. Another should be another banger fight straight after that as well.
There's fights every week.
Every fucking week.
Yeah, there's fights every week. And then
Those
September
fights
you
every day.
got that all UK affair with Liam Smith, Macrino, Aziz versus Peters, and
Yeah,
Jonas
Liam
versus
Smith was
Burkholdt.
pissed when he tried to call out Chris Eubank.
Yeah. Then you got Gassier versus Welch, and then it moves on to September, Sunday the 4th of
Yeah,
September. You
man, I've
got
been waiting to
Ruiz
see
Ortiz.
Gassiev. I've been waiting to see Gassiev. He ain't fought for long, fam.
Yeah. Then you got Ruiz versus Ortiz, and then Pitbull Cruz is fighting Ramirez on the undercard. Abnul Mares comes back that night. Not sure about.
Yes.
I'm not sure about why he's back, man. I don't know if his eye will hold up. Obviously, commentating don't pay enough. And then, Saturday, 10th September, Clarissa Shields, Savannah Marshall.
Who you got winning that fight, Sean?
Oh, I don't know, man. I've watched their fights back and watched them individually fight back and forwards, and it's gonna be a good fight, man. I don't know if it's gonna be as good as Mayer versus Baumgardner though.
Yeah, I heard Baumgardner talking, man. She said that she's gonna push, she's gonna walk down Mayer. She can't handle her power. You get me? You've seen the way she's fought. She's been watching her fights a couple of times now. She already knows what she's gonna bring to the table. You get me? She has many tricks up her sleeve to fucking trump her. You get me? She says she's gonna try and walk her into something. So I heard her talking positive about that fight. Baumgardner. I like her. I like her approach. I like her demeanor.
Yeah, she goes for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be great fights, man. Yeah, so we'll see.
Anthony Joshua. I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do to beat Usyk, man.
I mean, look, man, look. I ain't gonna be funny. I'm not gonna be one of those. Yeah, like obviously, I'd like to see.
Please don't, Sean, please.
I'd like to see Joshua win. You know what I mean? UK thing, and I believe there'll be more fights, more bigger fights that would happen and generate more interest if he did have those belts again. But I'm also going to be real with it. It wasn't like Usyk just fucking absolutely smashed into pieces in the first fight.
He did fuck him up. Nah, he did, man.
No,
he didn't smash him to pieces, but he just fucked him up.
They fought well, but his gas tank was disappearing. Joshua's gas tank was disappearing, and he got tagged a few times, no doubt. But he tagged Usyk a few times as well. And I'll tell you now, you watch that fight.
Yeah, of course.
You watch that fight again. If Joshua puts his lead foot outside Usyk's lead foot when Usyk goes to, he has him every single time, and he just weren't doing it. Usyk was doing it, but he weren't doing it. And if he makes those small changes, he's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a great fight. I think it's going to be much better than the first one. That's what happens yeah, mate. When you shared the ring with someone, like you remember all the like rematches you've ever seen. When you watch the first fight, there's that feeling out process, right? You know, where they're both, they're trying to work out each other's timing, see where the power's at, how they move, and then later on in the fight, we get a bit more excitement, right? Then the second fight, they kind of just crack straight on. They just crack straight in. They know what the business is. They've already faced each other. So, like, you just crack on. Just get straight in.
So you see a knockout in this fight? Do you think it's going?
I think if Josh was honest, Joshua knows this isn't a 12-round fight for him. He goes 12, he doesn't win. It's not like he's going to outpoint Usyk, is it? He's got to drop him. If it's going 12, he's got to drop Usyk a couple of times to have it close.
I don't want to see him dropping Usyk a couple of times, boy. Fuck that.
No, I could see him dropping Usyk, but he could get caught at the same time that he's doing it. So
you know who the last person to drop Usyk was?
Beterbiev.
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a... I tell you who nearly did drop him though. Breedis. Breedis did nearly dropped him.
Yeah.
That was a
Caught
great
him
fight.
with a flush shot. Yeah, caught him with a flush shot.
Yeah, that was a great fight, but Usyk had a much better gas tank towards the end. But
and AJ, I think Joshua needs to go. If anything, he needs to destroy the body of Usyk. He needs to go straight to that body. That's what I
I'm
like
telling
about
you, man,
Robert Garcia.
he just needs to throw a bit more. That's all. He just needs to throw a bit more. You watch that first fight, like there's a beautiful slip. He slips Usyk and hits him with a straight right. Usyk's legs go a little bit right in the first fight, and then he goes back and reverts back to his stance and starts again. Doesn't take advantage of any shot he caught Usyk with in the first fight. He just doesn't. Just doesn't take advantage of it. So yeah, Con. It's not how many times he's been dropped in his career, mate. He was at cruiserweight for most of it. Do you know what I mean? And he's only like, look how many fights he's had. Like, it's not the same. Right, and who he's fighting now? This is heavyweight. Look what happened with Fury Wilder. Motherfuckers were going down all over the place. Seeing who could get up the most. That was their little competition. Let's have it right. This is his fourth fight at heavyweight. He had what, Weatherspoon, Chisora, and then Joshua, right?
You think knowing that
So
Usyk will put on more weight, wouldn't it make it more interesting for Jay?
it will make it harder for Joshua to knock him down. Yeah, but it will also be harder for him to keep that gas tank that he's got.
No, I think he definitely put on more weight.
It's all
I think
blessed.
he definitely put on more weight so he can sustain the power of AJ because, like you said, he got hit with a flush straight right and his legs was gone a bit. You get me? So
Oh
maybe
yeah,
that weight will be helping him more so he
it
can
just slows him down. It slows him down though. It gives
Of
the
course.
opportunity for
Actually, we
Joshua
know.
to catch him.
Hey,
It's
Sean.
beautiful, right? It's beautiful.
Sean.
It's each of one, right?
Hey, Sean. Listen to
Yeah.
this. They're saying there. Well, this Egas his trainer. They're saying that this guy is holding his breath underwater for 4.5 minutes.
Okay.
And he's doing
But what's
5-mile
he do?
bike runs. He's doing 5-mile
Okay.
bike runs at 44 degrees.
Okay. That's great.
I think
I don't think he's fighting underneath the water though. Just holding his breath. It's increasing his gas tank, no doubt. It's making his lungs bigger so he can activate and get more air, but it won't make no difference when he's in the ring. If Joshua tries to dictate the pace and he has to match the pace, or he's trying to dictate the pace and Joshua matches the pace,
No,
with the
Joshua will
punches.
never. I don't think Joshua will ever be able to dictate no pace when it comes to Usyk. No fucking way. That's what I'm saying to you. That's why he has to try and cut off that fucking ring and disrupt Usyk's pace. Maybe not try and dictate it, but just disrupt it so he can try and maybe set up something behind his jab
Which
because
will
he's
be
got a strong.
dictated. You
No,
know what
but
I mean?
obviously, yeah, to an extent though, like because you don't want to get.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to get caught into, playing Usyk's little mind games of let me try and box him. When you're saying dictate things for AJ, I don't think he should try and dictate the pace of this fight because I don't want him to get into a boxing match with him because that's where it's going to go downhill from there.
Of course.
I want him to just be the aggressor. I want him to be the aggressor at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Cut off that fucking ring. Keep your head off the center line. Because he's got a
He
stiff
loves it.
fucking board for the back of his neck, like he
He's
can't
got
move
them
it.
massive shoulders though, innit?
Yeah,
He
like you
can't
get
do
me.
nothing with those massive boulders.
Can't do nothing with them block
But these
top
massive
boulders.
boulders with these big hands at the end, and he's trying to fucking move this head. It probably feels like a weight. I tell you now, if Usyk comes in though, and he just decides, hey, look, listen, yeah, like let's fuck with Joshua. He's had this new training camp. He's got a new coach, Robert Garcia. He's coming in, he's focused. I'm gonna fight orthodox.
Listen, right? That's the shit I'm sitting here tripping off of while I'm listening to y'all talk about all the shit that Joshua got to do. it's so
Yeah.
much shit that he got to think about on
Oh,
fight night
yeah,
that
man.
I'm hoping that he
Oh
think
shit!
about
He don't
all
have
His
a
this.
brain don't
breakdown.
get cramped up. His brain don't get
He's
cramped.
gonna have a breakdown in there. It's a
Yeah,
fucking
Yeah,
exam.
don't have no panic attack, fam.
But really, it's not that. Even though it might seem like he has a lot of homework to do, the key thing when it comes to the boxing aspect, he
right.
gotta understand. Yeah, Usyk does a lot of movement, but I think he's gonna be more settled down and avoid with all the extra movement because it does take away from his technique. So
Mhm.
when Joshua is facing him, he just got to know when it comes to the boxing part of it is that when he decides to say, all right, if if I allow him to go circle to his right, if I allow him to circle to the right, I can decide he's only gonna fight from that side. I'm not gonna let him pass and go without me doing anything. And
Right.
then scheme and change it up and allow him to go past and circle to the right. You just gotta. It's a give and take,
Right.
and when you're gonna execute. Because the advantages of Joshua when Usyk circles within the fight when it comes to him circling to his right,
Mm-hmm.
Usyk is gonna have to box more. It will be more engaging for AJ. But if Usyk starts circling to the right and pedals more, he puts AJ more in a position to get counted, over the top, getting him reaching. So long as he paces himself in a sense of where he don't make too many mistakes, cause based on the movement. But long as he's doing it constructive and he stays in that quarter, he could always look like the constructive aggressor. You know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
if he has success in the first fight where that, if he puts a couple punches together, like not just one punch, what I
Right.
mean? He can drop he could drop his opponent. So
Yep.
he's been dropped. He
Yep.
just don't have the mental fortitude. He doesn't throw enough punches
Right.
to, you understand? Most opponents know that ain't too much coming back from him,
Yep.
so long as they get out of the way, he's
And
like,
the reason he used to that shit, he used to that from when he fight them fighters that he don't got to worry about a bunch of fast punches from motherfuckers like Klitschko and all them other motherfuckers he really been fighting.
Yeah, I think when I was watching the fight again, one of the biggest things for me was just um, Joshua's foot placement. That's all. Like you said, Ao, he was allowing. He might have been throwing one shot, but then he's allowing Usyk to get away and reset.
Right.
And
See,
stop biting on every fucking feint, man. My man was feinting him like
Ah, it's
fucking
tough. It's
5, 10 times, and he's just biting on every fucking feint.
it's
But
tough
he's
though,
pivoting,
right?
pivoting to his right, open up with the left hand, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang,
Yeah,
all night.
it's
Just
tough. It's
stop
tough
that.
though because Usyk's in there, man, jittering and jerking all over the place.
and
right.
that's when he's supposed
See,
to capitalize
see,
Yeah,
because
he's late.
Exactly.
decisive.
Capitalize.
Most
What's the
most
name?
most boxers that do that, they get indecisive. So he
yeah,
has to capitalize on that. And like I was saying the day before, was when he come across, you get closer to the opponent. Other than you jabbing, yeah, your
yeah,
jab puts you in measurement, but you got to sell out. You got to
yeah,
know when Usyk circulate from the
yep,
square part of the ropes to the corner, you got to sell out. He he
yep,
he puts you in a position where you could be offensive. You got to sell out. You can't let him, out, beat you with. It's really the footwork
yep,
that's beating him. But if his
yeah,
out punch is there, he could get Usyk more defensive. You know what I mean?
uh huh,
That'll
So
help him win by him getting him more. If he get if he capitalized on making Usyk more defensive, that would help Joshua get the win he could
For sure.
possibly get.
I tell you, if you watch that first fight again, Usyk, every single time he comes in to attack Joshua, he'll place his lead foot outside of Joshua's lead foot, right? While moving and slightly pivoting to that side, right? To set up that left straight down the middle or over the top. He always places his foot there before he throws that punch. Always. And Joshua's just allowing him to. If Joshua notices that every time that foot comes forward and he throws that right, he'll catch him every time. And that's how he was catching him at a few moments in the fight when he was just throwing that right straight. But he wasn't doing it himself and setting that up himself, because if he puts his foot outside Usyk's lead foot, Usyk has to move to the left, moving away from his power hand. So it would be perfect. Like, it would be perfect for Joshua. Be opposing if he just keeps moving. Like, you can watch it. I was just like, I can't believe how many times he's just letting Usyk. You'll see every time he moves forward, he puts his foot outside of Joshua's lead foot, and then he throws, and then he can move without having to be tangled with the feet or go to his power hand. He can move the opposite direction. Joshua does the same. If Joshua does the same thing to Usyk, he nullifies that left hand.
Yeah, that's when the hook comes up under, when Usyk want to slip under and retreat. You know, he has to be prepared to be an opportunist.
Yep.
His technique, he doesn't pose as an opportunist, you know, and he has to be a big time opportunist. You know, he's a V12 engine, you know what I mean?
Yeah, V12. Horsepower, nigga. And you also, man, you horsepower, boy. And you also, man, Usyk's an excellent counter puncher. He's an excellent counter puncher. He gonna make AJ miss and pay. Pay up. I own you. I live rent free in your head.
That's the thing, though. Joshua just doesn't need to overcommit.
He gotta know his physics. That there's gonna be times when he engage you and you're there for the counter. You gotta make him pay. You know, Usyk is too eager not to engage and get off. Even though he's gonna want to split, he's gonna still give you opportunities where he's gonna be there for you to counter him and catch him.
Yep. And that's exactly 100% true, because he has to get inside to do what he really want to do, and he's gonna come in there to do it. He has the heart that's going to allow him. And he said, I'm taking that chance. Fuck it. I'm taking this chance. If he don't take advantage of it, I'm just going to keep doing it. And I'm going to take advantage of it until it's to the point that I don't really got to worry about him no more, because I know he can't really do shit to me now. Now I got him where I want him. So he's going to take them chances to get in a position to feel like now he where I want him. Now I can finish it.
That's the thing. I think, you know, the first fight, Joshua was slightly confused with being the taller man and having the longer reach. That he thought that being a boxer with those attributes was how he could use them better. You know, when it's not the case. Like Ayo said, you know, he's got
boxer if you don't shoot your shots. And
exactly. You got to take the chances. You got to know when you're going to get hit. You've got to choose those moments. You know, if you've got the reach and you've got the height, you can stay away from the man if you need to. But when you engage. You know if you're going to get clipped, but you're fully focused to get clipped. You know, like you said, a calculated risk. You put yourself in that position because you see that opening and you know what you can do.
And most of the time, you might prepare yourself to take that kind of punch anyway if you get hit.
Yes, exactly that.
Right.
Like it is. It's the punches you don't see because you're too focused on your punch.
Right. And most of the time, that's the punch you get knocked out with, the one you don't see.
And that's like Rolly versus Tank, right? Rolly was so focused on getting him against the ropes and landing his shot, he didn't even think about the shot that Tank could take. He thought he had him. And Tank knew that. As soon as he saw him coming in to rush in, he knew that. He took the shot and he was out of there, right? Because Rolly weren't even envisaging it. If Rolly would have focused and said, hey, look, I know I got him against the rope. He's definitely going to throw something, though. I know he's a counter puncher. He's going to throw something.
That's how Manny got knocked out like that.
Yeah, for sure, mate.
That's an
Yeah,
exact great point. Example
yeah,
when Manny
boy,
got knocked
yeah,
out.
boy, yeah, boy. Pacquiao got fucking crushed. Even
Oh
Marquez
yeah.
was thinking, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, man. Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah, he went to
So,
sleep. If you look at that, look, I watched that shit over and over, like that clip just right there. When that the way Manny dodged and trying to get that punt, like but Manny don't give a fuck. He just that's
yep.
how Manny is. He gonna take that chance. If you gonna even, are you gonna take it and take advantage of it?
Yeah,
That's what we saying with Usyk
Terence
and Josh.
Crawford, Terence Crawford's like that as well, man. You get me? But
He is.
he comes on the winning side out. You get me? He's so calculated that he comes out on the winning side of those type of things. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's either that stuff's gonna happen
But
to
that's
Manny
it. He's a
Pacquiao or the rest
street
of them.
Yeah,
fighter though at heart,
Crawford,
right?
Crawford definitely gives it up too. What's the name? That boy with the shot leg hit Crawford with some good shit a lot of
Oh,
times.
Benavidez.
He caught Crawford with a lot of good shit. Yeah,
Or
but
So did
Velasquez called Crawford.
Yeah,
Velasquez did as well, yeah.
Crawford is
Hey,
going to make himself available like that because Crawford don't give a fuck neither. He the type either
Exactly.
you gonna do you
hey,
or I'm gonna do me. One or the
D,
other.
we're not dissing him,
hey,
D. We're
buckle
not
up.
dissing him, D.
Hey,
We're not dissing him, D.
Uh-huh.
No. Listen, serious, real talk. Hey, buckle up boxing. Think about
Yeah.
what you just said because I want to make a point on something. And I was trying to say that, because I'm one of the people that thought Benavidez was going to beat Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia boxed the shit out of him. But
He did.
this is
Mm-hmm.
what I want to say. Did you notice in every exchange, and Danny Garcia was popping that motherfucker, but he walked through Danny Garcia's shit that whole fight, chasing that motherfucker like he wasn't shit. He ate Danny Garcia punches, and when he was hitting Danny Garcia was getting the fuck away from him. So what does that tell you? I'm just saying. I
Hey,
don't know if
tell the truth. Tell the
it,
truth. You ain't even gotta say no more. I know exactly what you get ready to say. And guess what? I did the goddamn video right after it. What you talking about right now? I did the video on it because guess what? He don't got a chance.
that,
Okay? He gonna get killed up there. He is
I,
gonna get murdered in that division.
I
He
was
can't.
exactly, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, hold up. This dude, he ain't that fucking strong, is he? The way he walking through his shit, and like,
Yo,
yeah, he
that shit
won the
don't
fight.
translate. That shit
Yeah,
don't translate up
it's like
there.
it's almost like Danny Garcia gonna have to become this boxer now at that division. That's
A
what I
boxer
saw.
and a power puncher, a power boxer too. I can't imagine he should have stayed at one. Danny Garcia
Yeah, I
had a
like that. I
better
like that
chance
buckler.
of
I
staying
like
at
that buckler.
140. He had a better chance of staying at 147 and popping off with Boots and Virgil and all that shit going on at 147 than to go up there anyway. He can't beat Fundora. He can't beat Lubin. He can't beat Jamel. He can't beat Castano. None of them. All of them. Harrison.
It's
All
gonna
of
be
them.
interesting. I want to see how they
I
gonna
like
take
that.
his punch.
I like that buckler. I like that buckler. You said a power boxer. I like that.
He gonna
I want
have
to.
to get. He gonna have to get more power than. He gonna have to do a whole lot more, Bush, than he did. He did with that. What we talking about right now with Benavidez. He gonna
Nah,
have to
man.
bring more than that.
Nah, buckler, man. And salute Uncle D, man. I hope you're alright. That you
Hey,
get
can
me.
we be honest though? That was his first fight at 154.
I
Sometimes
know it,
it does
I
take a
know.
while to
I,
get.
but
I
how do
feel
we
You know,
you.
you
know?
settle
Wait a
into
minute.
the weight,
Nah.
right? You
Hey,
settle
wait a
into it.
minute. But how do we know? How do we know that Benavidez just don't got a fucking chin? Because he just fucking got caught the wrong fucking way. Because he was taking Crawford shit too.
But
Crawford
Yeah,
he
was hitting
yeah,
his
came up
ass.
too.
yeah,
Both of them
but
came up. Both of them
yeah,
was
but
new in the division. Both of them new at 154. That was both of their first fight in that division.
hey,
I mean,
listen,
it's having,
that was at 147 though, wasn't it? Against Crawford, not 154.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
147
like the
against
fight I
147.
see.
Crawford for
Yeah, buckler.
yeah.
Benavidez, but that was his first fight at 154 against Danny Garcia. That was both of their first fight. That was both of their debut fights at 154.
I'm
Yeah,
I
but
buckle
don't
up,
think
buckle up.
neither one
I
of them
like Danny
belong at
Garcia
one.
he a
chances.
naturally big dude though. He naturally big for that weight class.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
I
true.
don't think he gonna make it up there neither. Benavidez, he might as well retire. He ain't gonna make it in
Yeah,
no one.
fuck that guy, man. I'm buckle up, fuck Benavidez, man. Buckle up. I like Danny Garcia's
And
chances at
I thought
154
he
rather
could,
than
but
147,
he
man.
showed me Benavidez
You
showed me that
like
he
Danny
can't box.
Garcia chances at 154, Butch?
Rather than 147. Because look at this. I rather
Oh my
him go against Castano,
oh my
maybe a
god.
Lubin, maybe a
Oh
yeah.
my god.
What? So you rather see him against Boots and those fucking guys?
Either
Those
way, he
guys?
gets hurt.
Boots,
Either way,
Virgil,
he gets hurt.
Conor Ben.
Either
You want to
way, he
see him
gets
against
hurt.
those
It's either quicker or
monsters?
longer. He gets hurt either way. Quicker or longer. Which one do you want? He
Yeah,
gets
quicker or
hurt.
longer.
Like
Which one
people
do you want?
saying they want Broner to fight Tank. Same business. You just want to see him get hurt, quicker or longer. You know, that's
Or you
just how
want
it
Devin
is.
Haney to just box his face off for the whole night? Which one do
But
you
you
want?
want him to get hurt. You want Danny to get hurt. Why won't you just let him take a simple beating at 147? Why you
That's
want
what
him
I'm
to go
No, I
there?
think he's got a better chance against Lubin,
Oh my
Costanio. I
god.
think he can beat those guys.
I think Lubin will kill him.
he's better
Oh, if
at
Lubin a
54 because
healthy
he's gonna be
Lubin,
quicker.
Nah. If Danny Garcia catches in with them, one of them
Hey,
no hook
Lubin fucked
lefts
up.
oh
on
man, I
Lubin's
think
chin,
I think
Lubin's
he got
dead.
too much boxing skill for Danny. I think Lubin will outbite. He's just too light.
No, Lubin done.
Yeah, Lubin done, man.
That boy,
For
that
that
boy
beating that
beat
he took from
that boy
Fundora,
beat that boy so bad he looked worse
Yeah,
than that
you think
motherfucker.
that could be that now? That could be a reason why he can't come and do something. Yeah, it could be. He could be beat up too fucking from what
Yeah, he
Fondor
messed
went
up.
through. But let me tell you something. Lubin showed me a warrior like a motherfucker in that fight. When that's the way he fought that boy back all the way to the end.
yeah,
Lubin got warrior in him for real. He's a
yeah,
dog.
Hey,
Yeah,
Lubin
man.
hey,
a
he a
dog.
professional.
Yeah, his face, oh shit.
Hey,
His
end of
face
the
had
story.
people
I
saying
gotta give
Fundora
it
was
to
cheating.
Danny
no
gonna be
more said,
quicker
Sean,
at
man. No more said.
54.
Yeah, all
Ain't
shit,
nothing
man.
need,
Y'all gotta understand.
don't nothing
Danny
need to
gonna,
be said. He a
Danny gonna be
professional.
quicker
That's
at
it.
54.
Boxer. He ain't out there playing. He a professional boxer. That's all need to be said. He a professional in there.
Danny gonna get some welterweights. He gonna get some super welterweight action. He not gonna
Yeah,
be fighting too many big 54 guys. I don't see
no.
him doing that yet.
Yeah,
But
man. He can fight that
He's
guy that Tony Harrison fought, man.
his attributes of his speed will be better because he didn't have the speed
Mm-hmm.
at 47 compared to the other welterweights.
So you
Yeah,
like him better at 54 too, AL?
I mean, for now, right now, because what I
It
mean,
might be. I think it'll be better too because he do got a chin. He's always
yeah,
had a chin,
yeah. He
yeah,
got
and
great. He
he
got
is
a
going to
granite
be.
chin.
Hold on, and he is going to be quicker, and it makes him a better boxer because at
what about
147,
Trout?
I'm gonna be honest. At 147, I mean, I'm not saying he can beat all them guys, but I like him at 154 better than I do at 147. I'll admit that part. I'm just saying. I think one of the things what I was trying to say is you look at Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia done been in the ring with
Yeah,
Thurman. He done been in
everyone.
there with Sean Porter and Errol Spence.
Yep.
And one thing I'm saying is I've seen Danny Garcia fight. He might have took a step back, but that motherfucker wasn't getting the fuck out the way like he was for Benavidez. So that's telling me Benavidez must have had some fucking heat on them punches.
it's the
Now
weight.
he outboxed him, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying he didn't want to sit like the old Danny Garcia. The old Danny Garcia just want to fucking catch you with that motherfucking hook and lay your ass out. And
Right.
he caught him a couple of times with it, and it ain't do shit to him. He walked right through that shit smiling and steady following him.
He was
That
massive though, wasn't he? Massive.
I mean, me personally, man, I think Fondor gonna run that division. I think
Oh,
that's
geez, yeah.
his house.
Man's like a
Yeah, man.
navvy.
I already said this, man.
Oh
Fundora
Some
no,
gonna beat the shit out of
avatar
him.
business.
wait till
Ridiculous.
get up there. Wait till
Hey, I don't know what you got to do, man.
He
Hey,
gonna
what
beat the
about Danny
shit out of
Garcia?
everyone there.
Danny
He gonna beat the
Garcia
shit
versus
out of
like a
everyone.
Liam Smith or even an Austin Trout.
he gonna be the highest. He's just gonna be an interim champion for now.
Nah,
Oh,
nigga. Nah, my nigga. He gonna beat the shit out of whoever got the belts up there. Only person that can kick his ass right now is Charlo.
Nah,
And that's it. Everyone else is getting yammed up, eaten,
hey man, y'all
destroyed.
better stop.
I know my man getting old, but I'm gonna let you know right now. Don't never count out Laura in no fight at 154.
What
Oh
the
yeah.
fuck? Uncle D?
Yeah,
Lara.
don't ever count Laura out.
And your
Listen,
man just called him out.
Fundora will fucking
Danny
Laura's at
said
Lara,
that's who
160.
Danny.
Lara's
They
head off his
say
shoulders.
Danny supposed to fight him. Danny supposed to fight Laura. They said Danny
Yeah,
was
he think he want to fight him. He think he want to fight him.
No,
I
why?
know.
Laura's at
That ain't gonna say don't want to
160.
fight Lara, man. Lara will fucking slick box this
Yeah,
guy to
Laura's
shit,
at
Yeah,
man.
he'll
160
come
and
down to
comfortable.
154 for a
Oh,
fight.
finish that nigga. Finish him.
Laura's
Lara will
too good
smoke,
still,
Lara will
man.
smoke the shit out of him.
Laura's too good still, and he's focusing on getting that.
That's what I said. As soon as he said that, I said the same shit. I said, man, he don't want no Laura.
No,
How do you see him against Furman? How do you see him against Furman? He was calling for the Furman rematch. How do you feel
no,
about that?
Furman. Oh,
That's
mate.
what. That's a fight I'm with. You know, I'm with that. I'm the one that said I think he should go back to 147. But Ao and them they did.
Well, he wants to
Feel
avenge
like he
that.
could
He
go
wants
up.
to avenge that loss, doesn't he? He does want to avenge that loss.
Yeah.
I want him at 147, but I guess y'all don't want him fucking with Boots and Virgil and all them guys.
I'll be honest. After
Fuck that.
seeing him in the
Something.
ring
Fuck
getting
that.
emotional and stuff, I want whatever's best for Swift. You know, he's given us some great fights, man.
Man,
He's
buckle
been,
up, man. He's got a family. Buckle up. He's got a
yeah,
family
that's
and
what I
kids,
mean.
man. What's wrong with you? Buckle up, man. We don't want him to fight
But
Boots.
All
Furman,
right, well,
though,
let him go up
listen,
150. Fuck it. We watch him at 154. But remember what I said. We'll see what happens. Maybe he can find some fights and something good to happen.
Duck will be back going, I told you, man. Look, you nearly killed the man.
Yeah, long as Danny stay away from the full junior middleweight.
Yeah,
You fuck with super welterweights,
yeah,
that's fine and dandy.
yeah,
But
yeah.
you see what
I
I'm
agree,
saying?
Ao. I agree, man.
Right.
There's a limit. There's a limit right now, right? Let's be real. You
And
know?
it, and it showed that like in the fight with Benavidez that his he'll do what it takes, all through fucking all 12 rounds to fucking box.
Yeah.
Especially when a fighter don't give you too much. Benavidez didn't even give him too much. That's why,
No, he was
you know,
dancing too much.
a lot of his power shots, and Danny didn't really rely too much of the countering, but more like he wanted to box and put on an exhibition, which he did. You know what I mean? And I think he looked good at the weight. But him to fight real junior middleweights right now, no.
Right.
Nah, them
All
niggas
right.
is
Well, we gonna check him out. Let's see what he do. Then he there, so we'll just check, just sit back and watch the show. See what the fuck happens.
yeah. He know the climate. It's gonna be so many welterweights coming up. He's still a big purse. He's still a name and shit. So
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean. That's what it's about. You carve your own journey. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah,
Especially
man.
once
There's
you
the
get to
highs
that
and the
part in
lows, right?
especially when you get to a part of your career anyway where you feel like you're getting close to get ready to walk out anyway. Because I know he only got a few years. Danny ain't gonna be around but for so much longer.
Yeah, Danny on that payday.
He
Yeah.
makes a lot of he makes a lot of money outside the ring as well, though, doesn't he? He's got a big property portfolio. He's got his clothing line. He makes a lot of
He
money
seems to
outside
be
it.
anyway. Let me say that because I don't know the man like that, but he seems to be doing very good.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah. He that type. Yeah, Danny that type. He outside of boxing, he getting some money, no doubt.
yeah. So
He's that type of
hopefully, like I said, I'd like to see him versus Liam Smith. I think that'd be a great fucking fight.
I think he knocks out Liam Smith easy, man.
Yeah, I think it would be a good fight, though.
I want to see
Yeah,
Liam Smith against Eubank.
Liam Smith is a little. That old guy is big. You
Hmm.
know, he's like a wide body. And he's a good boxer puncher. So
Yep.
that's
I
his
think it'd be a
tactic.
good fight. Man. I think it'd be a really good fight. Like to see Danny over in the UK as well. Why not, man?
Yeah.
Little tour at the end of your career, go around, see the sights. Man, I just like Danny being back because of Angel. Angel cracks me up.
What is up with Shakur? What's his next situation?
Consensal, September.
Conceição.
Consensal, September.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he defending the belts that he got at 130.
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I
Awesome.
don't
I'm
think
just
I
checking.
don't
I
think he's
wonder,
gonna be.
do he plan on doing undisputed at 130, or is he going to leave in? Is he
That's
coming
what
in
I said.
135? What is he
That's what
going to do? 'Cause
that's what I'm
I
thinking.
don't.
That's what I'm
It's
thinking.
hard
Why
for
not
him though,
go
right? Because the way
undisputed,
the
man?
belts are split.
Why not go? Why not chase undisputed? That's what I'll be on anyway. I'm trying to go
Because
undisputed
Joe
130.
Cordina's got one and Gutierrez got the other one now.
No,
who
no,
got?
no. It's vacant.
Hold
It's
up.
vacant. It's vacant. Vacant.
Where are the other two belts at?
Gutierrez
Gutierrez.
got one on.
No,
Okay.
Gutierrez and Hector Garcia are fighting for the vacant belt.
And
Okay.
then Joe Cordina's got the other one.
He's got the
Okay.
IBF.
Yeah,
All
Joe
right.
Cordina would make that fight.
He'll get fucked up.
Yeah, he might as well go ahead. Why don't he? I don't give a fuck who got them goddamn belts. Whoever got them, he just go get them. It don't matter if you
But this
if
what
you.
happens though. This what happens. The same with Better Beef and Bevo. Shakur Stevenson is with Bob Arum and Cordina is with Eddie Hearn. So no
They
fight.
can make that fight, man. They can make that fight, man.
And then PBC, they got that WBA belt, Hector Garcia and Gutierrez. So no fight.
The PBC definitely, I could definitely figure no fight probably because they gonna be Floyd got some word in that shit over there with letting Shakur get a hold of that motherfucking belt. Floyd got a problem from Jump Street with Shakur and Devin not being with him.
Yeah.
So he gonna make shit hard for them in any kind of motherfucking
Oh, he would
way
have
that he
loved. He would have
can.
loved to have Devin Haney, Tank, and Shakur
Yeah,
all in his one fucking
yeah,
fight.
would he? And
Yeah,
them
oh my
guys
god,
ain't go with him.
he'll give up
They
one
Hey,
of
made other
his.
decisions.
He'll give up
no,
one of his
you
bank
raise a
accounts.
good point. You raise a good point, though. Really, when you think about it, because Devin was Eddie Hearn's for years, right?
Hey, he
Now,
wanted Spence and Crawford too. Think about that.
but
And don't
now
none of them want to be with him. What that tell y'all?
if
Yeah.
Haney, if Haney does this, if Haney does the Cambosis rematch and then does fight Loma and his contract's up with Top Rank, where do you see Haney going after that?
Wherever the fucking smoke is.
No, but that's what I mean. Though, does he stay at Top Rank? Does it?
If the
Is he
smoke
going to
is
go?
there,
Is
if
he
the
going to
smoke
go
is
to
there,
PBC or is he going to go back to Eddie Hearn?
He
no
better
man,
stay. He
Devin
better
Haney's a
stay
boss
over
man. He
there
can
where
just
he
go.
at. He better stay where he at because Bob Erm got everything at one. That's why he should try to stay at 135 or 140. He better stay in them waters because if he go, I'm telling you, it's not gonna be good for them guys trying to go over to the PBC. Man, that Floyd that didn't jump when Floyd told him to come. Floyd is not that kind of person. He gonna make shit. He gonna be doing some crazy shit. Your career not gonna. I'm telling you, they better stay where they at. You better stay his ass at 135, Devin Haney, or 140. That's where he can get all the fights at. Anyway, he right there, Bob Arm right there. Like you said, Bob going to put him in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Shakur gonna be all right though. No matter what he decides to do, the fight's gonna be there for him because there's so many fighters over there that you can make fights, and he doesn't even have to be in a weight class. If he feel like he can go do something, like he always talks about Lomachenko. Lomachenko at 135.
And Loma on his side. That's what I'm saying. They both might as well stay on that side at 130, at 130, 135, and 140. They might as well stay over on the side where they signed at. And if they go to 147, some shit like that, or 154, that's when you gotta be on the other side because everybody on
Yeah.
the other side when you get in them divisions.
No, well, if
But
you're thinking about it, at 140, where the belt's gonna be? Where are they gonna be at 140?
Either
Where are
with
the belts
Loma or
going to be?
Haney.
Yep.
You
140.
said at 140.
Yeah,
Well, we don't
140.
know
Where
if
the belt's
Devin
gonna
gonna
be?
have no belts at 140. Who got the belts at 140? Josh Taylor got two belts, right?
Yeah, and once he's gonna defend him against Catterall. Say Catterall wins, or you get me? What's gonna happen? That's what I'm saying to you.
Well, Prella versus Akhmedov are going for the vacant, right?
So there you go.
Hey,
That's what I'm saying. That's PBC right there. PBC right
hey,
there. Bow.
one of the best fights that I like. I mean, they don't have the biggest names, but I think both of them are elite fighters, and they just happen to lose some good fights. I like that Zapata versus.
Regis.
Oh my goodness, man! I think that's
Yep.
gonna be a great fight.
Yeah, Regis
D,
about to put
you're
the
telling
paws
the
on that
truth.
boy.
D's telling the truth.
Regis
I
about to
like I
fucking.
like Regis. I like Regis too.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
that
glad
fight
he's
gonna
getting
be
another
so
shot.
good, man. I
He's
think,
about to
but
become
even
two-time
for
champion.
Zabata, Even for Zabata too, man. Zabata can fucking box.
Yep.
He's good, man. He don't. His style, when you look at him, and it's like, but that motherfucker know what he doing in there. If you understand what he doing, that motherfucker can fight, man. I
Yeah,
like
but
him.
he ain't taking Regis's power though. As soon as you get clipped on
But
his chin by
but
Regis, it's
Regis,
over.
gonna have to take his power, and that shit is tricky power too.
Yes. That.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, it's a
No,
better
he ain't
fight.
strong
That's
as
a good
Josh Taylor
fight.
though. Hey,
That is a
Uncle
hell of
D.
a fucking. I would have never thought they would them two dudes up against each other.
So
Well,
what
that.
y'all think about what y'all think Antoine going to do in the division? Is he really a big risk to the other names like um
Of
Regis
course,
and Josh Taylor and
of
shit?
course, of course, of
Yeah,
course. He's
wow.
gonna
Yeah,
have a
but I
belt.
don't know. I don't know if he on Regis and Zapata level yet. I ain't gonna sit here and say that. I don't know about that. I'm like, what's my man be coming on here be saying that like, brother? I know that. I ain't gonna sit up here and say that.
Yeah, because I mean they have really talked about Antoine like he is really, and
Yeah, but he gotta get in there with somebody like
we
that.
watched
He
that
gotta.
fight. We watched that fight the other last couple weeks ago, and it just I don't
Oh,
know.
dude was in that fight. Dude was in that fight that they stopped on his ass. They fucked over that
Yeah,
dude.
that's why I say that was crazy the way they stopped that shit. It was I ain't know what
Well,
to
it's
say.
just to build up. It's just to build up. Russell's resume. Oh yeah, 16 fights, 16 KOs. Trying to build him up, man. You get me? He's a good investment. He's an investment right now. They're not thinking of it as we're gonna put him in there with all the rest of these great. Because what you're not gonna see him in there of a top 5 contender in about another 2-3 fights.
Right.
He's all talking about I can go to 135 to fight these guys. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I heard him say something about he can go to 135 and
Like, you
all
think they
this.
won't pay him some money to go fight Tank? You get me? Pay him. Come on, man.
The thing is, like they say, shit. I just got a link that I'm supposed to be. Yeah, I'm getting ready to bust. I'm getting ready to get in Atlanta Ellaby ass. So that'll be when I drop again. That's what y'all'll be getting from me. I'm getting ready to crack.
Woo,
I'm getting
woo,
ready to crack his motherfucking head real bad.
woo,
Yeah,
That's good.
woo.
Atlanta Ellaby. I seen that goddamn video with him. I just got the link from somebody subscribed to me, sent that link over
There
to
is
me.
no fucking hat. What hat? Devin Haney. What? There is no fucking hat. The
Yeah,
fuck?
he be
Fuck
talking
you,
real
man.
fucking crazy. That fucking Leonard Allaby. I got his ass faded though. I got something for him.
There is no fucking hat. What do you mean hat, fam? Put Devin Haney's name in the hat. There is no fucking hat.
That's what he said.
Everybody is
Yeah,
everybody
man.
is nobody. Everybody is nobody to Leonard Allaby except for these motherfuckers that's supposed to be in their little stable who we don't even fucking know. I can't understand that at fucking
He said
all.
you
It's
got a
crazy.
great
I don't
roster
understand
of
the way
young prodigies. You ain't got no roster of nothing. You can't even name. You
It's a
couldn't even name
problem
them.
with everybody else. It's a problem with Devin. It's a problem with Tio. It's a problem with Loma. It's a problem with Shakur. All of them guys. They just
Devin
who
Haney.
are they?
Devin
Every
Haney.
time you
Devin
ask
Haney.
about any of them
Because
guys,
they
he responding.
because them
Who
dudes,
are those
all them
guys?
dudes you name, that's because them dudes that you name are actually fighting and getting more and more belts and trying to defend them belts. And they're not doing that. And they are still in the other man hype. Before you know it, the same way they say Tank a superstar. Okay, Devin is on ESPN now, and he already was making money. Watch what happens. Watch you end
Yep.
up being a damn superstar.
Yep. You right. You
And
right.
it ain't just him. It ain't just him. Because
And then you know what's the bad
until
thing
Ryan Garcia get in the ring and lose to Devin Haney, he's gonna become a big star too. Watch.
about both of them. Yep. Yep. Them fights gotta be made. And like Leonard, come on, man. You've been in this business too long. And I know motherfucker, who you think you talking to? What you think you talking to? A whole bunch of fucking dummies out here? Like how you sit there on national situations and tell people some stupid shit like that about what fights wouldn't do. Then he keep on having notice when you watch him talk, every time you watch him talk about something, he always only talk about the venue. Like he trying to get over and just talk about the venue. Never want to bring up the pay-per-view numbers. We been city to city. He always going to interview. We city to city. We selling out everything. He like Oprah coming out. This person coming out. Blah blah. He always talk about who coming to the fight. He named a few celebrities, and we city to city, and he just keeps saying the same shit over and over. He never
Yeah,
say
man.
the
We
pay per
got
view
we got
numbers
50
not
Yo,
doing
Cent
buckle up.
shit.
coming. We got 50 Cent
Buckle up. What
coming.
you
We got
think? What you think? Who
Madonna.
you got?
We
Who
got
you got?
man.
Who you got with
Oh, fuck.
fucking Ella B and Hearns? Who you got?
I got Eddie Hearn, man. Eddie Hearn 6'6",
I
man. He gonna
got
fucking
Eddie
give his
Hearn
shit out,
knocking
man.
his ass, knocking Big
Yeah,
Nose up.
knocking him out, man. He gonna knock his fucking nose off his face.
Yo, both of them got a chip on their shoulder, boy, that you know they want to get in the ring, just in general. Like a lot of these boxing personalities, they got positions in boxing, but their ego take them into another stratosphere where they think they're a star or they're bigger than what they are. You know what I mean? And
Only thing about
that's
Leonard though, Leonard take it too far. Leonard just take it too far. He sound too stupid. You can't just play with people's minds like that about that man money. When we know, even though Tank not fight nobody, I fuck with Tank. I like Tank. I think he can fight, and I hope he have a good career. And I want him to see $10 million, $20 million, $30 million paydays. I want him to get Anthony Joshua paydays, Canelo type paydays. I want to see that man make that kind of money in one night. Don't sit there and keep telling that man. Don't keep draining in that man head that he this and he that. You a big super, you
he
this.
is.
You know that he
Buckle
not
up.
that. That's
No,
like,
he
I don't like
ain't
that,
AO,
man.
man.
Buckle up.
That
He
shit
ain't
ain't
AO.
right,
No, he
yo.
ain't AO. No,
Hold
he
up.
ain't AO.
Hold up. Buckle
No,
up.
he's not
You
AO.
go to
No, he's not.
Boxing Rec right now.
No, he's not AO. He's not.
If you look at the U.S. champions at 35, Tank is number one, and Haney is behind him, even though he's the undisputed champ.
Well,
In
fuck
the
that shit.
world of 35,
Fuck
Tank is
that
number
shit.
one.
But I'm not
Fuck
talking
that
about that. I'm
shit.
talking about them finances, yo. When I go get that check, when I pick
Yeah,
that check
man.
up, fuck
Tank,
that
tank, tank
$1 million
a little
check. Where that
fish.
check? Why I can't get that $10 million? If I'm in his, I want that $15 million. I want that $20 million check. How the fuck Cambosis got a $10 million check guaranteed? I want that kind of money before I retire. I'm trying to get that. Y'all need that. How
Yeah,
can I
but
get you that kind of bread? This
buckle up. That is
$1 million
a
ain't gonna
total
do it.
different
Exactly,
situation.
man. So that means you take the big
Cambosis
fights. You take the
he
50-50
capped
fights.
out. He would never get nothing more than that. You just gotta understand that. He capped. He capped that 10 million. That is it. He might get a little more, which because he negotiated like a motherfucker.
Hey, Method, man,
But
what you got to say about your boy,
other
man?
than
Stop letting
that,
him beat you, man.
But Leonard
promise
know when
$100
what's the
million
name
money when it comes
Leonard know when he put him in there, they gonna do 500K pay-per-view buys or better, and he know that, and that shit make me mad to know that you know that, and you try to act like what you don't know. You know Loma and Tank gonna do 500K pay-per-view buys or better. You big nose dummy looking motherfucker, but don't act like you don't know that. What you mean you
But
don't know that?
that's only gonna be like that, like if Lomachenko
He
fight in
said
New York.
Lomachenko and Devin Haney don't move the needle.
He
Shut the
only
fuck
big in
up,
New
man.
York. He's only big in New York, where he debuted at, when he came here and he shined. Like he's big in New York. So for the fight to take place, most likely it'll be like in New York. I think, cause that is a big fight, and I think it sells better whether it's Atlantic City to fucking whether it's
Right.
Atlantic City, Jersey, fucking Madison Square Garden. You know what I mean? But
Tank not only gonna get a bigger pay-per-view not only gonna get a bigger guarantee for that fight, but he's also gonna see pay-per-view numbers that he never seen before. Both of them gonna be in waters of pay-per-view numbers that he never been in before, because that kind of fight will generate that for him. People not just gonna give away money. Leonard can't just sit there and tell us what the fuck we gonna give him. That's what people looking at him like, are you fucking crazy? What are you talking about? Motherfucker, you gonna give me what I asked you for. I'm not gonna keep paying your motherfucking ass for which I didn't ask you for. No, it's not gonna keep working like that. That's the problem with him. People not stupid. Like, come on, y'all. So,
PBC is a growing entity, and they took a hit with this Corona shit. You see what I'm
oh
saying?
yeah, oh yeah. Oh
Everybody
yeah.
took a hit. And you know, it didn't help that PBC lost motherfucking dates too. I don't even understand what happened with that situation. Why they
You talking
lost?
about with Broner fight with the fight with Broner?
Not just Broner. I'm just talking about
Oh,
with Fox in general.
oh,
Like
oh,
when
okay,
PBC had all these fucking network deals.
right.
You know what I'm saying, and you know, for the others to only have Showtime now and shit.
Right.
So CBS is a little weird. You know what I mean? Yeah, but Tank is on the come up.
Hopefully
Haney's gonna
they get the
come up.
fights made. They get the
Haney
fights
still
made,
got a
man.
lot to prove. Tank got a lot to prove. You see what I'm saying? They are the fucking ambassadors of boxing right now. You know, they got a lot of adversaries for them niggas to fight. You see what I'm saying? But Haney, he's taking, you know, he's like, he is that model. He is that principal model that, yo, he's gonna set it, you know, he gonna set the record straight. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you see what I'm saying? Cause Lomachenko he been, you know, like, it's so funny that the nigga showed up in California of all places. I call him Hollywood. You see,
Mm-hmm.
and they promote him like some Hollywood actor or Hollywood stuntman, and it's just a stunt. It's just a motherfucking stunt. Talking about he want Haney.
Well,
He ain't ready for Haney.
well, I'm ready for that fight. They ain't got to rap about it no more. They do need to just get in, chop it up, and get it done. That's what I like to see, and I think they gonna get that done. We gonna see that for real. So I would like to see that.
Yeah, and that's the key too. That Haney needs to dethrone Lomachenko. Like Lomachenko coming from 122 or 126 or whatever, that's saying a lot. You know what I mean? Being a multiple division champion and peaking at 35, like at the weight,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And he ain't going over 35, so
Mm-mm. He better not.
he
Mm-mm.
been a, he been
Too
a he
little,
been
too
a
little
light.
for he's too little for 140. They'd kill Lomachenko at 140.
He could never in his life think about going to 140. He's stuck at 135 and that's it.
Yeah, he's
130.
way too little. He can't fight no higher than 135. That's it for him. That's high as he
Yeah,
can
so
go.
he's stuck. He'll get this fuck. What the hell? They'll decimate Gary Antron Russell. Oh my
Yeah,
god, Matthias. Oh my god.
yeah.
Do you know what they'll do to Lomachenko?
That should be ugly.
They will turn him black and blue, purple, yellow. They'll fuck his shit up. He better go back down to 130, get that Shakur Stevenson fight and try and get undisputed, man. And then go up to 135 and do see what it give me.
130 and 135 is his safe round.
Yeah, man.
Facts. But it
Yeah,
don't matter with him. It's a matter of time with him. He cornered. It's either Shakur or Haney. You see what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Shakur and them. The thing that Shakur and Haney got over Loma right now is the age. They're a lot younger than him. Loma fade no. That's the only thing. So
Yeah, man. They're just gonna
Loma
fuck him
gonna
up,
be
man. Then
different.
after they fuck him up, I don't know what Lomachenko's gonna do after that.
And this is the key fight. He fighting a young undefeated contender. You know what I mean? And
J Ryder, Loma can't do 40, bro. He can't do
No,
40, bro.
no, he can't do 40, J Ryder. No, no,
Nah, brother, nah.
he's too little, yo. Mm-mm. He's too
Fuck
little.
that. I'm sorry. No.
he was gonna
That's
do it for Pac.
it's like Tank going up to 154. Like Tank ain't going up to no 154. Like, no.
Hell, Tank ain't going to 147.
Nah, Tank can go to 147.
He ain't going up there.
He ain't,
Believe
but
me,
he
I
can
tell
though.
you this. He not going up to 147.
He ain't, but he can though.
If he did,
Cause
it'd be ugly.
he give Keith Herman a good fight. You think Keith Herman's gonna walk him over at
By the
147? Come
time,
on, bro.
listen, by the time Tank come to 147, Boots or Virgil will be in control, and it'll be ugly. It'll be ugly then. If he try to come up there to see them, that wouldn't look good.
Those are the type of boy. That's the type of
I
fights I'm
think
talking about. It's when I become great.
Tank should be just like he kind of just like how Adrian Broner. He should stay in the ground that he at now, and he could have a good career down there. He could
Yeah.
do a lot of destruction at 135 and probably 142, maybe, but 135 for sure. You know, so I would just he should stay there and do it up right there at 135.
You can do some destruction at 142, man. You can do some destruction there.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know,
And
your boy
coach,
y'all was just talking about earlier was talking about him about 6 months ago that who we talking about at 140 Regis Prograis. He was like Floyd he's Regis Prograis in the car. He said Floyd no better than to send Tank up here for me. Yeah, that's what Regis Prograis said in the car in a little interview. He said Floyd got great sense. He know not to send Tank up here this way.
But wait till he become champion, though. When he become champion, it's a total different ball game. When he becomes champ,
would you want him to go up there too? And with Regis and them at 140?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when Tank ain't leaving 35 until he settle that situation. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He ain't leaving, and he's in great shape. Unlike Broner, you know what I mean? Broner should have tagged along with the fucking development, because that's what Tank got. You know what I mean?
Broner made me mad as shit when he left. Yo, I was heat. I said he's a dummy. Watch he gonna get beat up. Watch how he gonna be up here. I knew that with Madonna. When he fought Madonna, I already knew that before the fight. I'm telling you, I knew that shit was not gonna happen. It shouldn't have came up there. Then he gonna try to stay up there and keep fighting motherfuckers up there and blow fuck his own shit up. Now he fucked his whole career up, go through all that shit he going through. Just made bad decision, man. Bad decision. Broner was great at 135. Loved him at 135. Loved him at 135 and 140. Like you say, he won't stay fighting. So it is what it is now.
He was still under development. Like when he went up to 47 and beat Malignaggi, it was supposed to be a decision on, shoot back to 140. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? He was
left his hands in his pocket, boy. He didn't throw no more punches after that Maidana fight, man. He was never the same. Tank's coach came to this platform and said that they intend to end his career at 154.
Lord have
What up, panel?
Well, guess what? I'll be around to watch this. I'll be waiting to see this shit.
But when was this? Calvin said that? Who said that?
No, coach. Is it Kenny? Coach Kenny? Coach Kenny?
When was this?
This is about a while back, a couple months ago.
On the Rise podcast? What, they said it on the Rise podcast?
No. H had him on here on his platform, and he stated that they intend to finish Tank's career at 154.
Oh my goodness.
That's goals on top of goals, and when they set out to meet their goals, they tend to do exactly that. You know what I'm saying? So so I'm gonna double back to Lomachenko real quick. I feel as though Lomachenko got the frame, he got the skill set.
Don't do it.
You gotta hear me out, bro. Now you knew that Lomachenko was a smart. Hold on, bro. Listen, you don't do it. I'm going to do it. Lomachenko has the frame for 140, bro. It's here you go. If Hookah could get to a certain division, you damn right could say Lomachenko, if he wants to, if he chooses to, as he said, he's comfortable and he's sticking to his weight. Like Charlo said, I'm the king at my weight. And are we going to say Charlo can't make a certain weight when he say I'm the king at my weight and sticking there to stick to it and defend? So I'm saying Lomachenko, if he chooses to in a certain time of his career, and factually, he should have more fights. I'm pretty sure we can name another opponent or another fighter who could say should have more fights like Carissa Shields, more fights than what already has, but you would say he probably done moved up already. But we know he could have went down to 130 at one point. We mentioned that. Uh, either
His
he lost.
frame though, Mo. His frame.
Mo.
He got the build for it. That's
Lomachenko
all I'm
wouldn't
saying. That's
last
all I'm saying.
5 rounds with
That's all
Regis.
I'm saying.
Lomachenko will get
You
chewed up
can't say
like a
that. You
dog.
can't say that.
He'll get
You
chewed up
can't say
like a
that.
dog's fucking
You
play
can't
ball
say
by
that.
Gary Russell
You can
Jr.
assume that. You can assume that.
Matthias will fucking
You could.
destroy
Hey
that man.
Mo, you really think that he could match against Gary Russell? Against Gary Antoine Russell? Could you imagine
Bro,
that?
That's like a cat playing with a fur ball.
bro, been there, done that. What you mean?
Huh?
Been there, done what? What are you talking about,
What
Mo?
you mean been there, done what,
You
Mo?
talking about Antoine? You talking about Antoine? Or he can handle both Russells.
No, I'm talking about
Hey,
Antoine. I ain't
brother, hey,
talking about
brother, hey,
Gary.
brother.
I know
He
he
can
handled
do,
Gary. I
hey,
know he
Yeah,
did
he
bro.
what he
handled
did to
Gary, but
Gary.
He can do
I'm talking
different
Antoine.
about
kettle of fish.
140. I'm talking about 140 Gary Russell,
Yeah,
bro.
of
Yeah,
course,
this
of
is
course.
different.
Cause
This is a
listen, you
different
gotta
kettle of fish,
understand.
man.
No. You gotta understand that. You know, even Antoine Russell. You know, I'm saying he can move up as well, but what will he though? Will he choose to? He knows there's a rival fight there. That's a whole nother type of conversation. But even if Lomachenko with Anton Russell, hey, I'm saying Lomachenko can make that weight, bro, if he put his mind to it and
Mo,
willing
Mo,
to
Mo.
do
You
it.
know what
Mo,
Josh
you would
Taylor?
He
get
got the
You know
that
what
boy
Josh
training
Taylor
hurt.
for
would
it.
do
Mo,
to
you
He
would
got the
get him
You
training
hurt,
know what
for
boy.
it.
Josh Taylor would do to
Everything would
Lomachenko?
transfer. Everything
Shit,
would
man,
transfer
that
over.
kid
Hold up. Hold
over
up.
this stupid
Everything would
shit.
transfer over
What's the Phantom saying? What's the Phantom saying?
140
No, y'all
with
about to get him
Lomachenko.
going, and he's not gonna stop over this retarded shit. Y'all know Loma can't go to 140. Why you arguing?
Hold on. Ain't no retarded. Hey. How hookah? Hey. We can mention other fighters who went there too. It's up to you to see. You hear me? So if you don't see it, that's on fucking you, my man. Now I say this: Lomachenko can definitely go to 140. That's just me. And if his trainer wanted to do so, then I say, bro, make it happen because he damn sure could make 140 if he chooses to. That's not
Only for
up
fucking
to us
But
to
then
say.
if he got beat up real bad, what would you say then? How would you feel after you said that if he went to 140 and you seen him get beat up
You
and
got
knocked
you got to match him
immediately?
up,
Then what
bro.
would you say?
You got to match him up. That's like saying, Lomachenko will get washed completely by every fight at 140. And I highly disagree because the skill set is going to still be there. The matrix is going to still be the
Oh, so
matrix.
you
And
saying you would
even
have to
so,
match him up, Mo? So you saying you would have to match him where you trying to purposely match him somewhere where you
not
know
purposely.
he
No.
would.
You already had the match in your head. You saying he already defeated before he got there. And I'm saying rethink that again, bro.
All
Man,
right,
hey,
if you saying it
how
like
about you
that,
try?
Mo, I'm gonna give you that because I don't want to be on this all night. I'm gonna give you that if you saying that. If you saying
It's
it in
not
a
an
way
all
of
night thing.
he
It's
could
really
maybe
not an
fight
all night thing.
anybody at 140,
It's something
I can
to consider.
understand.
Hey, bro, it's something to consider. You know, we can't be pick and choosy when it comes to certain fighters make a certain weight. Because I'm saying, the talks prior before James Davis got to a 140, they saying, oh, can he barely make 135? Can he barely make 130? And shockingly, Tank Spectacular Davis made 140 as I knew he fastly should move up and he fastly
And he
did.
beat somebody at
I
140.
can
So
take
I
it a
see
step
your
further.
point. I see what you're saying.
I
You're
can
right.
take it
I
a
see
step
what
further.
you're saying as far as that. All right.
You hear what they're saying now? They're saying 154 max for Mini Tank Davis. I'm saying same thing for Devin Haney. He's a 40, 47 possible. You know what I'm saying in the near future. It's up to these fighters, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. And I can see
But you got
Lomachenko. I can see Lomachenko at 140. Now, what's his max? That's up to each his own. I mean, if he sees it though, if he wants it, you know what I'm saying? And he give anybody a problem at 140.
it's certain fighters at 140. I just feel like I
Hey,
run
buckle
right
up.
through
Who's
them.
winning this weekend?
That's cool, though. That's cool to say.
I want your take on
Who
this
win it?
weekend. Buckle up. Joshua or Usyk?
Joshua Usyk. Oh, I gotta go with Usyk again. I think the reason I'm going with Usyk because I do still like Joshua. Got all the respect in the world for Joshua, but and they're just cutting shit straight down the middle, just like a lot of stuff we talked about today. I think Joshua got too much. He gotta fucking remember, in my personal opinion. Okay, I just feel like it's too much to remember and it was too quick for him to try to learn it, to run into a style like Usyk. Then all of the shit that he got to do that night, I just think he's going to get caught up in trying to remember all of the training tactics and the stuff everybody trying to tell him what he's going to have to do. And I think that Usyk going to throw some other little tricks in the bag, and it's going to fuck the night up for Joshua. It's going to
Hey,
get
buckle up, real
yeah.
quick. Before you went to that topic, I'll continue with that. Fulton, right? Do you what weight class you see Fulton max at? Like to you, like
Max out.
in your
Well, I can
opinion,
see.
can you see him going? Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
see them going to about one, maybe about
130,
130, 135 at the most.
130.
You stop him right there.
Yeah, I would
Yeah, he's
stop
too
him.
small,
I
man.
would stop him. I would stop him at 135. Don't he fight at 122 right now?
I'm just saying how far. I said how far. Okay, so the max is to you is
I
135.
max him out to 140, Mo. I only can max him out to
Okay,
140 pounds at the most,
okay.
135 at the most.
So you can see his frame, right, and how the height he is, and so forth. Like if he wants to, push the envelope, push the,
40, he's
maybe further.
celebrity boxing.
You said 35, 40. That's if
35,
we,
40,
that's if
maybe.
we
But
choose to. You know what I
35.
mean? We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Maybe
I'm saying,
135. He's small,
Because
man.
he's still young. That's the only reason I'm saying that, Mo, because he's
yeah,
young as a
yeah, yeah.
motherfucker.
Right. Now here's the thing, right? You're young, right, and you can choose to, stay at a certain weight class for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And you know how Lomachenko is, his age and whatnot, but at the same time, you see the difference. What I'm saying to you is, although young or Lomachenko age range, and keep in mind, Lomachenko, for me, I think he should have had more fights and also moved up even quicker at a certain time frame in his career. That's just me, though. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's just something to think about. You know what I'm saying? I
No,
still
I
would
agree with
I,
you. I agree
I
with
still,
you on that. I
yeah,
agree with you, man.
I get the benefit of the doubt saying, I know he can get somebody from problems up 140 if he choose to, like Carl Frampton, if he moves up, he damn sure can get somebody problems too, if he, prior to retirement though. You know what I mean?
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
What y'all was talking about on the other thing? Are we up?
Hey, matter of fact, another one too. Another one, buckle up. Buckle up, bro.
I'm still here.
Yeah. So here go another one, right? I believe there's a bantamweight fighter. He has almost a quote unquote Mayweather record until he had a loss at his actual weight. Now imagine that. I'm trying to get his name. I should have brought him up, but his name. I mean, but you might
You
have to
talking
go
about
back.
Manny Pacquiao?
No. It's a fighter who's I believe in bantamweight, who has a Mayweather type of record, but he ended up getting a loss. And I'm thinking, to myself, like, damn, could he be the type that would move up like a Pacquiao with a Mayweather record, and how epic would that would be? Prior to that loss he actually got.
You know that's where he came from, right? You know Manny started at like 108.
Yeah. I'm saying this other fighter who is has some type of Mayweather record until his factual loss. Yeah, I mean, but there was just talks done with that bantamweight fighter. My bad for not mentioning his name. But he's a good fighter, and his record shows that. But I'm saying, I'm saying, why wouldn't he, move up that type of fighter with that type of record, and because they choose to. You know what I mean, he chose to stay there and rock out. You know what I mean, and defend his situation. But I'm like, he could have had that Pacquiao Mayweather effect all in one if he was to move up more frequently, at least 1 or 2 weight classes. You know what I'm saying? And
Only thing about moving up is cool. Like what you talking about, far as anybody doing it, it's
I'm
cool. But
talking about his name again.
me personally, I'm the type of person, Mo. I always said if I was in the sport of boxing, if I come in whatever division that I fight in, I'm the type of person that anytime you see me in interviews or whatever, all that kind of shit, if you was in my division and you had one of them belts over there, then you would know that I'm knocking on your door telling you, get your people together because we need to get this, sit down and rap about us because we got to make this happen. Because I need what's on you, I need that up off. That's the fun of the sport that I like. So what you got, I need that up off you. That's the name of the sport to me. So I like that going to the different. I mean, I still give you credit for going to different weight classes with Manny and what Floyd did. That's cool too. If you go in the weight class and take a belt, it's prove you can go in that weight and beat somebody. That kind of go on what you talking about. A person probably can go all the way up to a weight class you think they can't go in and still beat somebody in that weight class. So that's like something else that you proven in boxing. That's cool. I mean, I could rock with that. That's a cool accomplishment in boxing. But me personally, I would be more with the accomplishment of when I'm in that weight class, I take everybody's shit. That's how I'll be thinking. I'm thinking I'm trying to have my management and everybody's shit who got super belt. They all, but that's
Yeah.
really my shit. That's how I feel.
Well, this right here with okay, it's a strawweight champion. I can't get the name right because the name was Thailand type of fighter. That's why I can't get that name off the head. But I'm just saying, you see what I'm saying? Like if he was to move up like Pacquiao, have a record like that. I mean, I look at a fight like that. How about move up from a strawweight and get to
that's a good career. That's a good career, Mo.
That's still
I'm
a
with
good.
that.
No.
That's still a good career.
That's a phenomenal, excellent career. I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm saying like how epic will be to have that type of record with no losses at the time and move up a few weight classes. You know what I'm saying? That would put more. I mean, it's still good. It's still an establishment, still a record. But I'm saying, weight class wise, I'd be taking that type of fighter and move them up. That's just me though. One or two. You know what I mean? That's just me though. I'll take Lomachenko. I'm like, bruh, you gotta go up soon. You gotta go up soon, sooner or later, bruh. Yes.
I feel
Yeah,
you.
so I got to respond to what you said earlier, buckle up. I got Joshua beating the shit out of Usyk this weekend. I think he gonna show him there's levels to this shit.
You think so?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Well, we ready. Hey, well, we definitely gonna find out. We'll see. And if he do, and if Joshua do beat him, it'll be impressive to see Joshua improve himself to be able to beat a technical boxer.
I think Ryan Garcia gonna have him slim down with a bigger gas tank and with more tools in his toolbox. It's gonna tell him to let his hands go, which he should have did in the first fight, instead of like hitting him with one shot and then looking at him and fucking admiring his work and shit, jump on his ass,
Right. Right, because you know what? That's what we was talking about earlier, Phantom. Like if he present himself like he put himself out there for you to take advantage of it sometimes because he take a lot of chances, like Roma do, and same way like Terence Crawford. That's why they do get hit a lot. They put themselves in positions for you to do what you're going to do. And if Anthony Joshua can capitalize the right way with the type of power that he already working with, that could fuck around and happen. What you saying? If he capitalizing and he thinking about everything that he supposed to be doing. I'm stuck thinking, wondering like, can he keep up in his mind? Is he ready to be able to? Can he remember everything that everybody that talked to him about in training to beat this fucking fighter, to beat a fighter like this? You keep it all in your mind from the time that bell ring and you get out there and just do what we ask you to do and what we train to do to get this win. So I'm wondering, can he really focus and do that? That's the interest of the fight to me. I definitely want to see what he's going to do.
I'm just I want to know about AJ movement, how he will approach Usyk. I think he should be more mobile and pump his jab more frequently. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, he gonna have to, Mo. Them feet gotta be definitely moving. I hope he worked on that footwork.
I mean, he got it. I mean, I see. Although he's flat-footed, but come on, man. Like I've been seeing his training. I'm like, bro, the footwork is there. Now, can I see that in the ring for once?
Right, exactly. You feel me? Exactly.
It's there for real. It's just when it's just you trying to get you out of here flat foot style. But he got to go back and forth, man. he gotta go back and forth to get that balance to his
Hopefully
to
they
his game.
trained for it. Hopefully they worked on it so much over and over. If he worked on it enough with all of the time that they done had, Mo, if he worked on it, like he had to work every day, he supposed to been working on it as much as he could, because he need that all of that shit need to be used in the right way. When he get in there, he got what it takes. He got what it takes to get in there to do it. If he could put it all together, especially with the power he got. That's why I say Anthony Joshua a big puncher. Anthony Joshua catch you with the right shit. Yeah, it's night night. He can hurt you. So it's just a matter of him doing it correctly though. If he don't do it right, he be like you said, he do the shit right in the fucking spawn or somewhere else, and then you get under the lights and it's like you done forgot what the fuck we were just doing.
Yeah, that's, I mean, in
Yeah,
some fights he shown it, and certain fights he just stick to what he felt his need to flat foot AJ. I mean, stiff AJ, but we know he's more mobile than that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't be getting at times. You know what I mean? Like similar to what Teofimo Lopez do. You know what I mean? You have all this. I want to go see it as well, right? You know what I'm saying? We seen these sparring and training, and it's like, okay, I know it's different when someone is in front of you, but come on, man, you know you got better hip movement than this. Then I'm like, bruh, you got better footwork than this. But like I said, I'm still a flat foot gang. You know what I mean? I like flat foot style, but you gotta know how to, you know what I mean? You gotta be perfected in that style, in the flat foot style.
I'll tell
Which
you one thing, that flat footed style probably wouldn't have been too good either if he would have ended up fighting Wilder. Because if he'd have been sitting somewhere at the right place at the right time when Wilder shoot that motherfucking shotgun, then it's a wrap. Because you know when you get hit by that motherfucker, like when it hits you solidly right, if it hits you correctly like you're supposed to be hit, then it's gonna be night night.
Well, the thing with Anthony Joshua, he got all the attributes.
Yeah, there you go.
He just got to be aggressive, but they got to be effective effective aggression, and he just got to fight like the bigger man. If he got to lean on Usyk and put that weight on him like Tyson Fury does with opponents and wear them down and slow them down and slow their momentum and stuff like that, where zap their energy as the fight goes, that's how he has to fight, like the bigger man.
I mean, I don't see he never been the weight type of bully, bro. He just I never see him get like in that type of exchange, like where he have to, he don't have to get help. That's it. I mean, so if that's not your go-to, that's not your go-to. You can still be the bigger man and keep it, upright. I mean, keep it mobile. You know what I mean?
Because like his style was tailor-made pretty much for almost certain big heavyweights like him, because he was a little bit technically better than the rest of them and stuff like that. His problem was when he always fought smaller fighters who were shorter than him and smaller than him. He had that one hiccup with Klitschko, but he battled through that because Klitschko was at the time he was older. He didn't have the same legs, but Klitschko stayed in the front of him. A lot of these smaller guys and stuff like that, pretty much throughout his career, he won. But if you look at the fights, they pretty much gave him the most problems, from Andy Ruiz, even when he fought Joseph Parker. Everybody thought he was going to knock out Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker was the smaller heavyweight, and he gave him submissions. The only thing with Parker, he was too defensive in that fight because he didn't want to get hit with nothing big. And the same thing with Usyk, smaller heavyweights. Anthony Joshua have a little bit of problems with those type of heavyweights because he don't fight like he's the physical heavyweight. Like he's the bigger heavyweight. He had a tendency of staying on the outside a little bit too long. I don't know if he has an educated inside game.
I was saying this the other day, Jonathan, and I'm surprised that somebody else said that how Joshua's been training is that he's been trained as a boxer to fight at heavyweight, but not as a heavyweight boxer. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what Robert Garcia is going to try to apply to him, is to train as a heavyweight boxer.
Right.
If you look at the fight, I know that was his second fight at heavyweight. If you look at the fight with Chisora and you look at the fight with Usyk, a lot of people say he did way better than Joshua. But the thing with Chisora, he went with the mentality: I'm not gonna be the more technical fighter. I'm not gonna be the more fundamentalist sound fighter when it comes to you. But the one thing I can do is be a bigger heavyweight and be physical with you. And he did. He grabbed, he mauled, he leaned on Usyk. So it made Usyk have a tougher night with Chisora also, or as opposed to into Joshua and stuff like that. And that was the difference. Chisora was just physical with Usyk. That's what made the fight more competitive, because he was physical. Chisora fought him like a heavyweight. You're like, you're not gonna come in my weight class and make me out to be the smaller guy when I'm the natural heavyweight. He got physical with Usyk. He just didn't have the fundamental and the technical skills as a Usyk to keep up with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, kind of laid off in the second half of the fight, he kind of started gassing out. And I think that's the thing with Joshua. That's the thing with him. I don't know if it's a tank issue. I don't know if it's a mental issue, whatever it is, we'll see Saturday.
Well, or it could be the my bad, fam. You go ahead, fam.
I say no. I see Bon Queequeg say AJ always wins rematch. Who knows how the fight will turn out? Well, you right, Bon Queequeg. We don't know how it's going to turn out, but we're going to find out. We'll find out that night. We'll see.
Yeah.
If he win this one, you definitely got to call him the comeback king. Like that.
Yeah.
If he can't get you the first time, he gonna get your ass the second time.
He'll get your ass the second time. So that's why I say we'll see. You right.
Yep.
Right. Could happen. Never know.
I just think Usyk is a little bit more disciplined.
I just feel like all of them better hurry up, because Jared Anderson, he on the way to train.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say he a few states away to train. They getting cleared by. So
He a prospect fighting like a factual heavyweight.
is it? Well, every time I watch that boy in the ring, I'm like, God damn, he get ready. Oh my goodness, he gonna trouble for real. I
I
would
heard y'all
love to
talk.
see it.
I heard y'all talking about Floyd and Manny. The difference with them two fighters, they were special, and Floyd and Manny had special attributes, to whereas it seemed bizarre they could have move up in weight and compete and win with these naturally bigger fighters. They were just an oddity. They were just a rare breed.
Right.
See, Manny came up from so much of a low weight
Right.
to fight weight 54. They were just rare. It's not too many fighters that have special attributes and just a rare breed.
That's why I say it's two different ways you could be special in your career, because I can't knock that way neither. I had to say that's a good career too. If you decide that you want to go weight class to weight class and win belts, say you a 4, 5, 6 division champion, 7 division champion. If you want your career to go like that, that's cool. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, everybody to each his own. If I'm with somebody and they think like that, I would be the person. I'd be like, no, I'm staying right here. I want all belt. I might move up. I'm trying to take everything. I want all this shit right here first. Then yeah. So it's just however you want to do it. I end my career winning. I end my career undisputed in one division and maybe one belt in another division, and you end your career a 5 or 6 division champion. It's still really both of them good careers. They good. So that's why I'm supporting Usyk for what he trying to do. We were saying that earlier. He trying to do what Holyfield did. Holyfield did it, and he trying to do it in the four belt era. So I'm like, I see you trying to do your thing. All right, let me see if you can pull this shit off. See if you can do this shit. Interesting to see if he can get this shit done.
Yeah.
Hopefully he don't run into a left hook Saturday that he don't see coming. That's gonna derail all them fucking plans.
Yeah, derail all.
Well, Usyk did say in that fight, Anthony Joshua did hurt him a few times in that fight.
Yeah, that's the thing I was saying earlier about Joshua. He would hurt him and then fucking admire his work. Like
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck you doing, nigga? Jump on him.
Joshua be hurting them all. He do that shit all the time, be hurting them motherfucker and then looking at him and shit. Taking all long to get on him and shit.
I think what it is, I heard I listened to an interview, I think about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, Tony Bellew. You see, when you look at Vasily Lomachenko, even if you never saw him fight in the ring, you just see his workouts and him training. You can see something special that he has about him. You see, but when you look at Usyk outside the ring, you don't see really nothing special, even though he has a high amateur pedigree, Olympic gold medalist. You just don't see it until you get in the ring with him and realize, man, this dude is different.
Right. But Lomachenko is by his outside the ring actions
Yeah.
still just by how he carry himself for the shit he be doing.
You know, Usyk is the type of person, and that's an old school mentality to have. He the type of person, if you're not on your P's and Q's in your A game, he can lull you to sleep. He can make you think, I'm good. Yeah, I want a gold medal. I got this extensive pedigree, but they had other guy that was better than me. That other guy that was more talented than me. That's the Jekyll and Hyde of him. And then when he gets you in the ring, it's like you seen something totally different. And that's how he get you. He lull you to sleep. So when I seen the interview with Anthony Joshua, he was like, from what he put out there, and that's something a fighter should never do, he kind of underestimated Usyk a little because he figured, well, I'm the natural heavyweight.
Right.
I've been the unified champion. You know, my goals was to fight Tyson Fury in a big undisputed fight in our country. Not that Usyk is not a great fighter, but he didn't look the best against guys that's probably never become a champion in Witherspoon and Chisora. You know, that's probably guys that the upper echelon heavyweights would beat pretty much at any time. And he got lulled to sleep. He said, I can't explain it. What happened with me in the first fight, I just got to give all credits to Usyk. He said, I just can't explain it.
But look, they've been knocking Usyk. Look, they've been saying since Usyk came to the heavyweight division, before when he was even talking about it and on his way, I've heard nothing but he's too small. Look,
Yep.
that's all I have ever heard since he got to the heavyweight division is he won't be around too long. He too little. He too little. From the first fight that he got, then fighting Chisora, they all keep saying he too little, and he just keep on chucking through. And so we'll see if this too little shit. I don't know, because he definitely ain't showing me he too little.
No. Yep. And if you look at him now,
Yeah, Bon Kui. He came up from cruiserweight to heavyweight. Yeah, cruiserweight. He was undisputed at cruiserweight, and now he's trying to do it again at heavyweight.
Yep.
Oh, he's 6'4". Oh, okay. I ain't know he's 6'4". Oh, okay. Dang. I'm thinking he about 6'1" or 6'2". Oh, all right, 6. I didn't know he was that.
No, he's about 6'3". You could tell in the face off that there's definitely a size disparity between him and Joshua. Joshua pretty bigger than him, pretty much bigger than him.
Right. Right. And Joshua like 6'7" though, ain't he? 6'8", something like that.
Yeah, like 6'6", 6'7".
Yeah, he's
Usyk is noticeably shorter than him. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because 6'7" and 6'3" would look different. You're gonna see the difference.
Yep. Like I said, we just gonna have to wait and see, you know.
Yeah, man, that's all we can do. Wait and see how all of this shit play out, man. That's all.
Yep.
I'll just be glad. I'll be glad when I see Jamal Charlo in a fight that I want to see him in, and
Yeah.
Tank in a fight that I want to see him in. Those are the two fighters that I'm just waiting to get into the fights that I want to see them in.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Yeah.
So
But it's
Charlo versus Charlo. That's what you saying.
And that goddamn and one more, and that damn Andre who throwing his career away. Make me feel sorry for him every time I watch him talk and do an interview. Just talking his career away. Just talking it away, and just not getting the fights that he should just be getting. Get the other fights. I never seen guys sit around and talk about a guy for so many years. Another man worry about Canelo. I would have said fuck Canelo a long time ago. I'm either
Yep.
one of fuck a Canelo. He don't make my motherfucking career. Fuck that shit. And he fighting all the way up at 168, 175. He don't know what the fuck he want to do. All that shit he doing.
Yeah.
Fuck Canelo. He doing
Yeah.
my shit. Fuck Canelo.
When is Andrade next fight?
That's the thing, Mo. We don't know.
It ain't even like nothing going on. They was trying to. I heard they was at first get ready to try to put something together with him and and Charlo, because which one of them was it? Who had the mandatory dinner back? I think dinner back was a mandatory for one of them.
I think he was the mandatory for Andrade.
I think it was for Andrade.
Yeah, for the WBO middleweight championship.
And Andrade made a comment. I seen something where Andrade said something about he ain't gonna fight Jenna back. He gonna move to 168. So I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about now? Why he won't fight Joe? He talking about he gonna move to 168. I thought he ain't want to go to 168 when David Benavidez was saying either one of them come up there.
And then the thing about that, Buckle, is the thing about that. Supposedly his contract is up with Matchroom. My thing is this: who's willing? What promotional company or network is willing to pick you up?
Right.
You saying you want to go up a weight class and fight under what banner? Who? It's not like the PBC and Showtime is running to your rescue, and it's not like ESPN and Top Rank either.
Know why? Because of age, he running out.
Yep. So
They
for
not
you to
gonna run
like
to his
that,
rescue
I'm gonna
right
just
now.
go up to 168 like you, Canelo or somebody. Maybe Jamal can do that. He's 32. Jamal can do that, so I can go up 34 and have fights there for him. But it's not the same with Andrade, because a lot of those guys, they're lined up with a company, a network, and a banner. And a lot of those guys starting their own thing. They got lines only promotions, so they can start their own thing. I'm like, Andrade, what leverage or what position you have to say, well, I'm gonna just go up to 168 and fight who?
That mean he get ready to have a real sad end.
Yeah, because it's not like none of the guys in that weight class, let alone Canelo, is talking about you. They'll talk Jamal before they talk you. They're not bringing your name up at all in no conversation unless somebody brings it up. But they're the Caleb Plants. I even heard Canelo, whether you fight him or not, he mentioned Jamal Charlo, David Benavidez, the Anthony Durrells. Any super middleweight with a pulse in their weight class is going to mention Jamal Charlo if he moves up. They're not talking about Andrade like that. So just defend that title you have, man, and then see what's next.
That's why, hey, Bon Kui, I feel you on Shakur. Yeah, that's why Shakur is Shakur. That's right. He doing what he's supposed to do. Stay focused, stay in your lane, do what you're supposed to do, handle your business. That's what you're supposed to do. Like Andre business was Janabek. Handle that business. Get that business done. It ain't no with all of the shit all of the sitting you've been doing and all of the shit been going on all these years, and you gonna let something like that come up, and we watching that shit.
Hey, peace out,
Attendance is
fellas,
up right
man.
now.
Sorry about that. Peace out, fellas. I'm too tired tonight. Later.
No doubt, bro.
You, you see Shakur and the Devin Haneys and even the Tanks and all of them, the TOs, they got a career and time on their side if they do it right. They got time on their side. When you start looking at Boo Boo Andrade and stuff like that, man, the sand in that hourglass has been dripping.
They doing it right. Shakur doing it
Yeah.
right. Devin doing it right. Like I say, Jamel doing it right. All of them guys, man, they got shining careers. Them boys is in the they doing it big. They doing what we watching the sport to be done. That's why I said all that trying to slide in these channels, trying to slide in the shit about what people say about belts. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. I've been watching this boxing since I've been a little kid and watching motherfuckers win belts and all that shit. That's like you trying to change any kind of game. Don't try to take something from the game. I don't care about the sanctioning fees or none of that shit. It is what it is. So go get in your division and get in the fights that's gonna put you in a position to do that and stop all of the hating on the other motherfuckers who getting it done. It's a lot of hating with the guys that's accomplishing that shit. But I like a lot of these new guys that's coming up. They come in with the attitude of that's what we coming to do now.
So has Andrade made that formal statement that he not defending his 160, he's moving to 168?
He made the statement, but he ain't make the move. It's like they make statements, guys like him, they make statements to make time. They make statements to buy time. It's like that's what they do. It's like a lot of statements get made to buy time.
Yeah.
Now you'll figure Andrade will have like a fight prior to Canelo and plant fight, and also he should be more so having a fight, already made or matched up even after a plant and Canelo match up.
Right.
Just need to keep that momentum going.
Right.
I'm gonna give y'all an example. And more, I know you know this. The age of Bernard Hopkins in his career is around the same age with Andrade. It just fell for the heavens that Trinidad moved up and Don King created that middleweight championship series for him to finally get that opportunity. He stayed in that weight class and he could have moved up. He stayed in that weight class all them years and put in all that work, and he was disciplined till he finally got what he was just deserved. And once he fought in that middleweight championship series with Chappie and Keith Holmes and Felix Trinidad and stuff like that, he's 35 years old, going on 36. That made his career. Winning that tournament made his career, and it launched him to bigger things, to where he damn near fought until he was 50. He's in the Hall of Fame, and he made a boatload of money, but he stayed disciplined and diligent. He could have said, well, you know what, I'm going to go up here and try to get this fight. I'm going to go up there and try to get that fight. No. And I don't put, as good as Andrade and them guys is, I don't put him on the level with a B-Hop. But he was smart and he was disciplined. And the opportunity came and stuff like that. Like Buckle said, these guys are shuffling around and they're not doing much with their career.
But like you said too, though, you can't to B-Hop, but B-Hop made the moves from day one, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. He made the moves when in fact he should have been made. You know what I'm saying? Although
he was kind of like Andrade. The only thing, like I say, he was disciplined. That's why he had all them titles defensive. He didn't go from 160. Well, let me see if I can win a title of 68 and stuff. There's nothing moving there. Let me see if I can go up to 75. Then I'm gonna come back down to 60. He stayed at that one weight class. And the Felix Trinidad fight, and then when he fought the first fighter in history to win all 4 major century and body titles at one time, it was him when he beat Oscar De La Hoya. That's when his career took off at an advanced age, because he was disciplined and he understood the sport not only inside the ring, but he understood it outside the ring. He understood that, you know what? I'm not the type of fighter that's going to be a draw. I'm not the type of fighter that my my name is gonna roll off the tongues of other fighters in the sport of boxing. So I gotta make wise choices, and I gotta pick my spots when it comes to my career. And it ended up well for him. It ended up well. That's the only thing we're saying about these guys here.
And make sure y'all hit that like button out there for the best of the best in boxing talk, my man H Money. No doubt. Make sure y'all hit that like button out there.
He said at the Hall of Fame, riding in the vein with Roy Jones, he said, even though we was stiff competitors in our career, he said I gotta give a lot of props to Roy Jones. And the reporter said, what you mean? He said, this don't have nothing to do with in-ring. It's something that he told me. It's something that he told me at a fight. I forgot who the fight was. They was all at the fight. I think Roy might have been commentating the fight. And he ran into Bernard in the hallway. He said, if you wanna get on that, be that top pound for pound fighter, or be on the level where I'm at, you gotta fight De La Hoya in Trinidad. He said, exactly as I played out, and that's when my career took off. He said, you're gonna have to fight these guys. You're gonna have to call these guys out, even though they're coming up in weight. You're gonna have to fight these guys because these guys are the names, especially Oscar. And when he got them 2 fights there, I said his career is made. His career is made. And he fought them 2 guys because that was his 2 biggest paydays. That was 2 of his biggest fights in his career outside of his fight with Roy Jones early in his career and stuff. That's what made his career. And that's the only thing I'm saying. A lot of these younger guys today, need to take a piece of that. Need to look at it that way and stuff like that. Bernard Hopkins wasn't that marketable fighter like a Roy Jones or Holyfield or Tyson and stuff because he's in their elk, he's in their era, but he wasn't that name like them. So he picked his spots, and when the opportunity came, he was ready, and he took advantage of it. That's the only thing we're saying about these guys today. Like Buckle said, they've been chasing Canelo for years. The dude ain't trying to fight y'all. Y'all got to make your own way in your own path. Y'all just pounding your career away, waiting on this one guy and stuff like that. Make your own way. What y'all would have done if Canelo would have said, I'm done, or I can't fight anymore?
Make that motherfucker want to turn around and look at what you doing and want to get involved in your shit because you drawing up so much shit yourself.
Yep. Yeah. That's the only thing we
drew up
saying.
enough attention. That shit, you drew up enough attention, they will come looking for you. Motherfuckers come looking for you. You start doing enough shit.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You do something out of the ordinary, you do something spectacular. What about this and that? Nah, okay. Okay, nah, see. Okay. Nah, see. Now I ain't got no excuse to pick and choose no more. Okay. He's that guy. He's the fighter that everybody is talking about. He's the fighter that when you mention boxing, his name roll off the tongue. That's the only thing that I'm saying. You calling out these fighters and stuff like that, knowing doggone well, 9 times out of 10, these fights ain't gonna be made. Because these guys not giving you the time of day. They're not paying attention to you. It has nothing to do with you not being a good fighter and stuff. They're just not, you're just not bringing none to the table in their eyes. And we can say, well,
That you see that I guess Bar quickly say I guess he overvaluing himself as a fighter. That's what he doing. He definitely doing that.
Yep. And that's a good point too. You want these fights.
Yeah.
You want these bigger fights, and we want you to be in these bigger fights.
Right.
And then when it comes to the business side, you got to be realistic and stuff like that. For the money you asking for, that's like counting all the fights you had in 4 or 5 years and putting all that together. What you asking for in one fight?
Right. Niggas crazy.
You know what I'm saying? We all want to shoot for the sky and stuff like that, but you also got to be a little realistic. What I'm asking for, it'll take me 3, 4, 5 years to make that I'm asking for in one fight. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not considered an elite fighter. I'm a good fighter. I'm a champion, but I'm not. I don't have that status. I never had that status. So I got to do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? I got to keep my nose to the ground. I got to do what I got to do. So if I got to defend this title as many times as I can and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? And that's going to give me the opportunity, or maybe I won't, so be it. Because this is prize fighting, Buckle. You know, everybody want the legacy, but you also
Because
got
like
mouths to feed and
if you're not gonna involve yourself in legacy, just be in fights and make the money at least. Then
yeah, make the
make the
money,
money.
man.
Like he's saying, like Bon Quickly saying, he could have made more money, but his arrogance got in the way, and they got in the way. Like at least make the money, and look,
Yeah,
if that's what you going to do, then be real about it. I'm just a real person. That's just why I come off and say this.
yeah,
Like if I came in just to make money, I would be telling you and Bon Kui and H Money and everybody as a boxer, I would be telling you, oh, I ain't getting involved in all that shit. I'm here to get some money.
yep.
So my next fight, whatever, I'm telling y'all right now, whoever, what's the name, my manager is, whoever they put me in with next, that's who I'm gonna be fighting. I don't know
Yep,
what the fuck going on, but I know I'm gonna get this check, and that's
yep.
it. And you would end up taking me like that, like, well, he don't really care. Yo ain't really trying to fight nobody. He say he just fighting to get a check to take care of his family.
Yep.
So he don't really care about getting in that shit. I just make people just respect that, and I just end my career like that. Fuck it. At least I'm making $500,000 to $1 million a fight, and I'm getting a little buzz out there, and that's what it is. And I had my little career, and that's it. And I tell y'all, that's what it is. I'm not gonna be running around rah-rahing like I would have beat this, I beat the shit out of what's his name. He ain't nothing. I would have this, and act. No, I'm not doing all that unless I want that. No,
Yeah,
I'm not doing all that.
yep. Yeah,
I ain't
you're right.
rah-rahing
You're
like
right.
that unless I want that. Yeah,
You know, yeah, you're right.
just be real and say that's what you want to work. You want to work on such and such floor of this building where shit don't really kick off to. There ain't a lot of smoke going on. Just say you ever work there. You don't want to go upstairs work on the 7th floor.
Yep,
You don't want to work up there where it's a lot of heat in the kitchen. You know, a lot of shit
yep,
going on. So just be real.
yeah,
Just be real. And I
yeah,
respect you. If Tank
yeah.
told me that, I would respect I respect that throughout the rest of his career, and I wouldn't be worrying about him fighting no Devin, Loma, none of these motherfuckers. T.O., none of that. Go ahead, take the fights that you taking and ride it out. Fuck
Yep,
it. You get money, you got your money, shit. You did what you did. It's all good. Fuck it.
fuck it.
I would
Yeah,
just say
I
it's
agree.
all good.
I agree 100%. You know,
But you
I
can't run
agree.
around talk. You can't run around talking about, no, I do this and I would have beat him. I would have took his share. He ain't nothing. Oh, that's easy. I would knock him out in 3 rounds. I don't want to hear all that. No,
Nope,
no, you ain't done. We can't do both. No, it's one or the other. No, no, I don't want
nope,
to hear all that.
no. Yeah, you're right. You put up or shut up. You know, you put up or shut up. You know, if that's not your mentality, whoever my band or my promotional company sign me to fight, I just get ready, be prepared, and I fight. If that's your mentality,
Right.
that's cool.
Let me learn you like that. Let me
Yeah,
figure that out
yeah,
and figure out that that's who you are, and I will
yeah,
respect that as the career moves on. I'm gonna respect it because you talk like that too. So I
yeah.
respect it. So it is what it is.
But the thing
So
about it, when these opportunities gonna come, and you're all gonna take them fights, and you come up short, and your excuse is gonna be, well, you know what, they caught me at the right time. No, that's on you.
yeah,
I don't want to hear that. Well, I'm kind of, getting long in the tooth and stuff like that. I don't have that same fire in my belly as I once had years ago and stuff like that. But that's on you.
that's on you. That's
When you
on you.
when you had that when you had the opportunity to challenge these guys at your apex, you did.
And let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. One thing that people need to know: you don't learn when you don't test yourself.
Yep.
When like you gotta like go in them waters and stuff that something that you might be worried about, you gotta go test yourself. You gotta see and see what it's like. see if it's really something that you could, you can get through, or you need to learn this or that to get through it, or bang with you, learn what you go through the fires that you got to go through. But you have to be battle tested. You have to do that if you're going to talk like that, and you feel like and you want to be respected like that. You got to do that. I can't sit here and watch you fight guys and beat up guys that I know that you're gonna win, and give you that kind of praise like I know you doing something. When I know what I'm watching, I'm a hardcore boxing fan. I know what I'm watching. Come on now. I can't
Within
just give you I
within the
can't do
last
that.
couple of months, Buckle, I done heard Tank make 3 statements because of who the person in the fight is that we gonna pay attention to. I'm a free agent. I'm leaving Floyd Mayweather. I'm leaving TMT. I'm done.
Oh, that did it. That when
Whoever win out of Cambosis and Devin Haney, I want to fight the winner. Adrian Broner, F you. Stop using mental excuse. Y'all stop using mental health as an excuse. But then a day later you recant on it. I didn't mean that. Well, just don't say nothing then. That's 3 legitimate statements you made within the last month.
all I
I
want
want to fight
listen,
Devin
all I
Haney. I'm leaving Mayweather and Broner. F you. Stop using mental health as an excuse, but then you recant the next day. I didn't mean what I said. Come on, man. So how we supposed to
all I
take you
want
serious?
him and Ryan both just to shut up. If him and
Yeah,
Ryan just be quiet, I
you
would
know
be
what I'm
cool.
saying? We
Just be
want
quiet. Him and
we,
Ryan. Ryan
we
the same way. Ryan get on
yeah.
my motherfucking nerves and all that shit. And guess what? I feel like Ryan can fight. Yes, when I look at Ryan, you say, oh, buckle up. You think Ryan got skills? So you think I'm a hardcore boxing fan, and you think I'm gonna look at Ryan Garcia and tell you that Ryan Garcia don't got skills? What? Because he not black, or he not this or that, or anybody will ask me some silly ass question like that? No, I'm not gonna tell you no Ryan Garcia don't got no skill. No, Ryan Garcia nice, but Ryan Garcia run his mouth a lot. Ryan Garcia talk a lot of dumb shit and put people through a whole bunch of back and forth shit like he on some old gypsy shit like Furry or something. He remind me of one of them kind of
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
As a fan, Buckle,
Yeah.
I'm just not used to hearing that. I'm just not used to that because when I started following boxing in the era that I cherish in the sport of boxing, you was held accountable if you made any kind of statement, especially towards another fighter.
Right.
You was held accountable for that. You know what I'm saying? You had to, stick to your word and stuff like that. I'm just not used to that. I'm not used to that. You know what I'm saying? I know it's different. You got social media. These guys can go social media, they can go back and forth saying, I want to fight you, I'm gonna do this to that to you, and then the fight never happened. I'm just not used to that because when I guess top guys or upper echelon guys in the sport of boxing challenge each other 9 times out of 10, them guys got in the ring. These dudes are not doing that, man. I just don't get that. You know what I'm saying? It's a little
Man,
frustrating.
when I watch them videos, I watch the throwback shit on. I watch a lot of. I do a lot of history shit, and I've watched all of Ali shit, like as if I was living back in his shit. But I had to watch his shit because that's what I like. That's the good shit I like about
Yeah.
YouTube nowadays, that it give us the opportunity to go back so far and study people careers, and I can roll up and watch everything and go through the whole shit. And like when I went through that shit, man, don't you know as a boxing fan, come on now, what you think I thought after I went through all of the history of Ali? When I finally got through done all that shit and realized, I was just sitting there shaking my head like these motherfuckers be talking all this dumb ass shit nowadays. Oh my god. It ain't even it's not even I laugh
Now,
at the
Bucker,
comparison.
Howard Cosell. You had to be a special somebody for that man to give you the time of his day. He was one of them. He
Man,
was so old school. He didn't cut no corners with you. I remember this man told Sugar Ray Leonard in his face, "You are ducking Tommy Hearns." And Ray Leonard was
man,
like, "Nah, I just want the fight to be bigger financially and stuff." He said, "You ducking that man," and you can tell in Sugar Ray expression and his look, like to say, Howard, I can't believe you're telling me this. He was being straight from the heart. You are ducking this man.
Man, they all them guys talk to each other raw as shit.
Yep.
Like shit Ali was saying to motherfuckers like Ken Norton and the shit Ken Norton was saying to them and all of the raw shit that they said. I mean, that shit just was like that shit could shake you up. Like them dudes was serious, man. It was serious, yo. It was some serious shit going
That
on.
fight was made. It's like Howard Cosell touched Sugar Ray so deep. And you know what I'm saying? You've been on my side. You've been supporting me since I was an amateur. I can't believe that. You would say that, Howard. And he was like, huh, I told it to the greatest. So what makes you think that I'm not going to shoot it at you? I used to talk to Ali the same way. What makes you think you're going to be any different? You know?
Some of them interviews with him and Cosell, man, is the funniest ever. I can't think of some of the stuff he said, but every time I watch him, I laugh my ass off. Like Ali always had the rebuttal for that shit, for something that
And
Howard
the thing
Cosell
about that,
said.
Buckle,
That
from
that
our
shit.
lineage, I don't know how old are you?
40.
Okay, well, I'm 51. So you right there on the edge of that older era.
Right.
And I look at it, we didn't hold it against them, these guys, if they lost. Because why? The magnitude of the fight they was in. Tommy Hearns lost to Ray Leonard in the first fight. We didn't have that against Tommy because why? You made the fight. I made the fight that we wanted to see. We didn't have it to Ali that he lost to Frazier in that first fight. Why? Because you made the fight that we want to see. Win or lose, we're gonna still hold you to a higher call, regardless if I got a horse in the race. I'm gonna still hold that man. Why? You know why? Because you stepped up to the plate. That's how it was back in the day. You know what I'm saying? A loss is damn near like a win in our eyes when it comes to the fans. Because why? We getting the fights we want to see. And then and it's like, I don't know if this generation, I don't know, they different. You know what I'm saying? I know they know of the past. You know, they got their
Man,
own way.
check this out. You could tell it's different. Listen, like I said, when I watch, I ain't have to even live in the generation. I'm just good enough. I put myself in that generation watching Ali shit. I took myself back there like you would literally do it like it was a dream, it was a movie, and I just took myself back there and act like I was living through it. It's nothing like it. I ain't saying ain't nothing now going on matching that. I ain't gonna lie, sitting here and I'm not sitting here telling you I'm saying nothing matching those kind of attitudes. I'm not saying that yet. Now you got a few that wanna buck like that. You could tell. Like I say, I like Shakur.
Yeah.
I think Shakur comes with that gritty attitude. Shakur feel like he the best. Nobody doing nothing. I like how he said when he get to 135, I'm taking names and busting ass.
Yeah.
I'm liking that. Yeah, I hear Shakur. You know, I'm feeling Shakur. I like that attitude. And and of course I love Bud. Of course I love Bud aggressiveness and how he talks too. But Bud just don't talk enough. I wish he would talk a little bit more and say things in a kind of way like Shakur, but I guess he say enough anyway when he get in the motherfucking ring. So because he damn sure got all knockouts at 147. He talk all the shit they want. He got all knockouts, you know,
Yep.
and he do what he did. So
If
I
Thing was more, if he'd have had a career as a younger man and was more technically and fundamentally sound in today's boxing, Rolly Romero would be high on my list as a favorite fighter. Because why? Rolly gonna get in there and fight with you, whether you beat him or not. But he had that mentality.
Right.
Like to say, I signed up for this and I want to fight the best. Regardless of what y'all think I'm not the best.
Right.
I want to fight the best. But his mentality,
he like those sloppy fighters those kind of fighters that we've seen in the past that were those crazy type of fighters that couldn't really box, but their heart fought anybody. They get in there. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
On a given night,
Yeah,
a given night like a Mayorga. They can be special.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I was thinking of somebody like him too. Yeah, I was
They can
thinking that
be
about
special. Be
York.
like,
Yeah,
man,
he a perfect.
damn, how he beat Vernon Forrest, or how
Yeah,
he upset this guy and stuff like that. That
right,
brings that juvenate the sport. Yeah, we can see if you understand the sport of boxing and you're educated, we can see that he's not a special fighter. But if he's gonna bring some attention and he's willing to get in the ring with the best, and you got all these guys who are way better than him, high pedigree from the fundamental and the talent side, way at a high level than he was, ain't even trying to get in the ring with these other top guys. But he will. I respect that. I respect a fighter like that. You know
right.
what I'm saying? I respect it. You know, he going in there and giving his all, knowing that, well, you know what? I want to win, but everybody know I'm the lesser fighter. But that's the ones that get the fights, Buckle. That's the one that get the fights and makes it exciting. Those type of fighters. So I'm gonna give them their props. You know what I'm
Goddamn.
saying? I just want to see these guys who everybody's calling elite and super talented.
Right,
Just do what you're supposed to do and behave like a fighter. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Get in the ring and
That's
behave
why
like
I
a
say
fighter and do
Wilder.
what you're
That's why I say the same thing for Wilder. Much as I don't fuck with him, if he coming back and make something like, come on back, let me see what you got. If you say they say he coming back, let's see if he maybe picked up something new, learned something. He gonna do something
Yep.
for a couple. Jump in with some upper echelon talent
Yep.
and show us what's good. We not gonna motherfuckers is tired of hearing all that talking shit, man. You
Yeah.
can't all that telling us what you would do to a fighter don't work no more. That shit don't count. All that woulda, coulda, what I woulda did or what I would do to this fighter. We don't want to hear
Yep.
that shit. We want to see you go in and do what you say you would do and get that shit over with so
Over
nobody
with.
can talk about it. That way it's done. We ain't got to go off in the woulda, coulda. The woulda, coulda shit.
That's why I always say I wish Wilder would have been like a light heavyweight moving up. Because I believe he'd have fight all them guys. You know what I'm saying? He'd have fight all those guys. But it seemed like the guys at the lower weights and stuff, they have opportunity because they can bounce from weight to weight and they can have multiple fights. It's like when you're at heavyweight, it's like that's the weight class you stuck at because of my
Yeah,
size, my
heavyweight.
genetics,
You
and I
you
can't move down and stuff because it's not good for me health wise. I can't move down and stuff, and I'm at the
hey,
highest weight
hey,
class
look,
in the sport.
Jonathan. Baby Billy say Ali always said what he'd do to other fighters. Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
yes, he did.
I said, yeah, hey, Billy, I say when he tell the dudes what round he was knocking them out in and all. Yeah, I seen it all. I said, wow.
And outside the time Booker when Ali was suspended, he was exiled, champion, non-champion. He was giving guys opportunity. And Ali was fighting, man. He was fighting. I don't care where you rank, what your contendership and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Find somebody. You know, if this guy ain't available, if Frazier and Foreman gonna fight, or if Norton fighting Ernest Shavers or somebody else, give me somebody. Keep me busy. And then we can settle this afterwards and see if I can get them guys that's up there with me in the heavyweight division. They got Ali,
And
them
then
guys
he was a
tough,
fucking
man.
headache. He was a headache,
Yeah,
Jonathan. He going all in them dudes' locker rooms and all
yeah.
kinds of shit. Man, I said, what the fuck is wrong with Ali? And this
Because you're
man,
not gonna get a career buckle where everybody on your resume gonna be the elite level fighter. That's just not the case. That's not boxing. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get every fight on your resume. You might have elite fighters on your resume and been in great fights, but every fight of your career is not gonna be elite. So
that's right.
winning a championship. So I'm gonna just sit on my championship. Don't fight the rest of the year until I get a Canelo. And then when I look at my bank account, because I done spent up this, took care of mom, took care of the kids, went over my spending limit. Now I gotta get back in the ring and fight this guy that's not gonna make a million.
Right.
So what you think I'm gonna make? He's not nowhere near Canelo. I'm gonna have to do something. But you could have had maybe 2 or 3 fights, defended your title, made enough money And then when the new year come, now you can reevaluate. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna fight at the beginning of this new year. I'm gonna fight closer to the middle because I was busy last year, so I need to give my body a rest. But I did what I had to do. I defended my championships and I made some money along the way. That's what the older fighters did, and they wouldn't even get in the purses unless it was a super fight. These guys, Buck, are getting purses that the random guy wasn't getting back in the day. It had to be a super fight to come close to get what they're making. These guys making anywhere from $3 to $5 million. They're not in super fights. Ali was getting that with Frazier them back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Them guys stayed busy.
Definitely. Definitely.
Hey,
RIP to the GOAT. Ali, no doubt.
You know,
RIP.
I'll be looking at some of these guys' resumes and stuff like that. They in their 20s. They barely fighting 2 times a year. But they had everybody else fight. You know what I'm saying? They got them guys barely fighting. I'm like, damn, you're not even 30 years old yet. And they gotta pull you to get another fight out of you before the year's up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, you should at least, man, I'm trying to get, if my body allow me and I don't get no setbacks or injuries along the way or nothing happen with the family. If I can get 2 strong fights, possible 3, I'm good. Now when I hit my 30s, I'm gonna have to start maxing out. I ain't gonna be, you know what? All these years and the training camps been grueling on my body, starting to take a toll. So now I gotta start winding down because my career is winding down. Well, that's a difference. But Bucko, these guys are in their 20s.
Right.
And we gotta assume that they're gonna fight twice a year. I'm like, man, that's ridiculous.
If that.
You know what I'm saying? You know? No, I don't want to fight this guy. I don't want to fight this guy and stuff like that. I want to fight this unified champion at another weight class. How you know you're gonna get that fight? And how you know that guy gonna be there when you move up? So no, so you like, that's wishful thinking. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's just too much talking and stuff like that, and not more energy. You know what I'm saying? Like you mentioned Ryan and stuff like that. All these guys that we named, Tank, Devin, Lomachenko, Shakur.
These guys have the potential. I see the potential in all of them, but I can't rate your potential if you don't show it to me in a physical way.
Yeah.
Like I can't just use the energy that you give me when you talk. I need you to give me that same energy that you're talking against these opponents in the ring, and then we got a whole nother type of story going on there. It's a whole different program there.
And Bucker, the reason why I mention these names, and I can tag on a few more: Richard Comey, Jojo Diaz, Tio, Jose Pedraza. These guys was legitimate champions. You know what I'm saying? These guys, whatever weight class they fought in, they was a champion. They held a title. Ryan Garcia basically hadn't did nothing to warrant the success and to warrant what he's trying to achieve. All these guys that I named was champions at one time, some sort of what in whatever weight class, or moved up. Even Dev is undisputed. Tank is a 2-division champion. Lomachenko's multiple division. Pedraza lost to Tank, but he went up and won another title. All these guys was legit champion. They can say, you know what?
And Jonathan, we can't give him 2 divisions, Jonathan. We gotta only give him the one. We gotta give him the 1 division, 130. Until he give us a super belt at 135 or 1. He's a Tank is a division champion.
But at least they were some legit champion. They held major world title. And I'm looking at Ryan, and I'm like, who are you? Well, you can just make demands and terms because I'm an Instagram success.
Right.
You haven't fought, you haven't held, you haven't participated in a world championship fight at all in your career. Regardless,
Ryan doesn't have nothing. Ryan don't got nothing to call against Tank in no kind of way. Now Tank might don't have a super belt, but he do got a regular belt. Okay,
Yes,
at least he has something. Tank don't have.
something.
I mean, Ryan don't have nothing. So Ryan can't call no shots against Tank. Plus Tank fights on pay per view. Ryan never fought on pay per view. So those are the difference between them two periods. So he
Yeah.
definitely don't want to fight. If he start talking that type shit to Tank, I'ma take that as though he don't want to fight. If I get any kind of whiff that he trying to talk to Tank or they trying or Oscar De La Hoya and them trying to talk to Mayweather and them like they the fucking A side because they know that Mayweather ain't having that shit. He ain't gonna let that shit
Yeah.
go down. So you might as well go with it the Mayweather way. However Mayweather gonna set it up, whatever Mayweather saying the numbers gonna be, blah blah blah. Go ahead and just do that shit. If Tank feel like he can beat, I mean, if Ryan feel like he could beat Tank, go ahead and just do whatever. It's gonna take the fight because you is not no motherfucking A side to Tank. Leave that shit alone.
And then the thing about that buckle, of all people, Oscar, you already know how Leonard Ellerby and Floyd Mayweather operates. For years, you done did business with these guys. You done got in the ring with Mayweather. You know how it works when it comes to him.
Right.
No, he's not a fighter. But Floyd Mayweather mentality, where he's a promoter, manager, advisor, whatever, is the same as if he was still in the ring fighting.
Yeah, if you know if you know Floyd mentality, how Floyd is, like if that's what y'all both of y'all managers, you know how he is. That's
Yep.
just like that's like it's like when you go to court and and your lawyer or your public defender, whoever, tell you about a certain judge. Oh, we got Wilson in there today. Wilson is kind of I don't like to take these kind of cases in front of her. You know, you see what I'm saying? The
Yep.
difference is just a difference in a motherfucker. So
I'm just giving my opinion. You know, the world and everybody know for years how Floyd does things because he puts it out there. Floyd looking at this situation as, okay, Oscar, when we fought, you was the A side and you had the leverage. Cool. I don't fight no more. But Tank is my fighter. So in a way, the
Floyd ain't.
leverage I didn't have with you and the side that I didn't have with you when we fought, I got that now. Why? Because Tank is that A side and I'm his promoter.
And it ain't like Floyd. It ain't like Floyd capping or doing no bitch shit because he
You know?
right. He should be that. He do got the right to say that for him right now with Ryan. He got the
Yeah.
right to do that with Ryan because at least Tank won a super belt at 130 pounds. He
Yeah.
got a record belt at 135, and Ryan haven't got neither. Haven't
Yeah.
done none of that. Period. And Ryan never fought on pay per view. So how could the
Yeah.
fuck could Ryan figure he getting 50-50? Or how could Ryan figure he could make a side decision? That's
Yep.
just ludicrous.
Yep.
No, it's not gonna
Yep.
happen.
As the same thing with Jamal and Hamid Mungia. You know, you want this.
Hey, hold up, Jonathan. Bon Quick say Buckle up, teach me the Baltimore accent. Hey, all I can tell you is listen to the videos, Bon Quick. Maybe you'll pick up on the words. I don't know. I don't know how to get it to you in no other way.
It's like the same situation with Jamal Charlo and Munguia. I was looking forward to that fight. Both guys agreed, whatever they agreed to fighting each other. And at the last minute, Oscar came with his Ryan Garcia type of stance. Okay, for one thing is this. Jamal Charlo is the champion at 160. I am a champion. Hamid Munguia, you was a champion at 154. Currently, you're not a champion at 160. So you have basically no leverage, and you would have been fighting for my title. So it's not a 50-50 situation. It's not a type of situation to where we are not pay-per-view draws anyway. So we got to do a dual network type of stuff like it just is a Mayweather Manny Pacquiao, or we do our Tyson Lennox Lewis, or we do dual networks. No, it's not that type of situation. So he pulled out the fight, knowing doggone well that Munguia didn't have the leverage. You don't.
Right.
You don't make
Haney, Bud, Shakur.
It's not like, okay, you got Boots and you got Virgil, two of the top young welterweights. Neither one of them yet fought for a world championship. Okay, well, I can see that scenario. Okay, none of them are champions yet. None of them fought in the world championship fight. That's a whole different case.
Yeah,
But
they
Jamal,
definitely two whole different cases, but
yeah,
they get ready to get busy though.
yeah.
They
But
hungry and they
Jamal
get ready to get
is a two division champion, and he's a
busy.
champion at 160. What leverage that? And I understand you're working for your fighter, but Munguia was like, I want the fight. VA side, I'm fighting for his championship. I'm like, well, the fighter got more understanding than you. Oscar, what are you reaching for? Like, what are you looking for? You beat your fighter win this fight, everything turns to his favor now. Now y'all done took the leverage, and now y'all have it in your grasp, knowing that he's supposed to know the sport of boxing. I'm like, Oscar, what you doing, man? Like, what you doing? You know, like, what you doing? You know?
Hey, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Mo and threes, man. Like, hey, I'm getting ready to get up out of here.
Okay.
I need all of y'all. I'm going to lay back because I got a big day in a couple hours, so I gotta go lay down and get some rest. But
Okay, all right, my brother.
hey, before I do that, make sure, hey, y'all know. I mean, tomorrow morning, I got a joint going to drop with that Leonard Ellaby, so I'm gonna crack Leonard Ellaby head tomorrow morning for y'all. So make
Okay,
sure
I'm gonna
y'all
check it out.
all right. And other
All
than
right.
that, all y'all be safe. I get back on the
Yeah.
next.
Okay,
Blessings.
buckle up.
Yeah.
No
Blessings
doubt.
and
All right,
peace.
Ace Money.
For sure. Y'all go subscribe to Buckle Up Boxing, man.
Yeah.
Go check them out on YouTube.
No doubt, H. I get back with you, bro.
For sure. What up, three? What's good?
What's good, H Money?
What's up with it, my guy? What's popping?
Shit, man, rolling up, about to get ready to talk some shit because I know it's coming. It's every
Hell
day.
yeah, man. What you think about Wilder and Robert Helenius fighting?
You said, wow, oh, Wilder and Hellenius, man.
Yup, they just announced it today. It's gonna be on pay-per-view, and they got Caleb Plant on the undercard.
Shit, I heard it was gonna be in October, but hey, man, you know me, I'm right behind Wilder, man. I don't give a fuck what anybody say, nigga. I got Wilder for the fucking knockout, and I think Wilder the best in the fucking division if Fury ain't here.
For
Now that
real?
he fighting, because I thought his ass was retired too. If his ass ain't retired, I got Wilder.
You think Wilder could beat Usyk? You think Wilder could beat even Usyk?
I think if Wilder catch that motherfucker even 2 times, his ass ain't getting up.
What about Wilder and Frank Sanchez?
Yeah, I got Wilder in that one.
What about Wilder and Andy Ruiz?
Wilder by knockout. By a fucking amazing knockout. The only person I think that give Wilder some goddamn smoke, I ain't gonna lie to you, is Joe Joyce. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Joe Joyce give him some good ass smoke. I think Usyk give him some good ass smoke too. I just think that he gonna fuck around and knock his ass out. Like
Well,
I don't see Usyk dropping Wilder. Put it that way. So I just see Wilder getting that opportunity.
If Andy Ruiz can beat Luis Ortiz, they're gonna try to make Deontay Wilder versus Andy Ruiz. What you think? What y'all think about that fight?
Ooh, I love to see that shit. I ain't even gonna lie to you, because the reason why I would like to see that is because we all know Ruiz, he needs that knockout to win, and Wilder needs that fucking knockout to win. So it's gonna be a pretty interesting fucking fight.
I just hope Andy Ruiz look better than he did with Chris Arreola.
I agree with that.
Man.
Because if he come in there looking like that, he gonna get knocked out.
Because it took a fighter like Tyson Fury really to get to Deontay Wilder. You know what I'm saying? He's an upper echelon fighter, regardless of what we think of him and his antics. It took that type of fighter to dethrone Wilder and stuff like that. And I'm like, after Andy Ruiz beat Anthony Joshua in the first fight for the championship, he just hadn't been looking right. He just hadn't been looking right.
Yeah, man. I mean, shit. Like my man said, that power's still there, man, with Wilder.
Yeah.
And you said it too, man. Like Wilder had to pretty much fight a motherfucker who not only was a better boxer than him, motherfucker was bigger than him on all assets, taller and way heavier. You know what I'm saying? Even had him in the reach. So it's like you had to get someone like that to be Wilder. You needed that. You needed someone that could box very well, and they had to be bigger than him. That's the only reason why I don't see Usyk beating him, because Wilder gonna look at that motherfucker like, man, I dealt with 330 pounds of fucking fury. And I ain't about to be worried about no fucking Usyk. You gonna look at him like
we do know three about Wilder in his career. His mentality is, if you don't get me, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna get you. Yep. And that's what I'm bringing to the table. You better get me because I'm gonna get you.
Yep, he always said, y'all got to be perfect for 12 rounds. I just got to be perfect for a second. And that's a problem for any motherfucking fighter. When that motherfucker just need to hit your ass one good time and that's it. And sometimes he don't even hit niggas one good time. He just got to hit you. And that'll be enough to stun your ass and open you up for another one of them 1-2.
Yep, that's the thing. That's what you bring to the table, man.
You gotta not fear Wilder. You gotta not fear him to actually box him. And Fury didn't fear him. You know what I'm saying? Fury got in there and he boxed with his ass. He was a little nervous looking, but he still shook that shit off and he got the fight in his ass.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough though, man. It's gonna definitely be tough.
Well, with Wilder coming back, there's always you always bring an excitement, especially to the heavyweight division and stuff. But you bring excitement to boxing. Him coming back is great. We really want to see that other fight, that we mention all the time. But for the time being, I accept Wilder coming back in the ring and stuff like that until these other two guys and whoever can figure out that situation and make the fight we want to see. But, I take that.
Yep. I say, get what you get and don't throw a fit.
Yep. Get what you get. And Wilder, he brings excitement and stuff like that. He does what he speak. So, you got to respect that. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't have a problem with that. Wilder coming back in October, I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? Wish another fight would have been on the horizon around that time, but,
Yep. Shit. I just hope that at some point, before all the smoke cleared, we get an AJ versus Wilder.
Yeah. That's another one that was long overdue, man. I wanted to catch them guys. I wanted to see them guys fight when neither one had a loss.
Right. That's what I'm saying, man. AJ could have fought that. They both could have fought each other, period. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. I'm like, damn, man. And they both was undefeated, both champions. The names in the division, shit, two of the high-profile fighters in the sport of boxing at that time. I'm like, damn, can't believe that fight didn't come off.
For me, this Usyk versus AJ fight, I don't know what it is with AJ. I feel his confidence. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, but for me, when I'm looking at this AJ versus Usyk fight specifically, I don't know what it is with AJ. I think his confidence got destroyed after Usyk dominated him the first fight and stuff like that. So I have Usyk dominating him again this fight, to be honest. Like, I don't know what it is. AJ's confidence seems to be off right now. Do you see that threes and Jonathan, or am I being harsh on AJ?
I don't think he lost his confidence because he wouldn't have hopped back in his fucking ring with him. I just feel as if as Usyk just got his number. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that AJ can pull anything out of his fucking hat that's gonna be able to stop this man.
Even if AJ, you don't think AJ can even hit him with a clean shot to knock him out?
Now he could possibly hit him with a clean shot and drop his ass, but I don't think he got the power to knock Usyk out.
So AJ is not like out of the three guys in the bigger guys in that division, in AJ, Deontay, and Tyson. Him and Tyson are the more technical fighters, and Deontay's more focused on power.
But the thing, like I said a while
Pretty
ago
much,
with
pretty much.
Deontay,
Wilder's the power. Like no one's stronger than Wilder in the fucking heavyweight division. He got the power. He got the power to hurt motherfuckers. Wilder, the only heavyweight I've seen that literally got a knockout from punching somebody right on their fucking forehead. He the only one I've seen do that shit as of late in the league right now. You know what I'm saying? Like his fucking power is different.
The
power, but I think AJ and Usyk, they got nice power. You know what I'm saying? Like they still got good power. They, you know what I'm saying? They power. They both could hurt each other. They both could put each other out. You know what I'm saying? I just don't feel like they're gonna knock each other out. It'd be more like a technical knockout type thing. You know
Wearing down.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about Tyson Fury, AJ, and Deontay. Deontay's actually the one that has the more natural power and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So does Tyson Fury have that type of power like that one punch knockout, or is he more of a?
No, he don't got a one punch knockout, but he has a lot of power though. He still has power. Like the power that he had to put Wilder down mainly came from counter punches. You know what I'm saying? He was countering him in the right spot, and it would stun him. Like counter punches are fucking deadly when you stepping in, and Wilder has a come forward punch. So him coming forward and getting countered by Fury was just hurting him. You know what I'm saying? It was fucking him up. But,
so you think so I'm not saying Deontay's fights like him. Do you think Deontay's power is kind of like Big George's power, where they hurt you with like they can knock you out like that?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
the thing with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury, when it comes to their mentality and their approach and stuff like that, is totally different from Anthony Joshua approach. And when I say that, Tyson Fury, if he want to make it a boring, if he wants to make it a boring, technical type of fight because of his skills and his ability, he can. But if he figures, well, you know what, this is not going to be this type of fight the way this guy going to bring it, if he had to put his nose to the ground and fight, he going to fight you, regardless if he got to go out on the shield or you going to go out on the shield. That's the mentality that him and Wilder has. When it comes to AJ, I don't know what's his mentality.
Yeah, no, but I'm Jonathan and three.
Because he has all the attributes. Technically, he can punch. He's strong, and I just look and I'm like, I'm like,
it's all between the ears for me. With
yeah,
AJ.
I'm like, even in the first Usyk fight, I'm like, I was hoping he could impose his will a little bit more, even though Usyk is probably the more the complete fighter, the all-around better fighter, can do more things in the ring. But I just figure, I'm like, well, you know what? I'm gonna have to at least change something and impose my will and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do something, just settle to this, this being this outbox. And then in the first fight, they look in spots where Usyk also outfought him. Not only outboxed him, was more physical than him, got rough with him. Usyk imposed his will on Joshua. And Joshua is the natural bigger heavyweight. And I'm like, he had Joshua second half of the fight on the back foot, as opposed to he should have been. That should have been the other way around, where Joshua had Usyk on the back foot. He didn't do that, and that's the only thing I have with Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and with Usyk, Olazander specifically, it seems like Olazander, being that he's a cruiserweight naturally, it seems like he's a lot lighter on his feet. Because I'm not saying AJ's not light on his feet, but it feels like AJ's very, very like heavy. Like he doesn't seem like very light on his feet. You guys see?
I tell people all the time, Tony, what Deontay Wilder is missing as being a total complete fighter when it comes to fundamentals. He's actually pretty nimble on his feet, and he has good feet. That's the difference with him, Fury, as opposed to Anthony Joshua. So that's why Tyson Fury had to change his approach with Wilder, because he was like, okay, I'm the all-around better boxer. I'm more fundamentally sound. How these guys hit me with the same right hand and dropping me, knowing I'm more the complete fighter? Nobody give Wilder props for he don't have bad feet.
No, and
bad feet, because Wilder can move in that room. A lot of people say no. I say he was able to close the gap and land that punch on Fury multiple times and get him out of there where hardly nobody else could have do that. To say he's a one-dimensional fighter. How a one-dimensional fighter is able to drop a fighter of the caliber of Tyson Fury consecutively without having something else besides just a right hand, knowing that that's the punch you got to look for. I always say, Wilder's feet. He know how to close the gap on you to get his knockouts, to put you down, because his feet is good. You know what I'm saying?
This is where, for me, Wilder would benefit more from Robert Garcia because of the way he fights than AJ.
Yep.
Because AJ is he's more analytical in terms of how he fights in the ring. He waits for you to throw your shots and throw. He takes shots. He takes multiple shots to land his shot. He's a counter puncher by trade. Am I correct? Yep. Oh, yep. And I'm gonna ask you about Deontay's power specifically. Would you say his power is kind of like Tyson and Mike Tyson and George Foreman, where even if they don't catch you with a clean shot, they can still knock you out and stuff like that?
Because when you mention Anthony Joshua, he's a big physical specimen, heavyweight with a top amateur pedigree, has good power, and that's the furthest it go. He's flat-footed. You don't never look at Anthony Joshua and say, "Oh man, he has one of the best jabs in the sport of boxing." Never hear nobody say that. And I don't see him in fights where he just basically beating you with the jab. I don't know if it has something to do, like you say, if it's between the ears, or his gas tank.
Yeah, no, and that's what hurt me about this Robert Garcia matching as well. Threes. That style relies on Jonathan. This style relies on a heavy gas tank as well. Like do the heavyweights tend to not have a great gas tank in general? Like, are heavyweights are they short bursts of energy in short period? Are they more short bursts of energy instead of like the lighter weights where they can have a high punch output for a longer time?
And I say this about Canelo. Everybody say, well, Canelo trains hard and he's always in the gym. I say, yeah, but y'all don't see the in-betweens. They don't show that. Canelo probably trains only way he can train, because what his body can present, physically what he can do in the ring. And it showed in his fight with Bivol. You know what I'm saying? It showed in his fight with Bivol. and stuff like that. It showed in his fight. Even when he fought Floyd, even when he fought Laura and stuff like that. When he fought Bivol, it was a different situation and stuff like that. So I'm like, I can see why Canelo moved the way he moved. And like I said, I can see why Anthony Joshua had problems with certain type of fighters. If certain fighters fight him a certain type of way, he has a lot of problems. Whether it's he gets stagnant in the fight or his gas tank don't allow him to completely fight the way he need to fight. It is something that only he know. Because when they interviewed him today and they asked him, what's the difference going into this fight as opposed to the first fight? He said, I can't give you an answer in the first fight because I just don't know. And I'm saying to myself, as long as you've been a fighter, as long as you've been a champion and stuff, he was like, when I fought Usyk the first time, it's like, I don't know what happened. He said, I can't put a finger on it. I can't give you an answer. I don't know. So it was something that Usyk does, or fighters that have that type of attribute that Usyk has, that's going to always give Anthony Joshua problems. I don't know what it is. I think he have issues with smaller fighters. You know, I mean, it may not be that.
Yeah,
Just my
no,
opinion.
and
I think if
yeah,
it's the
no.
bigger
When it comes
guys,
to
the lumbering guys and stuff like that, he has better success. It's like when the smaller heavyweights, whether they got good feet, a good hand speed, or whatever it is, he just have problems.
Andy
He
Garcia,
just have,
really, Andy Ruiz didn't really have great feet,
yep.
really.
But he got fast hands though for heavyweight.
Yeah,
And he throw a lot
yeah,
of
no.
combination punches. He got fast hands. He might have faster hands than Usyk, but Usyk got educated feet and he has an educated brain when it comes to the ring. But they are smaller heavyweights. You know, they are smaller heavyweights. Because I was saying that earlier. I noticed that he won the fight. He had issues with Joseph Parker, another smaller heavyweight. So I don't
But
know if it's
he's better. He's better with the fighters that stand in front of him, like an Fa Ajagba or something.
the thing with Parker. The thing with Parker, when he fought Joseph Parker just when he realized, well, I need to put my foot on the gas, the fight was almost over with, you know, because he fought a defensive fight. And the reason the first fight in Usyk, regardless if they got hurt or tagged or whatnot, as the fight ran on, they kept bringing it to Joshua. They kept bringing it to him. They kept coming forward. They kept him on the back foot. So I don't know if he just have issues with smaller heavyweights as opposed to when he fight guys more close to his size or big lumbering heavyweights. It's like I noticed when he fight the smaller heavyweights and stuff, he's not as effective. And the last two fights he lost was to smaller heavyweights. They wasn't to big
Yeah,
guys.
no. Yeah, and people forget about Deontay specifically. I understand he has an amateur pedigree, but let's not forget, before he went into boxing, he played football. He
Yep.
played like two or three seasons in football at Alabama. He was an offensive lineman in football. So that's where that's where that great footwork comes from, being an O lineman,
Yep.
stuff like that. That's what people need to remember.
Yep.
A guy like Deontay has that great footwork is because of the offensive line background that he had from football.
And I look at it too, Tony. A lot of these guys with these high amateur pedigrees, that's not the great amateur that we are known to know from the past. And Ish Money cooks on this good. A lot of the last great amateur heavyweights was those great fighters that came out of Cuba and stuff like that. So the amateur, the status of amateur boxing hadn't been the same in a long time. So you winning a gold medal, which is not going to be in the Olympics anymore, But you winning a gold medal in today's time is not the same as winning a gold 20, 30, 40 years ago. That's not the
There's
same
two actually.
situation now.
Funny
It's
you should
not.
bring that. There's three amateur heavyweights, three amateur heavyweights, and super heavyweights coming out of the amateurs out of Cuba.
Yeah.
Two guys in their 30s and one guy in his 20s, like early
Yeah.
20s,
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
And when I mentioned it to people, like, well, they won gold, they won silver. I said, yeah, and it's great, but it's not the same. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same. That lineage is not the same because the reason why I say that, a lot of your young top amateurs, at some point of time, they turned pro. So we never really got to see the best amateurs at the time fight each other on that big stage because some of them stayed in the amateur ranks for a while. A lot of them guys left and turned pro. So we never really got to see the best in the amateurs fight the best at different weight classes.
Yeah, no, and let's not forget, and some of these heavyweights. I'm gonna give Luis Ortiz is a perfect example. King Kong, he didn't
Yep.
turn pro till he was in his late
Yep.
30s because the amateur system in Cuba or the sports federation didn't even allow the guys to turn pro until recently. Until
And when I,
recently, the young fighters weren't allowed to turn pro until their 30s.
and when I see this, it's not a knock. I'm not knocking the fighters. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They error is their error. But when I see the likes of a Frazier and a Foreman and a Ali and a Riddick Bowe and a Lennox Lewis and stuff like that, the Teofilo Stevenson and the Felix Savans, some of the all-time great amateur heavyweights. Holyfield fought at light heavyweight. He didn't fight in the amateurs as a heavyweight. But I look at all those great heavyweight amateurs and their pedigrees and stuff like that. That's the type of amateurs I'm talking about. I'm talking about those guys. Not knocking the guys of today, but it's just not the same.
The amateurs is not as important in the United States as it used to be. Do you agree?
It's not. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's really not. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these American fighters, they probably fought each other in some national tournaments and blah blah this and that.
They came more about the Golden Gloves.
Yep. And they fought and stuff like that. And if they have any recordings, or you gotta go Google and find out who really did what. And there's not really much you can tell when they're young like that and say, well, they was 1-1 as amateurs or such and such. They fought 3 times in different tournaments and this fighter, you know what I'm saying? You can make some basis on that. But a lot of these guys, when they get to the pros, you see a difference in them. They're like, okay, this guy got dominated in the amateurs. Or this other guy, but I'm looking at him as pros. It's looking like it's totally different. You know what I'm saying? So you can base some of it on that, but you can't base everything on that because why? Okay, he beat me in the amateurs. Doesn't mean that he gonna be a greater pro than me. He might have been a better amateur, but it don't mean that he's gonna be a better pro fighter than me. That's how I look at it. But it just boxing, Tony, is so different from the past. It just, I don't know. It leaves your mind boggling. It's just so different. You know what I'm saying? It's just so different today to look at the sport of boxing. And as long as I've been following it and supporting it, it's just different. So I just go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? I just go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just got to accept the fact that's how the sport of boxing is today. That's just how it is. You know, it's not like boxing of the past or boxing of the old. You know what I'm saying? You take it or leave it now. You know, it's like with this Crawford Spence situation. Ain't no way 20, 30 years ago that fight wouldn't have happened by now. There's no way.
That's
It's
no
a,
way.
and I
That's no
said,
way.
yeah, no, and the mentality of the fighters have changed since when you were younger, as well, John, Uncle Joe, Uncle John. That these fighters are these young fighters actually, the young fighters now, until like guys like a Bam, a Shakur, or a Devin care more about the money instead of the legacy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's the product of kind of like them following the money they're trying to become. I say this multiple times. They're trying to become Money Mayweather before they're Pretty Boy Floyd.
Well,
Floyd earned the right.
the thing about it too, Tony. The thing about it too, it's so different. When you go to the gyms, you go to the trainers. A lot of these great trainers, may they rest in peace, has passed and gone. You got Bob Aaron, they're
You think
still
the new
there.
generation trainers have
You
that
got
same mentality?
Don King. You got all those great. A lot of other great promoters is passed and gone. May they rest in peace and stuff like that. They did things totally so different as far as of today. And these guys was like, we the promoters. We got to make the fights that people want to see. Y'all the fighters. But they looking at it. I look at a lot of these guys that's in promoters and in the managing side of the sport of boxing. It's like them guys in the pale are like, no, I'm not trying to get on your level as a fighter. I got a job to do. I'm your promoter. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get. It's like these guys today. It's like they all want to be on the same page. I can be 50 years old. You in your 20s. No, we're not going to be on the same level. So I got to do what's best for my company, and I got to do what's best for your career. And what I mean by that is we got to satisfy the audience. We got to satisfy the public, which is the fans. So if I got to take some risks and say whether I think you're ready or deserving to be in these certain type of fights, that's what the guys in the past did. I'm gonna just have to take that risk. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the management and the promotions don't want to take the risks. I don't know if the fighters, but whatever it is, it's just something that you didn't see in the past. There's no way in hell, Tony, you know this. Oscar De La Hoya never ducked to Josh nobody. He fought the best. He fought greats in his career. And I'm looking how the fighters he has today and how he's handling them. When you got a guy like Ron Garcia that talk, okay, well, you know what? We're going to see if you can back up that talk in the ring. I'm going to make sure. I'm going to negotiate this fight, and it is going to be what it's going to be. And if you decide not to want to take the fight, I don't want everybody looking at me because I'm good. I had my career as a fighter. I got my money. I'm in the managing side. It's on you. It's not on me. I'm trying to make this fight of the fights that the people want to see and the fights that you, Tony, that you are asking for. But in the end result, you're never in them. So it's not going to fall on me. It's going to fall on you.
You know what
it's not going to fall on me.
Oscar a little bit when it comes for him not. I'm not making excuses for him. Maybe the reason why he is not putting his young fighters in those rough positions like he was is because he saw how wore down he became as he got older and stuff like that. So maybe he's in the back of his mind he wants to slow down these kids a little bit so they don't get worn down as fast as he did with the amount of fights that Oscar had, like at the top level, like these wars that Oscar had. Maybe he's trying to be patient with it, not be patient, be cautious with Virgil, and not putting him throwing him into the fire too soon, and cause him to either constantly be getting into wars with these top level fighters, and it wears him down faster, and he shows his age a lot faster than he's supposed to.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, Tony. I'll tell you what it is. When Canelo left Golden Boy, you look at the Ryan Garcias and you look at the Virgil Ortizes. Canelo's still a young man. Even though he's been fighting a long time, it may seem like Canelo is old. Canelo is still a young man. And
No, Canelo started fighting at 16.
Canelo has achieved so much because if you look at them guys at their age and they state of their career, Canelo was once that fighter, and he achieved a lot at a young age. And when Canelo left and stuff like that, he was like, I don't know if my fighters are ready. I don't know if I'm ready just to move them up just yet, like I did with Canelo. I don't know if they're ready, and I don't think that I should move him up. That's the position he's in now, because you always figure by the time Canelo it gets to a point to his career where he's starting to wind down, here's what I got right behind him. I got a whole stable, a whole crop of young fighters that ready to take his place. When Canelo left, it put a wedge in everything. When it came to him, his business and matchmaking, it put a wedge in his company. Because Canelo was the man for Golden Boy. He was that guy for a long time. And when he left and moved on, it put a wrench in plans for him and Golden Boy. Because he didn't expect this situation was going to happen. He was like, I'm going to have Canelo for a while and stuff like that. At the same time, the young men that's behind him, they can be groomed. And when he's going to buy the division and say, you know what, it's time for me to move on. I'm done with boxing. They are ready to move on now. They're ready to take his place. And it didn't happen. It's the same thing with Munguia, another young fighter and stuff like that. It was like Canelo put a wrench in everything that he was looking at.
So you think Canelo leaving is what screwed it up? Because Oscar...
It's like, I would like to elevate these guys, but as a boxer and from the eye test, they're just not quite there yet. I can't move them like I did Canelo. Canelo was just different. When he was their age, he was just different. He was built different from them. So I can take a risk and put him in there with an older fighter like a Shane Mosley that maybe was starting to be past it. You know, I don't know if I can take that same risk. And a lot of them guys is not around no more. You know, a lot of them guys are right around the age or just a little bit older. So a Munguia, a Ryan Garcia, Virgil. I don't have a Carlos Baldomir, or I don't have a Matthew Hatton, or I don't have a Sugar Shane Mosley and stuff like that. I don't have them type of guys. I don't have a Cotto that I'm catching on the back half of his career. Even though he's a superstar in the sport, I don't have we don't have an opponent like that to say, well, I can put Canelo in there with a guy like Cotto that's at the top of the sport, and Canelo's not 30 yet. He's looking at these other guys like, nah, they're not the way Canelo was at their age. Canelo was totally different from them at that age, so I can take a chance of putting him in with a Floyd Mayweather. I can't take a chance with these guys because I still don't think they are ready yet. Even though Canelo lost, I can't put him in there with a Lara. Even though there was a tough fight and a lot of people felt that Canelo probably lost that fight, I could risk it with him. I don't think I can risk that same situation with these guys. That's how I feel looking at it. You know,
that's what I'm saying. You think a guy like Canelo leaving Golden Boy threw a wrench in it because Canelo was going to be the cash cow for Golden Boy.
Yeah. And he was that fighter. He was that fighter, Tony, even at a young age, that Oscar didn't have a problem of taking the risk with him because some way at the end of the day, it's going to benefit me and him in the long run. So I can take a risk. And him doing what he did with Canelo only made Canelo a better fighter. Now Canelo is in his 30s. It's only going to take special type of guys to beat Canelo, but Canelo is an elite fighter. When you look at Canelo in his 20s, and you look at these guys, Brian and Virgil and Jaime McGill, and they in their 20s, they totally different. They totally different because I look at them guys, they not outside of Virgil, they not fighting at a world championship level just yet. The level they fighting at, Canelo was destroying them guys. You know, he was pretty much beating them easily. He was taking care of business when they come. The level they are at and the guys they're fighting, Canelo was taking care of those guys easy. That's what Oscar looking at. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, these guys, you know what I'm saying? They're young, but then they still got a lot of growth to do. They still got a lot of maturing to do. They still got a lot of things they need to do before I can actually take that risk. You know what? I'm gonna take that risk. You know?
No. That's what I'm saying. It's a combination of two things. What I said earlier is Oscar saw how fast he wore down in his career, and he doesn't want to put these fighters in the line of fire like that too soon. And he did, and Canelo leaving screwed that up. If Canelo would have stayed, these kids would have had time to develop and stuff like that.
Yep. And now everybody trying to elevate them, into these high profile fights. And Oscar look at him, he looking at him not just from a business venture, he's looking at him as a fighter perspective. If I put my guy in this particular type of fight, what is it gonna do to him? What is it gonna do to him when it comes to the longevity of his career? Will it change?
Or his confidence if he gets destroyed.
Yep. Or if he just get like Canelo, just got outboxed and outclassed by Floyd. It didn't really do nothing to him because his career blossomed and flourished, and he went on to do great things. It might not be the same with these other guys. That's the weight that Oscar has to deal with now. That's the weight. If I still had Canelo and stuff like that, I can, gradually. So by the time Canelo say this is it for me, I'm done with the sport of boxing. Okay, they can just, you can just pencil them in and put them in his spot. They ready to go. They ready to make that next. They ready to be the next faces or the next guys in the sport of boxing. And that's the situation. I say it's gonna be different when Canelo left. I say Golden Ball gonna be a different company now without him. He got a stable of fighters, but it's not gonna be the same.
If he brought in another veteran like at the level of Canelo, which I don't think would ever happen, like let's say hypothetically, let's say Terence was able to come over to work. Do you think having Terence in that stable with those two young guys that you're talking about would actually help Oscar?
He'd be like Canelo. Well, he is like Canelo. He's a veteran fighter. You know what I'm saying? He's a veteran fighter, been a champion, been in championship fight, don't fall at that top level. And if that was the route he wanted to go out and finish his career, I don't think that would be a bad move. I think it would be
working
good
for Golden Boy and
I don't think it'd be. I don't. You see, the thing with Terence Crawford, he's a little different. Now, Oscar might be able to say, "Well, look, we locked in with the zone," and I think that was one of the issues that Canelo have with Oscar.
He wants to choose where he fights.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. If certain opportunities or certain things that I see or certain things that I want to do as a fighter, I don't want to be locked in or linked into just this situation. I want to be able to have a little freedom and independence to say, you know what, I want to take a fight against this guy on ESPN. I want to take a fight with this guy on Showtime and PBC or Fox. You know what I'm saying? I want to take a fight with this guy. He wanted a little more freedom. You know what I'm saying? I want a little more freedom. But yeah, I'm making good money, real good money. I'm in pretty good fights on the zone. But Showtime, what they can offer me and what I'm trying to achieve and what I'm looking at, and the thing about that, Tony, the last piece of Undisputed was under the PBC banner.
No. See, and this is where I want to see if Oscar is able to get out of the zone contract and partnering up with Eddie Hearn, and maybe trying to get in contact with Showtime, specifically just Showtime, not Fox, but just Showtime. And
You see, that's why
moving.
Eddie Hearn couldn't make no waves. I don't know how Canelo contract is with them. That's why when he said, I'm going, well, I got 3 belts, I might as well go all in and go for Undisputed. But this last guy that's the champion doesn't fight for Matchroom, doesn't fight on the zone. So I'm gonna have to do what I have to do to get that fight. So I guess it's in his contract. I guess he was allowed to have some freedom and he was able to go negotiate for one fight and fight on Showtime and PBC. And he came back to the zone. That's what I'm talking about. If you would sign a guy like Terence Crawford, who's a veteran, that's more so looking to get out of the sport of boxing, you would have to do something like that with him. Okay, I'll fight a fight on the zone, but if there's something else outside of this situation, I want to be able to have the room to move like that. That's the thing. When you're dealing with a
What
veteran as
I'm saying
opposed to a
is,
young fighter, that's one thing. But when you're dealing with, and I think that's kind of the thing that's going on with Crawford in his negotiation with Spence. He was, for years, he was under top ranking Bob Arum. And whatever fights, whatever I'm getting paid, got my contract, so be it. He wants that little bit of independence and he wants that little bit of freedom. Let's say, okay, I'll fight Spence, win or lose. I don't want to fight I don't want to sign a 2-3 fight deal. I want to sign a 1 fight deal. And if I'm happen to win, and it's a highly competitive fight, and we have to do a rematch at 54 or whatever, I'm cool with that. But I don't want to be linked in.
No, let me clarify what I mean, Jonathan. I understand Terence from Terence's perspective. What I'm saying is from Oscar's perspective. Do we know how stringent his contract is with the zone, where if he can actually get out of that contract and try to negotiate with another TV network like Showtime specifically, where he can have all his fighters on Showtime specifically and not Fox, just Showtime.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Tony, is this, and I agree with you. What I'm saying, as a veteran fighter, older fighter, if I'm a sign for the remainder of my career, regardless of how many fights I have left in my career, I sign with Golden Boy. But a clause in my contract that I want written up there is, if I want the opportunity to roam and test, now I leave Golden Boy. They might have a fight for me on ESPN. I want to go back and fight on that network. They got to fight for me on Fox or Showtime or wherever and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying as a veteran. No, I'm going to be with Golden Boy, but I just don't want to be obligated to one situation. That's the thing. That's the only thing I'm saying. I don't want to be, like we say, Canelo moves a different way and stuff like that. As a veteran fighter and been a fighter and an accomplished fighter in the sport, I want to be able to go out on my own terms. I want to be able to have a similar career like him, because I'm always to the end of my career. I just don't want to be held, because I did that for years with Top Rank, held to one situation. I want to be able to have some freedom and check the landscape and go here and go there, but you still promotes me. That's what I'm saying. When it comes, no, it wouldn't. I don't think it would be a bad fit with Golden Ball, but where he's at the stage of his career, I think Terence feels that I want to have some freedom now to make my decisions on the rest of my career and say, okay, I want to go fight this fight here. I want to take on this challenge and go fight him over here. and stuff. And I don't want to be obligated to one situation like I was early on in my career. That's the only thing I'm saying. Where Virgil, Mungia, and Ryan, they don't have that yet because they're still young. They don't have that leverage like that yet. You know, because out of the three, Mungia is the only one that held a legitimate world championship. Not Virgil, not Ryan. I mean, Mungia was the WBO junior middleweight champion. If they're saying anything, but he held a legit championship. So out of the three, he's the only one that's been a world champion and fought for a world title. And he still don't have leverage. You know?
This is honest question. Like, do you think a guy like Tio would actually do well with Golden Boy?
I said that. I say it feels to me like Tio would fit Golden Ball and Hopkins and De La Hoya more so than Ryan. I think he fits in the boxing toolage that he can get from Oscar being a great fighter and Bernard being a great fighter would benefit him also as a young fighter. That's how I also look at it. Because you look at two guys that's on the business side, the managerial side of boxing, there was also two great all-time great fighters. And I say his personality and Oscar and Bernard, I say it seems to me like there's more of a fit than Ryan. Yes, I say he fits more in that mold and stuff like that. He fits because the reason why I say that, Tio don't have a problem being around veteran fighters, being around former great fighters, and listening because he said going into his fight with
So you think Ryan would you think a guy like Ryan would actually benefit more going to like an Al Heyman or a guy like what is it called? A guy like Bob Arum or someone like that? Better.
Bob Arum's so old school and he's an older guy now. It would have to be some maybe Bob Arum younger matchmakers. I don't know if that would be a fit with Ryan.
How about Heyman? How about
the thing with the hell Heyman, you know what I'm saying? He's so non-existent and stuff because the only thing you hear his name, you don't see him. Maybe they got fights there for Ryan. You know they got fights there.
Don't forget. He can work with. Do you think him working with Floyd would be a good idea?
I don't know. Having Tank, I don't know. Maybe if he didn't have Tank, or if Tank would have left and stuff like that, maybe and stuff. I look at Ron in the situation, Tony. He still has a lot of immaturity, and that's understandable because he's young. He has a lot of immaturity and stuff like that. You know, he's young man, but he's very immature and stuff like that. You know, and
they also they said John. There's also people actually say the other problem with Golden Boy is they're not there the whole week. They're only there 3 days a week in the building and people complain, how do you run a promotion if you're only there working 3 days a week and you're not working the whole week and stuff like that?
Well, the thing about that, Tony, for years, and you got him early in his career, and he has produced for you and your company. When you got a elite level fighter like a Canelo Alvarez and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Whereas the kid has it. He has something special about it. So it's not like we got to work that hard because he's doing the work for us. You know what I'm saying? He's doing the work for us. When Canelo left, we're like, man, we got to get back on the grind. You know, we don't have the next cash cow in the sport of boxing.
They got too comfortable with Canelo.
Yep, exactly. They got too comfortable.
They weren't developing the next generation, is what you're saying.
Exactly. They put all the eggs in one basket. Like they got so because they could. You want to fight on Showtime, they'll accept it. You want to fight on ESPN, they'll accept it. You want to fight. Even when they start at HBO, they'll accept it and stuff like that. I don't know if it was exactly been the same with the other three. But the one thing about HBO that we do know, Tony, throughout the years, they're gonna expose you for something. Either you're the goods or you're not the goods. And the one thing about that network and that company, all the talk and Ryan do, you gotta back it up if you want to fight on their network. But they're gonna hold you accountable. Ross Greenberg and them guys was like, no, no, it's not gonna work out. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of guys wasn't built and wasn't meant to fight on that network.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank. Someone finally said it. I'm a Ryan fan. He needs to be one of these fighters that needs to be off social media completely, so he can focus on that instead of worrying about social media. Ryan
Yep.
needs to be off social media, like cut himself off from social media for 2 or 3 years. Then when he's at the level of a Canelo, he can go back onto social media.
Yep. You know, I guess Golden Boy thought it was gonna play catch up, even though that Ryan is not at the level quite yet, or even ever as a Canelo. But they thought with his status and in his his appearance and everything that he has going on social media, that would have been enough to suffice the company, and it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. That's why I say a good, legitimate, quality veteran or couple of veteran fighters they could add to their stable right now. Because they ain't gonna find another Canelo. But a good established veteran fighter and stuff like that with elite level qualities, like you say, a Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying?
Would you put Lara in that category? Would you want Lara in that stable to teach Ryan, or that wouldn't work because Lara doesn't really speak a ton of English?
It wasn't be bad. You know, I know he's 40 now. I know he's quite the same fighter he once was. Uh, he got what he got out of his career with his particular type of talent. You know what I'm saying? He got what he got. He got a Canelo fight. You know, he got a couple of big fights in his career and stuff like that. I just think that Golden Boy needs somebody that's a blockbuster. That's why I say to finish out his career, I wouldn't mind seeing Terence Crawford going to Oscar and Bernard with Golden Boy.
Do you think? How about I wasn't sure if Errol would leave where he is now and go to.
No, I think Errol is good. I think he's gonna finish his career without him in the PBC.
You don't think he would ever go to Golden Boy to work with Bernard?
Make a fight. If there's a tight fight around his weight class and make a fight against a Golden Ball fighter, I think he would do that. But to leave Al Hammond in the PBC, nah, I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I don't think he would.
Yeah, I think, like you said, the only fighters I can maybe see going there is, like you said, maybe a Terence Crawford or how about Leo Santa Cruz? How about Santa Cruz?
Santa Cruz, another one that's been with the PBC for a long time too. At Showtime.
Where's Chocolate? What promotion does Chalk work with?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. That's a real.
If he is not with a promotion, I think Chalk would be the perfect fighter for that. Like, he's a veteran guy, even though he's in a lighter division. He can teach. he can be the veteran to teach guys like or a Nonito, even though he's in retired, he can go there as as part of Oscar's team to tutor these young fighters and bring over a Chalk or a Chocolatito
before he retired.
Yeah, before he retired,
before he retired, Oscar had the up and coming Canelo, but he also had Juan Manuel Marquez, who was a veteran established fighter. He fought for Golden Ball before his career because he left Top Rank. He went to Golden Ball. And Canelo was like that Virgil Ortiz and Jaime Munguia and Ron Garcia, maybe at a level a little higher than them. But he was where they at, that young, next, good 20-year-old fighter. He had a Marquez right above him. So Oscar was good. So he was like, you know what? I can put Marquez in these fights with Floyd Mayweather. I can put Marquez in a fight with Tim Bradley. I can put Marquez in a big fight with Manny Pacquiao. Why? Because once he's gonna say he's done with the career, here comes Canelo, and that's what Oscar Tony. That's how he was able to base his company. He always had that key veteran fighter in the hole. So when Marquez said, "I'm done," here comes Canelo. That's what Golden Ball missed when Canelo left.
Yeah, I think we can try to.
They had that top veteran established fighter in his company with Juan Manuel Marquez. He's marketable. He was a name. He done fought. He's in the Hall of Fame. He done fought. He got one of the best resumes that people don't talk about in the sport of boxing. He has an outstanding resume. So he had that at his apex, and right under him, I got the next, and that's Canelo. That's what he's missing. That one veteran fighter to say, you know what, if y'all can hold a fort for a little while longer, and then when you say enough is enough, I'm bowing out, I'm moving on with my life outside of boxing, we good now. Thank you, we good. The company's in good hands. Why? Because here's the next that is gonna take over. You don't have that.
Yeah, no, and this is why I'm saying you can bring guys like El Gallo. How about bringing El Gallo and Chocolatito? Those are two veteran guys.
Yep.
That have, but no one really watches those divisions like that. So that's the issue.
Yeah, they don't really.
There's not really a good veteran that you can bring from except for Terence. Like you said, Earl won't leave. Matt.
And you see, he don't have that young. Let's say, for example, that young, established fighter, like say, for example, like a Shakur Stevenson, the high amateur pedigree. He's a multi-division champion. He's young, but he's also a unified champion. You know what I'm saying? If Virgil or Ryan, because of this situation, was in the status of a Shakur, then he'd be like, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Even though they're young, they proven. See, he's in the elk. But Shakur is proven. Maybe benefited from the weight class he was in.
What Billy just said. How about bringing in an Usyk or an Usyk?
That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be
bad. But the issue is the language barrier. Yeah. Usyk doesn't. I don't think Usyk speaks any English. Yeah, that's the issue.
That would. But you see, even though he's been with Top Rank, even Lomachenko, the world knows who those fighters are. They established. You know what I'm saying? Not only amateur-wise, but professional. Usyk was an undisputed cruiserweight champion. He's a unified heavyweight champion. He's in another big fight this weekend. We all know what Loma is. Loma damn near been a pound fighter from day one. So those guys are veterans, but they are established. You know what I'm saying? Even Loma, if he wasn't with Top Rank or it didn't work out with Top Rank, and he wanted to finish his career somewhere else, picking up Paloma wouldn't be bad neither.
Xander would be a good young guy, but
Yeah,
Frank. But the issue is he's the same age as him, Virgil, and Ryan are not ready to be the face of
yeah.
a promotion just yet. They need a
Even
little.
with Turbia, them guys are old. One thing, Tony, that you don't have to worry about with them, I don't have to break the bank with them. You know what I'm
You're gonna have
saying?
to pay a lot of money for Loma and Bud.
Cause I think you'd have to pay a whole lot more money for Terrence. I don't think Bob was paying Loma that much. He was paying him good, but he wasn't paying him as much as Terrence was getting when he was with Top Rank. Guarantee you. These guys and stuff like that. I never heard none of these guys was like, I need 10 million, I need this 20 million to take this fight. I never heard that with them guys in their career. And they've been in some big fights. Usyk is a 2-division champion. Lomachenko is a multi-division champion. Berteriev is a light heavyweight unified champion. I
Is a
never
Thurman good?
heard of them financially saying, in order for me to take this fight, you got to pay me this. I never heard that.
Would you say Keith would be a good thing for that or no?
The only thing with Keith, and I think he would be good for the younger guy. The only thing with Keith is not certain guys. It's like Keith just trying to price himself with every fight he's in now. I don't know if he feels I got too much more left in my career, but his action price.
Wait, John.
His action price.
Nate
That's
is
like the price.
backstage.
That's like the price of money you're asking for fights. It's not like you're getting in the ring with Crawford or you get in the ring with Errol Spence. You just asking for like 10 million plus with just anybody, and you're not gonna generate that. He took the Mario Barrios fight as a tune-up, but ever since after that fight, it's like he went up on the price. It's like even if it's not Spence or Crawford, I want 10 million plus. Well, you're not gonna get that. You gotta be realistic. You're not gonna get that with just anybody. You know what I'm saying? You didn't make 10 million plus with Danny Garcia. You didn't make 10 million plus with Sean Porter. You made a good bit of money with Manny because who Manny Pacquiao is. You're not going to get that type of work with just anybody. And that's the only thing with Keith. What he's asking. I know he was an established fighter. He's been a champion for a long time, but you're just not going to get that with anybody.
What's up, fellas? What's up, fellas? What's up? What y'all talking about?
Oh, we just talking about the different, like, the status of boxing, certain fighters, the banners they fight under, and stuff like that.
Yeah, we were talking about like what good veteran fighter Oscar could bring in, so he doesn't have to push guys like Ryan and Virgil too fast for them to be groomed a little bit before they get pushed into the top level. Like I brought up Chocolatito and El Gallo, but no one really knows them because they fight in such low weight divisions and stuff like that. I brought up Terence Crawford, and John actually said he would be a good fighter later on in his career when he's not a champion anymore.
Yeah.
Then I said Keith Thurman, but the problem with Keith is he's asking for ridiculous amounts of money, and I don't think Oscar would even give him that much money.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right. I'll let y'all cook for a minute.
I made a state of
what happens if Manny comes? What happened if Manny comes out of retirement and partners up with Oscar? He's not a fighter, but combining their promotions together and stuff like that.
I think Pacquiao still got to deal with PBC.
I think Manny would always be a draw. I just think he's older. I think Oscar can use a good veteran fighter that still have some years left in their career and stuff like that. That's why I see Canelo benefit a lot when Marquez's contract ended with Top Rank and he signed with Golden Boy, it benefited Canelo. It helped him in his development and it helped him in his growth. Because the reason why they got a guy like Marquez, truth be told, right when it was time for Marquez to hang up the gloves, that's kind of when Canelo became a main event fighter because he was still fighting on other people undercards. When he fought Shane Mosley, that was on the undercard. It wasn't the main event fight. So they gave Canelo an opportunity to develop because Oscar had Marquez, that great veteran fighter, that was the headliner. So they gave Canelo his opportunities. I see when Canelo left Golden Boy, Oscar had just young fighters who still yet not really established just yet. He didn't have that buffer. He had that buffer with Marquez for Canelo. You know what I'm saying? He had that buffer with Canelo with all these guys under Canelo. Now Canelo is gone. You don't have that buffer anymore.
Yeah, no, like we said earlier, Oscar and Bernard put their eggs in one basket a little bit too much, and once Canelo left, they realized their young fighters weren't ready for that to be the face of the promotion.
Yep.
No, Oscar messed up for not saying fuck you to the zone and sending Jaime McGill over there to PBC and beat Jamal Charles' fucking ass so he can be the new guy. He should have said fuck you to the zone and let my guy go over there and kick some ass and bring a belt back, and he's the guy. He's the guy now. So that's where Oscar fucked up at.
And Nate, this is why I said I kind of wish we can look at what the contract is with the Zone and Golden Boy to see if Oscar can actually, get out of it and go partner with a company, a TV company like Showtime or something.
Yeah, it might be something. It might be something where the Zone is giving him a lot more money than what Showtime will be willing, or even ESPN. It's very possible that's what it was. That's why he's there. They're giving him some good money.
I forgot about this also, Nate, too. Along with having Marquez for a couple of fights, he also had Ricky Hatton Golden Boy.
Damn, I forgot Golden Boy used to have a deep ass stable.
You know, and at the same time, you know, these guys were still pretty much.
They were still superstars.
Yeah, up there in the sport of boxing. So it benefited a guy like Canelo a whole lot, knowing that, you know what, I don't have to be thrust as the face of the company at a young age. I still got these veterans above me. You know what I'm saying? So as I'm still being groomed and still being developed along the way, not only as a fighter inside the ring, but also outside the ring. That's what Oscar don't have right now. The Ricky Haddons, the Juan Manuel Marquez's, whoever else of that ilk and stuff like that. He don't have that. That's why I say he don't have that buffer. But them guys can hold it down. So when them guys say, you know what, my career is done. I'm done with the sport of boxing. Okay, well these guys are ready now.
Would you this is an honest question. I understand he's not a superstar in the sport right now. He's a good fighter, but would you say a good veteran buffer would be a guy like a Mario Barrios or someone like that?
Well, Mario, he's still kind of young too.
But he's a veteran. He's been in the fight game longer than.
You know, but I think like he's another one. Tony and Nate. I know he's locked in the PBC now.
Who?
David Benavidez. I don't know why that name came on the top of my head.
Why?
He's young, but David Benavidez.
He was a champion at 168.
Yeah,
I can see what you're saying.
I know he's young because he ain't nothing but 25 years old. But he acts, and he, like I said, Ryan still has a lot of immaturity. You know what I'm saying?
David has that too, though. David Benavidez has.
It's not as bad. It's not. At first it was, but it's not to the level of Ryan. You know what I'm saying? It's not to the level of Ryan. You know?
But then David David Benavidez failed the drug test though and missed weight. Ryan didn't do either. He just pulled out of fights because he
Yeah.
claimed he wasn't mentally ready. And at this point, nobody can joke about that now because there's a lot of people suffer from mental health. I'm not saying that he wasn't lying, and then he had an injury. So no, David Benavidez definitely is the worst out of that in that sense. But I like David Benavidez. But I like David Benavidez more though.
I know
Actually,
he
how about
had his
I have a
own
good fighter. I'm
promotional
not sure how
company.
long it's. Wait, I got a good. How about this? How about Triple G?
Ooh, but he's going
Triple
to
G
retire.
yeah, just like Laura, they 40, they up there in age.
Hey, Laura's a good one. Laura's a good one.
Yeah.
Laura's a good one.
When he left Top Rank, was it his own promotion? Did Cotto fight on Golden Boy?
Yeah, Miguel Cotto fought on Golden Boy for like
That's what I'm
2
talking
fights.
about. That's the type of fans I'm talking about. You know, they still had like a good 3 to 5 years left in their career. That's the type of fighters I'm talking about at that level. That
Okay.
Canelo benefited from. You got your Marquez's. Even though he lost a step, you still had Shane Mosley. He wasn't the same fighter, but his name, Sugar Shane Mosley. And you got Marquez. So you had all those older veteran guys. And all Canelo had to do was just keep getting better and wait his turn.
But those see those guys you talking about, those are like Hall of Famers and stuff, like legends who are on their way out. It's not a lot of Hall of Fame legends around from Ryan's weight class all the way up to Mugias. From that, it's not like you can't count. I only think you count on 10 on both of your fingers from that
Well,
weight class all the way up.
I'm not looking at the weight class because you had Marquez, you had Cotto, and you had Mosley. They all fought around different weight classes. What I'm saying is they was veteran in the sport. So when you had a young guy like Canelo on the uprise, Golden Ball didn't have to rush him. But they still had them guys that was holding the company, that was holding the promotion down. They still had them guys. They were still fighters that people wanted to see. Canelo could have waited his turn and just keep developing. So when they moved on, he was ready. He could be thrust in the forefront. And Oscar had that for years until Canelo left. Once Canelo left, okay, when I lost Shane Mosley to retirement and Marquez and Cotto, I had Canelo. Canelo left me and he was still in his prime. And I'm looking down my stable. I'm like, what do I have?
So my point is this again, those fighters you're talking about, let's just eliminate the Hall of Fame, just veterans, just basically guys that can help develop. That's Oscar's problem. I said in the beginning when I first came on, he needs to tell DAZN a big F you that my guy can fight here, there, because Ryan Garcia doesn't have anybody at 140 for him in Oscar's in his promotion. Jaime Muguia doesn't have anybody at Golden Boy for his promotion. Okay, and
he doesn't have anyone at 147 either.
And
you hear what Nate's saying, Tony? That's what I said before he came on. You hear what Nate's saying? That's the same thing I was saying.
Zerto Ramirez technically don't. The only reason why he's getting opportunities because he's mandatory. So the only way those guys are getting opportunities is if they're mandatory. Virgil Ortiz is basically about to soon be mandatory for Crawford's belt, I think, or was it now? Now it's Spence though, which is weird. Wow.
No, he's Earl's mandatory. Boots is Crawford's mandatory.
No. Actually, Spence is mandatory. He's like number 1, number 2 in the IBF.
I think Virgil's up there with the WBO.
Yeah, he's like number 1. Virgil's
number 1, and they flipped. And they put Thurman up there in the WBC now.
But Conor Ben is like up there in the WBA. But my thing is this: from my understanding from that last fight, they switched Virgil to the WBA rankings.
Okay.
They gave him that WBA belt, that rankings belt, basically ranked him. So it's interesting that everybody's going for Errol Spence's belts because they know anytime by next year he's going to drop the belts and move up. And they're going to be vacant.
And the thing about that, Nate, Earl dropped the belts regardless if the Crawford fight happen or don't happen. We all know he's going up to 54. Stanionis got the regular WBA. Can Virgil and Oscar, can they make that fight with a PBC fighter?
That's possible because I think that makes him Stanionis mandatory for.
You're right.
That makes him the mandatory for Stanionis belt. So yeah, but we'll see with that one
Yeah,
because I like I said on here, Oscar's gonna have to tell DAZN, look, man, you know, y'all not getting a lot of subscriptions. I'm not saying y'all we're giving you a lot of subscriptions, but we're giving you something with Ryan Garcia. Either you
yeah,
let my fighters go to here all over the place, or you let my one fighter go over to Showtime, which is Ryan Garcia, to make that Tank fight. You got a choice. Either you let
yeah,
Tank, you either let Ryan go over there, or you let my fighters go. We gonna shop around.
yeah. And that's what I was saying. Me, that's what I was telling Tony earlier. I see, you see, when he mentioned Crawford, I see where Crawford at is in his career.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want to be just locked in somewhere because he did that for years early in his career with Top Rank. You want to be okay. If I fight Spence, the fight come off. I want a one off. So if I win and I want to fight, oh okay, somebody on ESPN or somebody somewhere else. I want to have that opportunity to be able to do that and not just locked in just somewhere because I did that already the majority of my career. I want a little freedom to say, you know what, I want to go over here and fight this guy. Like Canelo was able to do it and say, well, I got 3 belts and I fought under the Zone brand, but this last belt, but that's Canelo. Kalen Plant has that, and he fights for PBC, either on Fox or Showtime. I want to be undisputed. Canelo was able to have that freedom and do that.
Yeah, that's the thing though.
Yep.
We that's the thing though. We always get caught up in the trap though. I call it the
Yep.
trap. We compare people to Canelo. Honestly, as much as I don't like it, because I'm gonna be honest. Before Canelo started speaking English, I'm like, what? How does he sell? How is he selling tickets? How? I mean, he's a very good fighter. He's an entertaining fighter. But I'm be honest,
Oscar.
I can name 10 other fighters way more entertaining than Canelo. And if anybody want to challenge me, I can name them. There's 10 more fighters more entertaining than Canelo. But that's besides the point is that, unfortunately for Terence Crawford, he doesn't move the needle
Yeah.
for whatever reasons because I think Terence Crawford is a more entertaining fighter than Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
In my
Yeah.
opinion, I think he's a way more entertaining fighter than Canelo.
Do you think it's because of his? Do you think it's because Terrence is a naturally more introverted person that he doesn't really do all that trash talking like you see with Earl and stuff like that?
No. Terrence once got on an interview years ago and said, and I'm gonna be honest. I gotta be honest. I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't care where you from, who you are, or whoever's listening. He said it. Why do us? And he's talking about his own culture. Why do we have to talk trash and badmouth our opponents and disrespect them and whoever's listening? Why can't we just be, go to a press conference, be respectful, and kick ass, and collect our check, and get more fans to want to buy tickets to our fights, buy pay-per-views? And I agree with him. I 100% agree with him. Terence Crawford is a fighter you should be willing to pay, especially if he's fighting the premier opponent. If he's fighting some, humbug, I get it. Don't pay for it. Don't unless you're a real hardcore boxing fan. But to me, he's a very entertaining fighter, and he can sell himself. He just needs an opponent to antagonize him. We've seen opponents antagonize him, and Crawford talk just as much shit. You go look at that Kell Brook press conference.
Yep.
And the Benavidez one. So he has no problem. He's not going to be quiet for sure. He'll be quiet if you be quiet.
That's what I'm saying. He's not naturally more boisterous. He needs to be forced to do it. Is what I'm saying. He's not a natural guy who like a Floyd who talks trash without being antagonized. Is what I'm saying.
That's because Floyd knew that. He even said in interviews, and y'all probably already heard it before, but he said the reason why he did that shit. He said it. He said for some reason he felt like his culture don't support him, so he can't sell tickets as much. So what he did was he started playing the black hat role, which is the villain. And guess what? He was a genius.
Yep.
It's fucked up that he had to do that. It's fucked up. He should be like most other cultures and other type of fighters. Be respectful. Respect your opponent and just kick ass. Show out. And kick ass.
The funny thing is you bring up
tickets.
It's funny you bring up other cultures and talking trash. Maybe maybe you guys they talked a lot of trash. You just couldn't understand it. Guys like a Marquez or something. They were talking trash in Spanish and stuff like that, but you couldn't understand. You
can't compare that. Marquez is from a country that honestly they put boxing right under soccer, I think, or football. They call it football. It's right under. They're 1 and 2 in America. Not just a cultural thing; it's a demographic thing and the interest thing. In America, boxing is like what, number 13 as far as interest.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh
less.
yeah. The
But
top sports are football, basketball.
But
football
Mexico, fuck yeah, they love soccer. I mean football. I keep calling it soccer. Sorry, whoever's on here and they're from there. Y'all don't call it soccer, but football and boxing. That's 1 and 2. Over here, boxing is below fucking wrestling. WWE. I mean, if you want to consider that wrestling, but sport, it's below fucking what's the
sports entertainment?
Yeah, it's below fucking golf.
Which is sad.
I mean, golf. Shit. I watched golf before. Have you watched golf? A whole match?
Yes, I have. It's boring as hell.
Like, fuck me. Shit. But back to my point is that, unfortunately, it's not just the cultural thing. It's a lot. It's interest and just, the American audience. They got a lot that they're more interested in at this point. A lot.
Yeah, and you know what it is also? Sports fans like the millennial generation from 30 and below, 31 and below, 35 and under, don't like the brutality and stuff like that. They don't like this. They feel that MMA and they like MMA better, which makes no sense to me than boxing. MMA is more brutal, in my honest opinion, because you're getting punched with a lighter glove.
Shit, you getting kicked and kneed, and they get eye pokes and shit. Oh man.
No, but back to what I was saying. If we're able to find out what the contract with the zone is with Oscar, and if he can get out of it and go to another TV network like a Showtime or something like that, or I don't think ESPN would partner up with, because they have Bob Arum is with ESPN. Am I correct?
Yep, you're right.
You don't think ESPN would go back, join up with Golden Boy again, even though they have Bob?
It's possible, but it depends, honestly. I don't think ESPN cares too much about boxing. I'm going to be honest. I really don't. A lot of these networks don't. I can see how they promote the fights. I can see it. They don't care as much.
I think these streamers, the future is, I think these promoters are going to be signing big-time streaming deals with like Apple or Amazon or something like that in the future. Like,
interesting. That I was thinking that like weeks ago on another channel. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, you know what? Nonito Donaire and Naoya Inoue, they fall under, well, not fully on the banner, but they was not only on ESPN, but they were getting streamed on Amazon Prime. And Triple G Murata was also streamed on Amazon Prime as well. So you're right.
But the issue with that, not being just permanently on a streaming service, not everybody is signed up to the streaming services. That's everybody can get, unless these big companies like Showtime partners up with Amazon or Apple TV or something like that. They can, then it would work and stuff like that, because cable naturally, I think cable's going out of, in general, I think cable is losing interest. A lot of people are moving towards streaming.
Yep.
Stuff
You're
like
right.
that.
Yeah,
cable is losing a lot of customers and stuff like that.
And you can't blame them, man, because a lot of times cable don't give you that flexibility like now all these streaming. Like you buy a TV, it gives you they give you everything already on there. You just gotta download it. Obviously, you got to pay for it, pretty much, but you just download.
Yeah, you pay for even though you're subscribed to their channel, you pay extra money for a subscription and stuff like that. So, oh, Smoke, you there?
He probably stepped away. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think Oscar's going to have to ask the zone for some flexibility because his biggest stars, they don't have no flexibility as far as interesting fights for them in their own promotional stable. He has no choice. Otherwise, them fighters going to get disgruntled. They're going to get upset and be pissed off. And you're going to start hearing a lot of slick dissing like what happened to Sinisa Estrada, where she was upset and she basically left. So, and that's what's going to happen. We already
You
saw
think
Ryan.
Virgil? You think Virgil and Ryan might end up leaving?
Those are
and
the
Jaime
main.
too.
Those are the main two I think will leave. I think Ryan will leave first before I was about to say Zerto before Virgil. I think it'll
Virgil,
be
for me, I think Virgil's loyal to a fault.
yeah,
In
he's
my
loyal.
honest,
Yeah, I think he wants to have that image of being that good kid, loyal, and just not cause a lot of problems. He's a hard worker, a hard hat guy that comes in, kicks ass, and entertains the fans and fights whoever they put in front of him, and smile. And that's
no, that's the issue. If Oscar wasn't locked in with the zone, he would have more fighters. Honestly, that's That's why me and John said that's why Canelo left in the first place because he didn't want to be locked in too much because there's not a lot of fighters in his division on the zone and stuff like that in the super middleweight division. So
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, Oscar needs to have a meeting. I don't know when or where. I don't know if it's one of his people's listening to this because they need to sound off a meeting with the zone and talk about flexibility with these contracts of his fighters. Because otherwise, they might start leaving because they want to fight and they want to fight often and more, and they want to fight the best. And right now, they're not getting that. Ryan's not fighting the best. Mugi is damn sure not fighting the fucking best. Zerto is about to fight the best, and that's only because of mandatory responsibilities. And who else they got? Ryan, Virgil, Zerto, and there's someone else I'm missing. It's another person, but
yeah,
Mugia. So
Jaime.
yeah, so
You know what? Me and the fight. We were talking about fighters who Oscar could bring in. Maybe bringing in guys like Baturviev, or
that ain't gonna happen, pal. That's the Bob Fathers piece right there.
or Usyk and Usyk.
That might actually work because Usyk definitely kind of works. His people, Usyk's people, kind of works. And works with Bob's people. Bob said they had discussions and he knows them people.
No, Oscar bringing in Usyk.
Oh no, Oscar. Oh yeah, that's gonna be difficult because when you got
what's the other guy's name at Bivol? How about Dimitri Bivol?
For what? He
as a veteran guy to tutor these young guys.
If you mean, what do you mean by like showing them the ropes or actually fighting them and so they can learn from him?
No, teaching them like what Jonathan said earlier, where Canelo had guys like Julio Cesar, not Julio. My God, Marquez.
Yeah.
He had a lot of veteran fighters in front of him, so he wasn't pushed in too soon. He was molded with guys like Ricky Hatton in front of him, guys like Marquez in front of him. That's why I'm saying bring in guys like Usyk or a Bivol into so you can mold guys like Munguia to be ready to be the face of the. Once Canelo left, they didn't have anybody. Their young guys weren't ready to be the face of the promotion just yet. That's why you don't see him pushing for Virgil to be in the top fights just yet, because he feels that Virgil's not ready to be the face of Golden Boy just yet. He needs a little bit more grooming.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, just to like talk to them, talk to the fight. Okay, yeah, that's possible. That's very possible. I mean, everyone almost knows everyone. It's definitely possible. You see Oscar, he always reaches out to fighters in their Instagram in the DMs and whatnot. He always talks to fighters over Instagram and stuff. So yeah, it's possible. I could see it happening. I can see it's up to the hopefully the fighter's manager or assistant or whoever's close to them are receptive. Like, hey man, we got a legend and GOAT and Oscar. He just wants to have you maybe come by the Golden Boy office or whatever and talk to the fighters. Show just basically mentor a little bit or something. So that makes sense.
No, and also this is why I brought up Manny. I understand he's a little bit over the hill right now, but
shit.
The promotion side are him up with Oscar and Bernard and have a mentor, and he has a little bit more connections. Oscar, even though he retired, he just retired recently. He still has better connections with other promoters and stuff like that. I think that's what's also hurting Oscar. He doesn't really have those connections like that anymore with the other promoters. If he brings in a guy like Manny, he can have better connections with Bob. He can have better communication with Bob or Al Heyman.
Well, Oscar has, from my understanding, he has a good communications and relations with Bob out of everyone. I think him and Bob for Oscar, he has the best connections with Bob. PBC,
like communication wise.
Yeah. He came to the Teofimo fight, and Bob was seemed pretty, like elated about it. He seemed like he was happy about that. So, and they do want Bob said he does.
That was just for the dude. Nate, let's be honest. I think Bob had that face on because he wanted to act happy for the cameras. I think he hated it.
Wait a minute. What if he hated it? He wouldn't let Oscar come there. He Bob got all the power. He could just tell, hey, Oscar, I'm sorry, we ran out of tickets. We're sold out. You can't come. Bye. And that's it. He could have told him aloud something. Shit, he could have told him anything. I think him and Bob got a good relationship. They made some fights together.
You don't think he would ever work with Al or Money?
Who? Oscar? That's going.
Yeah.
Usually, Oscar and Al only works together if it's mandatory. If it's mandatory, honestly, Al don't really work with a lot of them that much unless it's mandatory, or if he decides to give it his B level fighters, his C level fighters to the other promoters, which he did that. He did that for Terence Crawford. He gave up a couple of fighters of his to Terence Crawford when he was at what?
But not his top level prospects or something like that.
No one does that. No one sends their best of the best over unless it's worth it. That's normal business practice. They're not gonna do that. That's why the Ryan Garcia Tank Davis fight probably won't happen. Probably because it's co-promoting that shit. Nobody wants to co-promote that. They want to have all the money. They want to have all of it for that fight.
Is there anybody in Bob's camp that can fight Ryan? Like,
yo, hell yeah, shit. He got all the 140 pounders, the best, most of them. Josh Taylor, Ramirez, Cepeda. More than likely.
Is what's his name? Is Sobrio Matias with Bob?
No. That's Al. That's Al's fighter.
Okay, I've always assumed. I thought Sobrio was with Bob.
I know why you said that. Yeah, because he did fight on ESPN on that. Yeah. Rest in peace to that guy. Yeah. I know you mean. But Matias is over there with him. Tank, technically, if he wants to fight at 140 again, over there. Who else
is Xander with Bob?
Yep, Xander. He's a prospect, but he's at 154. Yeah, he's a junior middleweight.
Yeah,
so that he's closer to Virgil Ortiz's weight.
No, that's what I'm saying. Would that be a good fight for Virgil? Like, let's say he can't get any fight, even though he's let's say the veteran fighter that has that title doesn't want to fight him, and Oscar can go over to Bob and ask him to have Virgil versus Xander at 154. Would that be a good fight for Virgil?
Shit, I would pick Virgil to absolutely win that fight right now. I think honestly, Virgil is on the cusp. Being a contender. I think he is a contender. I feel like you're a contender when you beat a former world champion or a top contender like yourself. So he, in my opinion, he's a top 10 welterweight. I would say Xander Zayas is not even a top 10 junior middleweight. He's probably shit. He's not even close. He's I know him and Boot. I mean, Boots. Him and Virgil are around the same age. I think.
No. Virgil's 24. Xander's 19. He
Oh,
just turned 20.
oh God, yeah. Never mind. No, they should not get. They should not get in the ring. That is a very good fight for Virgil. Honestly, that's a very good fight for him. Honestly, I mean, I would be scared if I would be scared for Isaiah. Put it that way. If that fight ever happened, no, a good fight for Virgil if he can't get the Crawford fight, because I know he's struggling to make that weight, even though he made it pretty good last time. But you can tell, man, that's a big welterweight. At 154, it's gonna be tough for
Prograis? Regis?
no Regis is at 140. For Virgil, if you're talking about Virgil, he would
Yeah.
need a fight at 147 or 154. So it's gonna be tough for him at 154 because the best at 154 are with PBC. Al Heyman. Most of the veterans and the top guys.
Oh, wait, Castaño is with PBC?
Yeah, he's with Al Heyman. Castaño's with Al Heyman. Jamel, Tim DeZuz basically got a co-promotion with Al. Fundora, Lubin. Who else? Who's washed up? Jarrett Hurd. That would be a good veteran for Virgil. Jarrett Hurd's with Al. J Rock. That's another good veteran.
Wait a minute. I didn't know. Wait. So the promotion that what's his face is with is mainly working with what's his face?
Who? Bob, Al, Eddie.
No. The promotion that the guy who used to work with Oscar opened up.
Oh, you talking about Richard Schaefer?
Yeah, is Richard Schaefer working with Al, partnering with Al his promotion? Is that what it is?
It's weird because it seems like it's flexible. It seems like he can. It seems like he can if he wants. Like for example, if he got a real good fighter, and I would presume if he just needs a slap, and he calls up Al, hey, I need a slap for my fighter who's fighting this fighter, and he's a good, yada yada. Al can probably like, all right, I got you, and he'll slide him in, something like that. But is it like a full-time partnership? I don't think so. Because Richard Schaefer seems like he bounces around now. It's like he's kind of doing his own thing a little bit, but he has the flexibility.
People are very suspicious.
Huh?
The promotion he opened up, Pro Bellum, was working with MTK.
Yeah, man. That's why. Actually,
they're not very a status like what is it called, a full-time status. Him partnering up with a bigger promoter because of the MTK issue, because maybe there's still connections with MTK and no promoter wants that bad taste in their mouth.
Well, all they had to do was sign some paper and just say, look, we're not with MTK, we don't do business, we never exchange money, yada yada yada, and they should be okay because they just did a show not too long ago, Pro Bellum. I don't know what country they were in. Excuse me, I don't know what country they were in, but they just recently did the show, which I was absolutely shocked.
It was Pro Bellum, I think, was UAE.
Okay, yeah, they probably was over there, so I was shocked that they was still allowed. But see, I learned that they can't do shows in America. That's the thing. They can do shows everywhere else, but they just can't do shows in America. And I think even in the UK, but definitely in America, they can't come over here at all.
No, because I think Schaefer's banned from even promoting in the US.
No. He can still promote as long as he signed that paper. It was some paper that the fighters and all that they had to sign and say, look, they're not doing no business with Pro Bellum. They never did business. They never exchanged money. That's all they had to do, and they were okay. And I think all of them did. And I assume Sky Sports was also part of that too. Who else? Pro Bellum, like you said.
Fight TV. I think Fight TV was part of that too.
Yeah, I think they all had. If they didn't sign it, then they would be fucking fools. That's for sure. Because America, everyone knows that's where you make some of the most premium money, especially right now. That's where you make the real money. Most
Frank makes a good point, though. I think there's more overseas. There's more money overseas.
Yeah, I wouldn't say more, but it's definitely a lot of money overseas and international. I agree. I was one of the people that was bouncing around channels telling people, look, man, these American fighters, I'm gonna be honest, they're not selling They're not putting asses and barely in any seats. A lot of their fights are comped free tickets. I've known people who went to fights in here in America where they got free tickets, but on the day of the fight, they showed up to a fight and they were giving out free tickets.
Wait, people got like actual. Wait, are you exaggerating, or that actually happened?
That does happen quite often. It does. Comp tickets. Look at what comp tickets is. You can get, if you go up to the day of the fight and it's not selling well at all, you can get a ticket for free. You can. It's possible. Or if you know somebody else.
Wait. Is this? Would you say this is almost similar to like will call tickets that weren't sold?
Yeah.
Where you can go to the day, like,
or
let's say,
the promoter, what they would do, they'll buy the tickets, and instead of just put on resale, they'll have their street team people to go out and just be near the arena and just, hey, come on in, come on. They'll do. I'm telling you, people. I've known people. They'll go from near a bar, near a stadium or something, and they'll be going right through this a little area where you can walk past through the stadium where there's doors and shit. You get in, and people will be out there giving out fucking tickets to a fight.
Yeah, no. Hey, Nate, I'll use another example. I've seen this happen with premieres for a movie. Let's say a movie
Yeah.
sell out right away.
Uh-huh.
In the premiere, they still sell tickets at a cheaper price. They're not comped all the way, but they're at a cheaper price because they still have seats available and stuff like that.
Yeah, they'll do that too. It's so many different ways that events, all kinds try to fill up the space because of it's a word for I can't really quote it right now. It's a word. The reason why obviously is money, but it's something else. But with the spacing, with filling up the seats and stuff. But yeah, that happens quite bit, especially in America. A lot of these fights, man. A lot of people are not buying these fights. A lot of people rather go to the bar, rather just go eat at home, go out for dinner.
They don't want to deal with the people, the annoying like the drunk boxing fans at the arena.
No, that's not true. Shit. And if you go to a football game, I'm talking about both the American football and soccer football. Go to both. You go to enough, you'll see some fights quite often. you'll see shit. 3 different groups of fights actually. Shit, for all kinds of reasons. Shit, somebody spilled something, stepped on somebody's stuff, stole somebody's food, all types of shit. It happens, but the reason is just boxing it's not sellable like it used to be. It's not sellable. Like these fighters don't fight enough. For one thing, they're not seen enough. They're not as accessible as they should be, considering we're in social media. And frankly, people don't give a shit. Look, I went to a grocery store. I went to a supermarket store and asked as many people as I can, do they know who Jermell Charlo is? Do you know what the response I got was?
They said, "Who's that?"
You damn right. Somebody thought that was a fucking chef. Is that a chef on the show? Is that a chef like on the show? Somebody said it. Is that a chef on the show? I was like, no.
Yo, tough. No. I asked that same question in a grocery store here, even with boxing, like boxing fans that don't watch boxing. I asked who Charlo is. They thought he was a rapper.
Oh, see that's a bit much. That's a big cheat right there. Like, yeah, he's a rapper. Yeah, I mean, shit, he fucking could be with his fucking vitriol, man. He could be, honestly, man. He got a lot of energy. But yeah, it's honestly, I might go to an event and ask who's do anybody know who is Staniosis is, or Errol Spence, or Ryan Garcia?
If you ask people who Canelo is, they know who that is, but they don't know.
Come on, man, that's Canelo. Come on, that's not even fair. That's not fair.
Or they know Deontay Wilder, even though he's not at the level.
Well, that's a heavyweight, man. Everyone loves heavyweights. Heavyweight, I don't count like people who are really legit, like they selling. They legit can put some butts to seats more than an average fighter.
If you ask casuals
or heavyweights,
if you ask casuals, like if you go to grocery stores and ask casuals who Triple G is, do you think they know who that is, or that they would have that same reaction that they had with Charlo?
That's 50-50. I think on one end they might have the same reaction. They might. And then on the other hand, they might, oh, yeah, I think he fought Canelo. Yeah, that's the guy who fought Canelo, and he's about to fight him again. Might have a fight party on that date. And so, yeah, more than likely they know because he fought Canelo. But that's what I'm saying. It's not a lot of fighters that are Hall of Fame bound fighters that are vets that's around in all these divisions. Not a lot. It's probably just only a handful. Canelo's a Hall of Famer, but he's not done. He's still basically in his prime. Who else is a Hall of Famer in these weight classes? Pacquiao's finished. He's not coming back, I think. I'm not sure. It's not a lot. It's really not a lot of fighters you can just say, "Hey, my young guy wants to fight you," and then your young guy kicks that guy's ass and he makes a name for himself. It's not a lot.
Hey, Marky, what up, dude?
Yo, what's good?
Yeah. We were just talking about if there's enough veterans that like good quality veterans that Oscar can have in front of his young guys, like in the division that his fighters are in, that he can bring in to maybe groom the fighters so they can be ready. I think me and John were talking about this earlier. I think Golden Boy put their eggs in too much in one basket with Canelo. Once Canelo left, they realized these young guys weren't ready to take to be the face of Golden Boy just yet, and they didn't have they didn't have enough veterans to put in front of them, to groom them, to get ready for that position, to be ready for that position and stuff like that.
I mean, I see what you're saying with like I guess Jaime Munguia, but Virgil Ortiz. I mean, he just fought Maurice Hooker. He fought a Mean Machine. Those are solid fights so far for a contender.
And McKinson.
Well, McKinson ain't shit, to be honest. But I give him credit. Like he did better than I thought he would do. But nah, man.
Oh,
Dude only got 2 knockouts.
Why are you reminding us, man? Just pretend like he had 21 or something.
No. And the one knockout he had was against a guy who had 164 losses, Nate.
See, but that's the UK. That's how they build their fighters. They put them in with guys with like over almost hundreds of fucking losses. And
but
crazy.
the thing is, he's not a bad boxer. He just don't got no pop whatsoever.
No.
Like Virgil did not respect him.
He showed.
Yeah, Virgil just walked through his shots like it was nothing. You saw that?
Yeah, he was making Virgil miss a lot, but Virgil was just putting that pressure on him, walking him down, and he just wasn't respecting nothing McKinson did. He just destroyed him.
I'm gonna be honest, man. That version of Virgil is not gonna beat no Terence Crawford, man. I'm gonna be honest. He's not beating no Terence Crawford, and that's the reason why they flipped him from the WBO rankings or whatever to WBA. I saw that's the reason why.
Yeah, he became the mandatory Stanionis, right?
Yeah,
well,
basically.
If these negotiations fall through, we're gonna see what he's talking about. We're gonna see what Virgil Ortiz is talking about.
And they asked
what up, fellas?
What's up?
What up, dude?
Yeah, what's good?
Every time they ask Virgil about Crawford, he don't seem passionate about the fight. Like, oh yeah, I want that fight. I know I can get him. I know he's a great fighter. He don't have to disrespect Crawford because that's not his lane. But he can just say, yeah, I know I can get him though. I know I can get him. I got the beating of him. I don't hear that from him. I don't. Whenever he talks about that fight, I hear him say he wants the fight. He say, yeah, I want that fight. But I don't hear him when they say, hey, what do you think how you do against Crawford? He said, well, I want the fight. We can have it next. So I mean, but I'm gonna be honest.
He doesn't have the same energy as like a Boots, is what you're saying. Like Boots wants the Crawford fight.
Well, he don't have to have the same energy. They're two different personalities. You can't. That's impossible to do. He can do it in his own way. That's why I said that he could have said it respectfully. Like say, hey, I want that fight. I know I can beat him. I know I got him. You don't have to say, oh, I'll knock him out. Like Boots be saying, I'm gonna knock him out, destroy him, all that stuff. You don't have to say all that. You don't have to. And that's not Virgil. That's not Virgil too.
To your previous dialogue when it came to promotions, but for me, Golden Boy, for me, I hear the talks of how y'all talk going into depth for situations like that. But for me, Golden Boy is moving Ryan Garcia and Virgil simultaneously in the sense of great fights. And you have to say to yourself, a Campbell fight to Manuel Tago, who also is a credible opponent and to get familiar with. That was a rightfully so type of matchup. Remind yourself, Tago could have been, for anyone, for Devin Haney, prior to Camboso Tago, Juan Garcia, Tago, and also he ran back Fortuna fight that was ongoing, that was brewing, that was actually made. So, Virgil Ortiz and Ryan Garcia, I think, Oscar is moving him high at a certain pace. And now that 140 talks are in the works, Brad, you know what I'm saying? And, that could be another goal for Ryan Garcia, either to campaign there or go back and forth to 135 to 140. And it's interesting that 135s are now debuting at 140. Even Teofimo Lopez, 140. So you see where it's going. Because at one point I said, hey, what if majority of 147 fighters move up around the same time frame of things? That would make that 154 to 147. 147 to 154 very interesting. But we know the debut for Danny Garcia was the first to do it. Who's going to follow suit? Well, hey, we can say the lightweight division is definitely making the division even more stacked when it comes to a 140. And ongoing talks from 135 will still remain at 140. You know what I mean? And they move everyone. I feel as though everyone is moving accordingly. It's just the big fight that we want. We know those fights. But you still got to take in consideration the matches in between those fights. You know what I'm saying?
Me and Joe, Mo, me and Joe were talking about Tio and Ryan specifically, and we were saying, I think it would benefit for me and Joe. We were saying it would benefit Tio to go to Golden Boy instead of Ryan, and Ryan going to where Tio is now with Bob.
A switch or a flip. I mean, that sounds good, but Tio, although he had his experience with Bob, I'm not going to go into any detail because I really don't know the situation there. All I'm saying is, Tio.
I'm talking about early on in their careers.
Yeah. Well, early on, yeah. Well, from early on till now and current, if relationships get resolved or more understanding and more fights, like this 140 fight with Teofimo Lopez, what was the under again?
Under over under.
I'm talking about with 140 debut.
He knocked him out. I think he knocked him out. He knocked Tampa out.
On what type of platform now?
ESPN.
Okay, well that might ESPN might be suitable for Teofimo at this point.
Yeah. If you want that 140 smoke, ESPN's where it's at because the best of the best is there, in my opinion. PBC got some of the best, of course. They got probably like 2-3 fighters that's up there in rankings, but ESPN got fucking Josh Taylor, Jose Ramirez, Cepeda, and more than likely they're gonna get Regis Prograis because Regis Prograis is in negotiations with Jose Cepeda for that WBC belt, and the only way he's gonna get Cepeda is if he signs over there. So that's
Wait,
how Rob is.
Jose Ramirez is with PBC as well.
No, he's at ESPN.
No, that he's with Bob too.
Yeah, all them guys is with him. All of them. Josh Taylor, Ramirez, Zepeda, who else? Devin Haney's at 135. He can move up to 140.
Is Shakur with Bob?
Yeah, he can move up to 135, and I know he said 140s in his future. So yeah, all the 140s. Yeah, that's where you want to be because all the names gonna be at 140 soon enough. Tank can fight at 140. So yeah, that's where you want to be. Honestly, that's where if you're in the lower weight classes below 147, 140 is where the money's gonna be at.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey,
Psycho. How you doing?
Hey, very good. Hey, I just heard Navarrete just signed in with Bob Arum, so they planning to make the Navarrete against Valdez and who and if he wins, they want to put him against Shakur Stevenson. So Navarrete will say that he's struggling with weight, so he has weight problems. So he might move up on weight, and probably face Shakur Stevenson in the higher division. Shakur
at 130. At 130, Psycho.
I think it's a 135, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's 130. It will be at 130.
Oh, 130. I'm sorry. Yeah, 130. Yeah, now right this is struggling to do 126.
Yeah, so, that's a big guy, man. He can move up to 130. He'll be all right.
Bro,
yeah, and Psycho, I said Psycho and Nate. I said for me, I think the one fight that because of the way the style he fights, I understand Shakur has better skills in the ring overall, and skills pays the bills. But the way Navarrete fights would give Shakur serious issues with the awkward angles.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going around now, right? A lot of people don't give him props, but the guy is a thug, man. He doesn't really care. He's like up for the fights, and he was saying details about why he closed relationship with the Mexican promoter that promoted Marquez for a long time, which is Sanford, which is Beltran. So Beltran is kind of like the Don King for Mexicans. So Beltran gets all the talent that he signed them. So the natural first step that a Mexican boxer, a real good Mexican boxer takes is to move up from Sanford to either Bob Arum or De La Hoya.
I'm sure. Oh, wait. And there's not really a lot of fighters in hit at 130 for Oscar in Oscar's stable. That's why he went to Bob.
I thought they
I think we're in the middle of a chess game between promoters. So it seems like they were given every single detail about how they block fighters from not getting like the title shots, and it seems like a lot of promoters are getting frustrated by not give their fighters the opportunity to get the belts and so on. So what a lot of promoters are betting on is try to get the most competitive fighters from the same weight division and try to make the big fights. Like what we had before, with Arturo Gatti and Mickey Ward and Chico Corrales and Luis Castillo and Marcus Pacquiao, like those trilogies, the Canelo, Triple G, because that shit sells. A lot of us don't even know what they're fighting for. If I ask you, do you remember what belt they were fighting Marquez and Pacquiao in the second fight? No.
We were just talking about the fight.
Exactly. So that's how they're betting. They're putting their fighters to go ahead toe to toe and try to bring the best fights. So that's why De La Hoya and Mayweather, they're pulling the string and they're trying to make the fight between Ryan and Tank, which we know it's only media cloud. They only go on like social media and back and forth.
But you gotta realize this, right? Floyd Mayweather only got the Tank, right? And Ryan Garcia is the only cash cow left at Golden Boy. So they're not going to risk both of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to risk both of their cash cows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't consider Virgil a cash cow just yet, brother?
No, not right now. Not right now.
Virgil's last fight was half empty.
Yeah, if you look up,
he ain't there yet.
He's not there. He needs the names, and I think
half empty.
Well, when he fought, I get what you're saying. Look,
maybe McKinson was a tough sell I mean, that could have been it.
Yeah, I mean, McKisson. I did see the ring. It did look half empty. I ain't gonna hold you. I mean,
No, it wasn't no sold out event. It
nah,
definitely
that
wasn't.
shit look half. They try to cover that shit up,
But
man.
the problem is with Virgil is that he's going to have a tough time getting the opponents he needs, because all the opponents he needs, no matter what level he needs them at, mostly are with
last
other.
opinion.
They're
I
mostly with other promotions. So
I
was just
Yeah,
disagree. Well, you're right, but Connor Ben is on the same network. That fight
and
can
you
happen.
But isn't Conor Ben
and
fighting
you
at
think
154 though?
wait a minute, and you think Eddie Hearn's gonna
No, but
let
he's coming.
Conor Ben? You think you think Eddie Hearn's gonna let Conor Ben, who in my opinion still has probably a lot more work to work on than Virgil Ortiz does, gonna let him fight him right now? Not a fucking chance.
Not right
Look,
now, but when
look,
they got
look.
belts,
They not gonna look. I'm sorry to say, folks, but I'm as optimistic and hopeful as any of you guys. I want to see the best fight the best. I love it. I love these fighters take risks. I respect the fighters who take the risks. But let's be
Yo,
honest.
but that,
147. Hold on. 147 is about to be at a standstill. Once Crawford and Spence goes, it's gonna be at a standstill. You're gonna have different promoters, young fighters having belts, and they're not gonna fight each other. Thurman's gonna get a belt probably. Virgil's probably gonna get a belt. Boots is probably gonna get a belt, and Conor Ben.
Bro, I just hope that this motherfucking Bud and Crawford fight happen, because it don't look like it's gonna happen this year, man.
If they
I don't
don't,
think
they
it's gonna
got.
happen.
If they don't, they got to get them mandatories, and they got some dangerous mandatories. I think
And
they'll.
the niggas like PBC almost like they almost locked out now. They just announced Wilder Hernandez for October
But
15th.
if this fight don't happen, I want to see Boots and Spence.
No,
Well,
but
That fight,
y'all know Spence ain't gonna take that
if they
fight.
don't announce the fight this month, I don't think that shit's gonna happen this year. Spence
no,
and Bud.
the deadline was 2 days ago, right?
Yeah, basically. I mean, because they gotta go on press tour, they gotta do promotion for the fight. It's almost September, and you can't really, because PBC already got some of their dates already locked up.
Then we got Boots and Thurman, so they let's give them a chance.
Psycho.
What's up, Tommy?
Somebody got some.
Hey, Psycho. Is Mauricio Lara big enough to move up to 130 as well? Now up to 130, or is he a natural 126? Mauricio Lara.
Nah, he should be able to go up above 130. That shouldn't be any problem for them. It's like what I was saying earlier. Navarrete just, he was spitting fire, man. He said that guy walks in on 66 kilos. Like, what's that? Like 100 and what?
That's 160, I think. That's 160.
Yeah. So that's the natural weight that he walks on. And if you see him, he looks thin. So it seems like there's something going on with this nowadays fighters, that you see them and they're super tall and skinny, but once they go up and at the fight night, that's what they're saying with Errol Spence, that he's a middleweight. That's what they say with Shakur Stevenson, that he's a
super welterweight.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what's happening with today's physiques, man. But
yeah, they're saying that with Sebastian Fundora as well, Psycho. That the kid's basically a cruiserweight at 154. Basically.
That's cap.
Yeah,
Fundora's a skinny dude.
Yeah, but he's complicated. He fought one of my neighbors. Fought him. Actually, he's my neighbor. He lives like two houses away from me. He's Emmanuel Cepeda. So he fought Fundora. He said that motherfucker was complicated to hit him.
The only problem with Sebastian, and you guys probably agree with this, the kid doesn't know how to use his reach correctly at that division. If he used his reach correctly, he would be dominating that division and stuff like that. But he doesn't.
But he don't really need to. He don't need to, because he's good at what he does on the inside. He's very accurate on the inside, and that uppercut, that shit is the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal. So I don't think I really don't think he needs to add that. But you know what I'm saying, I
You
don't
know
think
what,
it's a.
Marky? You know what?
What you got?
I think the secret weapon of nowadays, it's always been the same one as before. Gameness. If you're not a quitter,
Facts.
you can win. You can win. You know, I saw some shit on Tio this weekend, bro. He hasn't overcome the defeat against Cambosos. You saw when he got hit, he's scared. He's scared.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so, bro. I saw it. Like go back on the
What?
fight.
I want to ask you
You know,
what round was
Campos
that? What
But
round
he
was
Campos
that
came back
too?
to knock him out though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, well, Campos didn't throw a single punch, bro. Campos wasn't throwing that. He was a punching
Yeah,
bag walking on the ring.
yeah, he was a walking puncher back.
You know what I mean? If Campos would be throwing more punches, then Tio would have problems. And it seems like whoever was the matchmaker of that fight knew what happened. You
Hey,
know,
so
because
that,
Tio, it seems like there's some shit going on with Tio. It's like whatever happened to Danny Garcia. Much respect to these guys, bro. I love them. I mean, Tio is a super talented fighter, and Danny Garcia is one of my favorite OGs, bro. But there's something going on. You know, it seems like since Danny Garcia went with Thurman, lost against Thurman, you know, his career went down spiral. You know, he didn't pick up anymore. So
yeah,
I don't even know how many knockouts he got since then. And then with
hey,
Tio,
bro. I hate that that's your point of
Hey,
view.
hey, but let him finish, Mo. Don't just cut him off like that.
yeah, and with Tio, I saw something that I didn't like. You know, Campos is a fighter from over here, bro, from Mexico. So we know this guy, you know, can walk around and this, that. But he's not talented. He's not. I follow talent. I saw Devin Haney fighting 4 rounds here in TJ, bro. So I follow talent. I know we got one guy. It's called just write his name, Omar Alejandro Aguilar. So he's a welterweight. He's like 24 wins, 23 knockouts, some shit like that, undefeated. So he's gonna be ranked pretty soon. But what I'm trying to say, I don't get overexcited because one thing is being a national hero, and the other thing is walking on the international platforms. It's a different scenario. That's what happened with Campas. You know, you put him on paper on a main event against Steel Superstar, whatever. The guy he was walking without throwing punches. You know, it was like shit, man. You don't see a chance of it, you know, winning. But when he landed the super slow punches and click on and hit on Tio, I saw Tio getting like you know, like out of it. You know, he's not there, bro. I don't think he's 100% right now.
Yeah, hello.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
hey.
gonna have to see.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest, man. I think this could be a topic for the conversation right here. Where which fighter do you think has that quit in them? Like, do you think there's some fighters where you think if they fight a certain opponent
Hey,
style, certain
real quick
they get
though,
deep?
I was trying to answer the ball before you came on, real quick, bro.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
I would just say I see, what I'm trying to see, because you see what you see, right? So here's my thing. Uh, T.O., Daniel Garcia, for me, not in the same conversation or the same sentence when it comes to certain matchups. I must just take it back on T.O. If you say you seen he's not there anymore, like give more details than what you mean by that. You was kind of vague. You know what I mean? Like give me a round for T.O. Like what made you felt that way? Knowing how the
Yeah,
fight actually ended and
yeah, definitely, bro.
going forward, that's a 140 situation. So like more details with that. Like what you mean by that? Like
Most
fear,
definitely.
timid. You think he's gonna like step up a
I
competition next opponent? Will he be afraid to throw punches? Like he's kind of vague with that, bro. But everybody see what they see at that particular moment. So you know what I mean? I just want to compare that to that type of fighter. That's just me though.
Yeah, I mean we're not comparing or whatever situation. We're just talking about the fighter by itself. You know,
You
just the
said
fighter.
quit. You said quitting though. So I'm just saying, DSG don't quit, bro. There's no regular showing that or expressing that. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like a interesting side by side name. But you said Tio and Danny Garcia. That's you though. But more so, do you see Teofimo having quitting him with the guy Nate was saying? Like you trying to go down fighter by fighter? Like who has that quitting?
Compass. No. What it is this, Mo. Let me just break it down for you, bro. I've been in the fight game. I fought for like 12 years, so I've been in the ring with many fighters, OG fighters, new fighters, upcoming stars, whatever you can call it. I quit boxing, but I was never away from boxing, so I know what it is when you get knocked out. Not because I got knocked out, but my friends got knocked out, and I spar with them, and they see like shadows or whatever, flashbacks or whatever their knockout was, and they were never the same. They get scared.
You were saying Tio, if we was to say Tio has you know, how can I say it, bro? Because that's kind of vague to say, bro. And you know, some people might see it early on, and other people, and some might not see it at all. You might just see it yourself. Would it be the case going forward, or would it not be the case going forward? They say and Joshua had quit any, and we see what's going on now. They say, you know, certain other fighters have quit in them. Adrian Broner has quit to him, but we see what's going on now, and also we got to pay attention to those fights. You know, not just one specific fight. And you know, some people get certain fights misconstrued, which I say, you know, going to 12, ain't no quitting when you're going to a 12-round fight. Unlike a Billy Joe. That's another story though. Well, I'm saying, you know, back to Teofimo Lopez. Like, what made you think he a quitter since Camboso? And also, would you think that run back would be a run back with Camboso eventually?
You know, this is what I think. I think Theo has to go back to Cambosos and beat him to get the monkey out of his back. You know what I mean? Like he needs to overcome that, because there's something in him. Like if you told me right now, if you put Theo against Lomachenko, I will bet on Lomachenko to win. I'll bet Lomachenko to beat Theo this time.
But here you go. So you got Lomachenko.
The way I saw Theo.
It's interesting because you know, they're supposed to have been a run back as well. So run back are necessary in boxing. Although things was already clear. Now Lomachenko get a run back with Tio. You got Tio trying to get a run back with Camboso. Although that should have been, you know, back-to-back situation. Now when it comes to Camboso, do you see a quit in Camboso? No, he's been outclassed, outboxed, and going forward with a rematch, even after, you know, running back with Haney. Do you see any quit in Camboso compared to Teofimo Lopez? I mean, I will mention Danny Garcia, but that don't fit the equation right here.
I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to say. Not fit the equation. What I'm trying to say is, like, when you got like the killer instinct in you, when you want to go ahead and even Mike Tyson said it on the interview in one of his fights. He said, "That's it for me. I don't have any more in me." So
you know what year? You know what year that was?
Hold on, Mo. Let me just break it down, Mo. Hold on.
Yeah.
So for a natural fan, they're gonna say, "What the fuck? You know, what do you mean Mike Tyson don't have it? Why he's saying he doesn't have it anymore? I saw his skills. I saw everything. No, but there's something within them."
I hear you on that, man. Let me break it down to you like this, though. It took a milestone, timestamp of things when it came to Iron Mike Tyson. So we got to understand when Mike Tyson says that heavy quotable that's quotable today. You know how he also found his spark back decades later. You feel me? And gave us a good performance. So it's kind of like, you know, at that time of my career, we understood what it was, and he said, you know, a heavy quotable that's still, you know, impactful today. But he redeemed himself. That's like saying, you know, Nas said, you know, let me put a hip hop form for you. Nas said hip hop was dead, right? But then on his new album, he will assure you that it wasn't. You hear me? So, and so I'm saying when What you're trying to say is you get my point of view on that.
I can't.
Just saying.
Mo, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I think what he's trying to say is that I mean he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that fighters, you know,
Mike Tyson said the passion, bro. Passion, the heart. That was
okay,
they had to take Mike Tyson that moment in time. Go back and listen to it, bro. Like
So
really listen to it.
So
And,
your
he said,
point is,
and remind you what opponent he was in the ring with. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the top guys. He's already been in the top guys before. It was one of those, credible opponents where he feels as though he shouldn't be in the ring with him. So we gotta understand what Mike Tyson says, quotables throughout his whole entire career, even quotables at his exhibition at the conference. People really need to, understand Mike.
Joe Mo, that was after the
Listen,
fight. That was actually in the ring after the fight.
well,
Mo, he said
understand that,
after
but
the
that
fight,
doesn't.
after he lost to Kevin McBride or whoever his name is, that he doesn't have it anymore. That he was done. That he didn't have guts anymore.
Yeah,
he said that.
Here's the thing. He owned up to what he stated. You know what I'm saying? And that's an individual thing. That's something deeper than what most people know. So it doesn't hold weight when it comes to these fighters right now. 135, 140 fighters who just started their career, and you seeing that they quitting on this soon, this early, and you seeing that, and you trying to notice that now without the bigger fights ain't occurred yet. It's just a
I
loss
see what
that
you're saying.
a run back could redeem. It's always redeeming in boxing, is it not?
okay, I get. Okay, now you keep that
I
word
see. Yeah,
redeem.
that makes
That
sense.
okay, that redeem. Okay. Well, okay. So let me rephrase what I said since I was kind of the one that brought that up. Okay, so I'm not trying to make it sound like, and even if it did, I'm not trying to make it sound like quitting is bad. Let's just throw that out there because honestly, at the end of the day, we don't know what these fighters go through. We're not in their training camps. We're not boxers, pro boxers on that level. We don't fucking take punches in the head for a living. We don't sacrifice so much that these fighters what they're doing. So even if they quit, and I think that is a problem with as a lot of boxing fans. We feel like if a fighter quits, he's a sucker. It, and we even see some fighters make fun of fighters or trash fighters for quitting. But at the end of the day, you gotta go back home to your family. We heard Errol Spence, one of the kings of the welterweight division, said that I ain't dying in the fucking ring. I got kids, I got a family. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, Cotto said that too.
And I think Canelo also said something of that, something like that. Basically, I think Canelo also said in an interview that he ain't. No, he got life. He got kids too. So, and I think that should be respected just as much as a fighter saying, you know what, I had enough. I had enough. I've had enough. And I think that's also a problem in boxing. That's a problem. That's honestly a problem in combat sports. I'm not saying somebody get dropped with a good punch and they just quit. I'm talking about if you taking a beating, you getting your ass beat, you got a chance to go blind, you got a chance to break something that you can't recover from, then you gotta do what you gotta do. Because at the end of the day, none of us as boxing fans are paying these fighters medical bills. We're not
Yeah, but
sending them
that's the corner also. I mean, that's whoever the trainer is. That I will say that it's very irresponsible from the corner when you see that your guy has no fucking a chance. Why you let him roll? If
Well,
he's getting
okay.
beat.
Well, that's the problem though. That's also a problem. There's corners. You ever heard of James Kirkland versus what's his kid name? Johnny Tapia. You ever heard that fight?
Yeah, Johnny Tapia.
Yeah, watch that fight and you'll see why. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Blame the corner for that. That's why you got to look at it in different ways, perspectives. These fighters a lot of times are more brave than any of us. Most of us will fucking quit. We can say what we want. A lot of us would. Some of us wouldn't, of course. Some of us would be willing to take that check and keep going, but most of us wouldn't. No one wants to take a fucking broken eye socket and keep fighting. But the point is this: that boy's corner, Johnny Tapia, let him basically ruin his career because they thought they could squeeze some money out of him. And all I'm saying is, just because a fighter quits, that shouldn't destroy. That shouldn't destroy. And that's why I kind of see what Mo was saying, like redeemable. Like look at Roberto Duran, one of the greatest, one of the greatest. He quit. I'm gonna be honest. He did quit. He quit. No, you can't lie. He did quit. Fucking Mo Hooker quit too. We can honestly say Mo Hooker quit. He said no more because he broke his hands. He broke his hand when he fought Virgil Ortiz.
I think it all depends. I think part of it also depends on how much shit the fighter talks before he quits. Like if he talks a lot of shit, people
Yeah.
ain't gonna forgive him.
Yeah, if you talk a
I
lot
think
of
if you
shit.
quit once,
Like I don't think Kell Brook got cooked too bad for when he
that
quit.
can become a habit. If you quit once, that can become a habit. That shit would happen to Victor Ortiz. Victor Ortiz was gangster. You know, he has heavy hands. He was knocking a motherfucking down. So he quit one time, and then the next fight he will quit again, and then it was like the easy road for him to go out. When the guy could go like 12 rounds and keep fighting. You know what I mean?
Hey, real quick, I want to address this guy called Kush, man. Come on the panel, you could talk, because I'm telling you right now, this is guy. I think he was Russian, who fought Sabril Matias, and he didn't want to quit. His trainer wanted him to he was trying to. His trainer was telling him, "Look, man, we got to stop this fight," and he refused. He refused, and no disrespect, but I'm sure whoever he came home to wished that he would have said he would have quit before you say that shit, because that man is gone for good. So come on, so I can embarrass you real quick. There's nothing wrong with that if you try. If you one of them people that got knocked down once and you just that was it, that's different. But you taking an absolute thrashing, man, and your body's telling you something. Like for example, Daniel Dubois, he quit, right?
I was about you go on.
But he quit. No, okay, no, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with what somebody said. He quit, but he was talking shit about Joe Joyce's mom. He was calling her. He was saying something about because she's blind or something like that. And guess what? He almost lost his eye, and he quit. So I understand that. Like if you gonna talk shit and you quit, then that's on you.
It's a fight that he's. So you don't see any fight anymore until Teofimo after the performance, like going forward. Like I see the fight still in Teofimo. I think on a good note, you know what I'm saying, his next opponent will be even more credible for boxing fans.
Teofimo ain't no quitter, man. He almost got beat to fucking death against Joe Cambosis. That man, he could, if there was any time where he could have quit it, that was it. Honestly, he should have.
But he did knock him down as well. So I mean that got taken into account. He knocked Cambosis down as well.
That's
so
the funny thing. People forget about that.
Exactly.
People forget he did drop Cambosis a lot. I mean, not a lot, but he dropped him.
I thought it would be more of when the fight was going down. I'm like, it could be tricks of the trades even more so. You see how? See, here's the thing. Right now, Teofimo was so serious about this fight, so tense in this fight. Cambosis was more laid back. Like, yeah, I'm gonna show you something different. You feel me? Yeah, look me in my eyes, bruh. Ferocious, and Teofimo took it head on. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it played out. I thought it would be more of a I want to
hear
more of a trade type fight, like more fun in the fight, because both Camboso and Teofimo Lopez has tricks of the trades, bro. Even Lomachenko has tricks of the trades too. Had fun in the ring as Teofimo previous opponent. You see how he was having more elusive energy, more elusive, maybe level opponent wise, maybe, or how he approached the fighter mentally wise. Depends on the fight. Now I think they ran it back with Camboso and Teofimo, and they both, it was serious. They can get serious again for the next one. But I'm saying, they can show even more so. Display more tricks of the trade when have fun, but still be serious. It's still a get back type of fight, so it's gonna be serious regardless. But I thought it'd be more multiple knockdowns in that fight. But it was just one on one in that regard on knockdowns.
Yeah, I thought Till was gonna knock his ass out. I'm gonna be honest. I thought he's gonna destroy Kambosos. Kambosos struggled with a finish Lee Selby and a finish fucking what's that guy's name? Mickey Bay. He barely beat those guys. Barely. I thought Till was gonna just face plant him. Honestly, probably by the sixth round, maybe. But his ass didn't do what he was supposed to do. He listened to his fucking father, who probably might be his downfall to greatness. And
I won't put that. I won't put that more so on that, bro. I think
why
training
crackhead.
No, like listen, right? When you got it's like Porter, right? Porter, you got Dan Garcia, you got certain fighters in certain fighters' corners, right? And the skill set is what I'm saying. When you perfect the skill set and you work on it and you own the skill set, bro, and you know yourself, then I'll say the trainer, the father's doing an excellent job with it. You know what I'm saying? If you need to work on certain things, but here's the thing. Teofimo has a total, he has a complete package, but he doesn't display it throughout his fights. Maybe half a package, one fight. You feel what I'm saying? When you get to Dan Garcia type of skill set, that's a full, complete fighter who knows himself in every angle of his skill set. You know what I'm saying? Although he's flat footed, you know what I mean? But people like to, overly critique a skill set that they don't understand, or they know a skill set that's, really hard to beat at certain cases if you know your skill set all around the board. Now, Teofimo Lopez, father, got him up to this point. Now I'm saying add more to it. It's right there. You know what I'm saying? Have him, he's mobile enough to do it. Then the trainer should definitely pick up on that and apply it. Additional tools that's already there. It's really that simple. It's whether him to display it or not. That's the key.
Yeah, I have to disagree on that notion about Teal's father. I mean, I will agree that Teal's dad
Skill
is the
set
one.
level wise. You know what I'm saying? That's like let me give you another example of that. That's like how you say it. Who Roy Jones was training at one point?
A lot of people.
Fuck. For example,
I know it's
Devin
Eubank.
Alexander, right? I'm gonna bring him up again because that's my go-to ball because I bang with him. I hold him up to the higher esteem than most people, and because of recent fights, it doesn't change my respect level for Devin Alexander's career. Underrated, but if he was to be trained by Bernard Hopkins, would it be any different skill set compared to a Roy Jones training Devin Alexander in the skill set? You see what I'm saying? But Devin Alexander has to know his skill set fully, which he a complete fighter damn sure is. But in certain fights, he displayed half of his skill set and don't utilize all his tools that was actually there. You see what I'm saying? So Teofimo is for me, needs to find that balance and find his complete package and his skill set and show it off in the ring. It depends on an opponent, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, Teofimo is a very talented fighter, very talented. But again, I think his dad will be the reason for it if he does have it. I don't want him to have it because I think he's an entertaining fighter inside and outside the ring, and he's good for boxing. He's really good for boxing. But his father was the one in that Kambosos fight telling him some stupid ass instructions, nonsensical instructions. Look at what he was telling him when they fought Lomachenko versus.
Hey, bro, I don't mean to cut you off, but you do know that was a hot-headed Teofimo. What he said in the press conference going forward to that fight. So it's like on some shit like I can hear you, but I'm gonna do me on this one because it was that type of energy there. You understand? You know what I'm saying? And to have your fight, you gotta believe in your fighter, have it under control when he in that mindset to face a Camboso, which he was unexpectedly realizing that okay, I thought it was gonna be like this, and in terms of Camboso capitalize on me more so than me capitalize on him. This is once you realize that, then I understand what you're saying. Go back to the corner and get your get some answers there. But
Look,
his mindset for me, I feel as though there was no talking to T.O. that night, bro.
well, look, it wasn't no talking to Teal because the father laid the bed that they put his son in basically, or his son put him in, or whatever. How you want, they all laid the bed, but basically the father laid the bed. It's like as far as the
I'm gonna put
problem
you on
goes.
your back. You hear what T.O. said, bro. Let's not ignore what he said, bro.
I know what he said, but I'm talking about what was.
Okay, that
I'm talking
factors
about what
in, bro.
I'm talking about what the trainer was telling him. Did you see what his father was telling him throughout when they was having training? When they went to their training camp. Listen to what the father was putting in this man's head. Listen. Listen to what he was putting in his head. He was lying. He basically lied on Tio, in my opinion. Because unless we're saying Campos is a liar, and it's possible
Now,
he
and,
can lie.
and, and
But
recall this. Recall this. Did they barely even watch any tapes of Camboso? Like any other fighter, they say they say they ain't watched no highlights, or they not even worried about
okay,
watching any of
that's
the
the train.
films.
But that's the trainer's job. That's the trainer's job. He's
Okay,
supposed
but
to look at tape.
well, he decided not to. You know
Okay,
why?
and he failed his. And when you're training, that's your responsibility to watch your opponent's tendencies and watch tape. And then you go and tell your trainer, "Oh, go knock him out." When you specifically asked for that fighter, because people forget that wasn't a mandatory. That was voluntary. That was a fucking voluntary defense. When you ask for the fighter and you don't watch tape, and Teal's dad clearly is part of the negotiations table, so he has a hand in the matchups, who the opponents they want, all that shit. It's clear. Then he was the one that basically laid the bed to the problem. He laid the bed, and they
I mean,
slept in it.
I would say it was equally, and they both a team. So I'll put that on more so on both, because
I blame Teal's ass for not going to the hospital after his dad asked him. His dad basically spilled the beans. He said he asked him, I think you should go to the hospital. Teal was like, nope, no. So hey, I blame that
I
part.
mean, but the thing is no excuses, right? Here's the thing, when you undermine another opponent, and you believe in yourself just as much as they believe in themselves, it's kind of like that's what makes a fight epic, because you don't know what to expect. Tio probably could have got the job done
Oh,
that
we
night.
all know.
You know what
We
I'm
all
saying?
know. We all know he could have got the job done if he was
If
focused.
he
We
if he
saw it.
would have, I'm just saying, if the knockdown uh could have really amped him up even more. And you get knocked down like how like how Ryan Garcia got knocked down. What he did after that knockdown, though. You know what I'm saying? So he turned a little Oscar Rage, right? You know what I mean? So T.O. has that element to him too. You know what I mean? But I feel like he respected Camboso more so because now it's not talks anymore. You know what I mean? So your plan from the get go is out the window now. Now you know who you in the ring with, as he fast he said. Look me in my eyes, bruh. I'm a different breed, bruh.
Well,
Film
look,
study, film study, film study. There you go.
but okay. Well, we have two different opinions about what
That's okay.
who was at fault, because for sure the trainer is in charge of the game plan and why and what and where and how as far as the opponent goes and whatnot. And Teal's dad is the main guy who looks out for Teal's career. Most fighters, they don't look over their own careers. They let someone else handle that. And Teal's dad is the one of the people. I know it's him and David McWaters. I think that's the guy's name, David McWaters. But yeah, Teal's dad's part of that. And Bob Arum said that they was trying to get him to fight someone else.
That's What happened to more than one occasion though?
or
With
fight or fight
other
or,
fighters though,
or
yeah.
fight on top rank. Or fight on top rank. But Teal dad and Teal thought they could make more money on that Eddie Hearn card. And what ended up happening, I mean, that Eddie Hearn, the Triller card. And when that ended up happening is they didn't get none of that fucking money. And then he took a fucking ass kicking. He took an ass
I
kicking.
mean, that was transpired, but now we gotta look forward to
Or to the
what we
future.
look forward to. You
We
feel
talking
me?
about if we talking about the future, then Teal's gonna need to improve, in my opinion, from that fight. I know he was off a long layoff. I don't think that was the best version of Teal for sure. But we all know, we have to all agree that he needs to be better if he wants to get a belt at that division. Because 140, in my opinion, is arguably tougher than 135. Arguably. Because all them guys is hungry and they want to make a name for themselves.
The 140 is where all the smoke is currently is at. You know, it was at one point 135, which it still is the hottest division in lightweight, and 140 is you can say next door, the next level up. You know what I'm saying? The next hottest division that was still brewing. It's getting more stacked. So he gotta expect this, bro. He gotta expect. He know who's up there. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
And you know competition level is up there. He's saying about the weight. That's across the board with most fighters. Who give a heads up on moving to a 140. So you know what I mean? I feel as though certain fighters are also still holding it down. Currently at 135, saying all roads leads to Devin the Dream Haney. Free smoke.
Well, Khalid, let's see, he says. Well, no, from my understanding is Bob Burnham said that was actually a voluntary. He spilled the beans on that. It's an interview on ESPN. He said that was actually a voluntary. But go on, go on, go on, carry on. Anyways, like I said, Teofimo is a very good fighter. I don't know what happened to that guy. He left. He said he saw some quit in him. I think he said or something like. I didn't see that in that fight with Campos. I didn't understand him say. I wanted to get to that, but
Well, that's what I'm saying. It gets more. I'm saying it was kind of vague. And maybe he see it how he see it, and that's cool too.
no, I didn't see it at
But
all. I'm
I can't agree with. Yeah, I can't agree. I can't. Yeah, I ain't agree with that either.
now, if there's a fight where I saw some quitting somebody, if we want to go that route, and again, I'm trying not to paint quitting as this bad thing because let's be honest, we got some great fighters who are in the Hall of Fame. They quit in fights in different ways, and a lot of people still get pictures with them, get autographs with them. So we can't say it's all bad. We still love these fighters, especially they quit. So I don't want to name names. Some of these people on the chat
Mhm.
favorite fighters they quit probably. So, but anyway, fighters that seem like they quit was definitely the guy that's fighting this weekend. I think Anthony Joshua, if I'm not mistaken.
It's always about redemption, bro. I give that
Yeah,
to every boxer, bro, across the board.
I know. I was just saying I didn't see the quit until, but I saw some quit in AJ. I saw some quit in AJ. So I don't know where in that fight against Campos where it looked like he quit and stuff. Like, oh, he was about to. So that's all. But what do you think about this Joshua Usyk fight? Do you think AJ can implement what he says, quote unquote, African and Mexican style, and get Usyk out of there? Will Usyk just basically do what he did in the last fight, but worse, possibly even stop AJ?
Oh man, I gave my thoughts on previous streams on this, so I'm gonna say it's still back to the drawing board for both. That's what's gonna make this run back more interesting, and try not to overlook certain success from both sides. You know what I mean? It could be even more success uh in the next one. On what side, you know what I mean? Different from AJ will make this a different type of matchup. But that's the thing, is he gonna well, I won't be shocked if he bring a certain approach. But if he be consistent at it, then we'll see how Usyk performs with that type of AJ.
Yeah, I think if AJ listens to Robert Garcia, because I think people kind of was surprised he went with Robert Garcia. I wasn't, because Robert Garcia actually has information on Usyk, because Usyk and them Eastern European fighters were all in his gym when they were coming up into America. Initially, they stayed at the gym, used his old gym, and I think their managers bought it out, and that's where they trained at. So yeah, that was a smart move by AJ. And I think it's going, you know, I was going with Usyk, but now I think AJ might be able to get him, man. He just got to listen to Robert Garcia. He's got to act like this is the fight he needs in his career to get into the Hall of Fame. He has to act like, look, man, I want to be a 3-time unified heavyweight champion, which is very rare, exclusive company. I want to get into the Hall of Fame, and this will do it for me. And he needs to implement the bullying tactics, all the dirty bullying tactics. He's got to do it. If he does it and doesn't allow Usyk to box him, he can win and definitely win by knockout. But it's all up to him. He can't do what he did with that last fight where he was just touching with the jab, just touch, jab, touch, and just sitting there like just waiting to be hit. He's got to be active. He's got to go to the body a lot because he had the most success in that fight when he went to the body. So hopefully he does it, man.
That
Cause
could be a fact. That could be a factor too. That will be a factor, I believe. And I believe that. Yeah, keep going, bro.
yeah, I mean if AJ can't do none of those tactics, I just said any of the I call it bullying tactics, then he might get stopped. I just think Usyk this time around. I see his eyes. It's different than when they first fight. It's different. He's got his fire this time is burns even more. I think he wants to get the stoppage on AJ. I think he wants to show, look, I'm the guy that everybody needs to be worried about in this division. Everybody. I don't care if you're 6'9", 6'7", 300 pounds, 212, 260. It doesn't matter. I need to be afraid of me for sure. So, and getting the knockout over AJ would definitely send a statement, in my opinion. In my opinion.
Would you still want to see your female Haney matchup, bro?
Would I still want Tio and Haney?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a good fight still. I mean, I'm not one of them people that thinks just because somebody lost in a matchup, I want to see that it's over. It's not, it may not be the same luster as it was, but I still will watch it because they're both still very young and both are still not even in their prime yet. They're not, it's crazy. Tio's not even in his prime. We forget that. These guys like Tio and Haney and Shakur, they're not in their primes yet. In my opinion, you don't really hit your prime till you're 27, maybe 26, 27. So, and they got room to improve. So, if they would have fought already by now, it wouldn't be as good as like right now as they're getting older and bigger and getting more experience. It wouldn't be just as good in my opinion. So, and the crazy thing is that fight can actually happen now. It can definitely happen now because Haney's gonna be at 140 for sure, and he's fighting under the top rank. And I think Haney, after his 3-fight deal is done, I think he's gonna resign with top rank, in my opinion. I don't think he's going back to the zone.
Well, whatever his decision may be, it's a team decision. Shout out to Matt Chat in the chat though for that comment, and Jonathan too as well. Yeah, but like I said, although the scenario was the go-to with Haney and Tio Primo, I still think it's still on the table for me at 135, still at 140, still. For me, he was a challenger. For me, he was the challenger for the very beginning, and he's still the challenger now. You know what I mean? So
Wait a minute, who's the
I
challenger?
always thought about that Haney and Teofimo Lopez situation, but I understand the belts is involved, and I understand it's a whole. We can get into that or not.
Wait a minute, who's the challenger?
But for me, Teofimo was the challenger when it comes to Haney. Period. It's just me. You know what I mean, and also facts. When it comes, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Either
I
way,
think.
how we. But
Yeah,
beat the man to beat the man also that still applies as well. You know what I mean,
yeah. Teal beat the man, but Haney beat the man that beat the man. That
and
makes
we still
him.
got one more situation with that too. That's an ongoing beat the man situation.
Yeah,
Or
man.
defeat the man. Defeat the man that defeat the man. Yeah, you say it like that too.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I look. Hopefully they can get that fight made. They could probably make it sometime either late next year or the year after that. For sure, because both more than likely going to be in the same weight class while they're hitting their primes. More than likely, I can see Haney being at 140 when he's at the age of what, 25, 26, 27. And the same with Teal. I think from 25, 26, 27, they're gonna be in the same weight class. So eventually they're gonna have to see each other for the next 3 years. They're gonna have to, especially if they keep winning. For sure, they keep winning, and they're one of the last people standing. That fight just gets even bigger and bigger. And they already sold it to the public because they already had a couple of confrontations already, and they have history. So for sure,
Right,
right?
right. The history's still there, although the belts were heavily involved, but it's still the belts are still in the equation.
Right. Well, it
You
depends
know
because
what I mean?
Teal has a chance to, of course, be champion 140 faster than Haney, of course, because Haney's gonna be at
You gotta
135.
understand that is credible opponents going forward for at 140 to even think that far for Teofimo Lopez to even not just a one fight and get the job done. There's multiple fights currently when it comes to Teofimo Lopez at 140. So that's a stretch.
Well, the reason why I don't think it's stretched because Top Rank they hold a lot of the cards for those belts, namely with Josh Taylor. I know he dropped what 3 of the belts or 2 of them already. So, but they still have him. And if Josh Taylor beats Catterall, I know they're supposed to rematch. And Devin Haney takes care of business, which I know that's gonna be tough. I'm be honest, Haney has a bit of a tough schedule if everything goes in plan. He will have to fight Kambosos again in the rematch, and then the next fight, everything goes to plan. He will have to fight Lomachenko, and those are tough fights. I know he made it look easy last time, but George Kambosos isn't a pushover, and of course Lomachenko isn't.
Now, what's your thoughts on Mendy?
Mindy,
Yeah,
Mindy, what weight class is that? I think I heard that name. What weight class? Mindy?
lightweight.
You're not talking about Hank Lundy, right?
Nah.
Mindy. What's his rank? What's his ranking at?
Um, I think it's in good standings. You know what I'm saying? He more so in good standings than what's his name? He was in good rankings still. He more like you say a vet. Now
Oh,
out the blue is I'm trying to recall. Just get your thoughts on that one because you know he had common opponents and I don't know if he retired, but since retirement seems like that's a theme frequently. There's been multiple retirements going on here, so it's kind of like I want to know these still boxers are still active currently. You know what I mean? With such a pedigree of caliber of a fighter. Although 3 or 4 losses doesn't make you not credible. It makes you more experienced. You feel me? And
yeah.
credible still.
So
But
so who
some
did
people take losses in a certain way.
so who did Mindy fight? Who in his division? You say he's at lightweight, right?
I believe it was Campbell or Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Run back fights. He had a run back fights. Get back fight with that one. See, there's a lot of get back fights going on too. But
Okay,
that was the time frame of things with that one. I'm just saying within ranking still.
He probably retired. I think I know you're talking about. Luke Campbell fought him twice?
Yeah, it was a twice situation. I'm trying to recall was it Campbell.
I think Luke Campbell fought him twice. Like it was the first fight, which was
I don't
close.
mix that up.
Or
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah,
lost,
yeah.
or he lost it. It was either Luke Campbell lost it. I think no.
He's still active, right? He's still active, right?
I'll be honest. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I haven't heard of him since. I think Luke
I
Campbell
mean,
fought him.
sometimes out of sight, out of mind doesn't mean he's not active, though. Just saying.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're gonna label him inactive if he hasn't fought months, several years or something. They're gonna have to. But
No,
yeah,
yeah, doing real quick, just to it's a lot of still some good matchups at 135 still. You know what I'm saying? They can still mix it up. Although currently we saying 140 from currently.
man, I think 140 is gonna be the division right there. That's gonna be the sweet spot for a lot of fighters, honestly. And if I'm someone who's at 130 and I got size, I'll be trying to make my way up there if I can make it. If I know I have the talent, the ability, the team, everything, and I know I can go up to this two weight classes and do well, I do it because that's where the money gonna be at. 135, it's gonna be a foregone conclusion. Tio already left. Richard Comey already left. Pedraza been left. Who
Yeah,
else?
Comey left.
Yeah, Comey at 140. He about to fight Pedraza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they about to fight at 140.
Oh man.
Who else gonna be at 140? Tio already up there. Haney's gonna be up there. Ryan Garcia is already up there. So all them guys in 135 that's got names gonna be up there. And I said it before. 140 is gonna be the future best division in boxing. 154, in my opinion, is the best division in boxing, but 140 is gonna be is for sure because most of the fighters ESPN have most of the top fighters, so they can do a tournament over there and have them fight each other.
What's your thoughts on St. Davis possible next fight? What weight you think that might be?
He gonna be at 135. 140 isn't. You could tell that's not his best weight. You can tell that's probably his max weight.
We're saying what we're saying currently, and you saying St. Davis 135.
Yeah, I think his next fight gonna be 135, and it's gonna be one of the fighters that PBC got at 135.
Okay. I'm good with either way. You know what I'm saying? 135 and 140. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, as Tank said, King at 130, 135. Know where it is, and 140. You can say that too.
Yeah, Tank.
We also can say undisputed. You hear me? Clash course will always be a clash course.
Devin Haney and you talking about Devin Haney and Tank?
Clash course will always be a clash course.
Yeah, I don't know if that fight's gonna happen anytime soon. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know if Devin Haney and Tank gonna fight anytime soon, man. I'm be honest. I don't think they're gonna fight till. I hate to break people's bubbles. I don't think that fight is gonna happen till both are pretty much in their primes, but peaking down, like maybe when they're 31, 32. Both
Hold
of them. I'm gonna be honest.
You kind of bold with that one, bruh.
Okay, I want you to tell me right now, if they were at the negotiating table or whatever,
you bold with this one, bruh. I'm about to say the follow up with that is you mean at 154? No, I'm just you know what I mean, joking with you, bruh.
Look, I'm
Go ahead.
I'm be honest with you. I don't see that fight happening, man, anytime soon. I want to know from your standpoint, how did they get Tank and Haney on the contracts and co-promotional, because that's gonna be a co-promotion. That's gonna be a co-promotion. Honestly, that's why people are pissed off at Tank Davis during that Rolly fight, where he was talking like he was basically gonna be a free agent and shop around the market, which is what his ass should have did. That way, he could have got a lot more money and been fighting anyone he wanted. So he's on Showtime.
They can look at it that way, but I don't look at it that way.
How the only time two big time promotional
No, I'm talking about
network.
what Tank was saying. You know what I'm saying?
He said he literally tweeted it. He tweeted it and then he said it. He said it.
Well, and you know what time frame was that, right?
That was
Would you
before.
consider that a overnight type of situation, just to put out there? At was it ongoing
I don't know, but
talking point? That's what I'm
I
saying.
I don't know, but I do know. I get what you're coming
Spur
from.
of the moment, yeah. Okay.
These fighters, they say stuff all the time. So yeah, but you like you kind of like teasing the fans because we all want to see him fight the best, and right now he's not fighting the best. And when we hear he be in the free agent, that excites us because we know, all right, he's a free agent. That means he can fight Devin Haney, Lomachenko, Shakur. Uh, he can fight. He can fight Josh Taylor, Tio, all the guys. But staying over there on in-house fights, he's not gonna get those fights. He's not. He's not gonna
Well,
get those
I see
fights.
I see it a bit different. I think the big fights are still in Tank Davis rear view, even with CMT, and that's how I see it. That's how he's confirmed it even more so by even getting still with TMT. So it always takes two to tango, and as Mayweather before sent out contracts, and what happened with those, right? So I mean, certain fights are still brewing, certain weight classes that Haney, Tank Davis accomplished a 140 situation, and claiming a division, and 135 he claimed that too. So it's if everyone moving up, follow suit by Tank. I don't know if you beat the move though, or dig the move, but big fights are still on its way. TMT.
Look, I'm a Tank Davis fan. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a fan of him as a fighter, but you can't.
Credible opponents too, as well. I can say it across the board.
I get what you're saying now, but now listen to me now. Let's be honest. This guy's younger
Okay.
than him who's challenging themselves more than he is. You don't have to look far.
Challenger wise.
They're challenging.
It's about even for me.
I don't know how you can say that. I mean, Tank just fought Rolly Romero, who wasn't. You wouldn't consider him a top challenge. I mean, I say challenger, a top contender at 135.
And that's I have to disagree with that too.
You think Rolly Romero, from who he was fighting, made him a top contender? I mean, yeah, he fought Jackson Marinas, but Marinas made his name because basically he should have gotten the win over Rolly. That
I
was one
mean,
of the worst.
I'll disagree with that too.
Wait a minute, you disagree with what? Rolly should have. You think Rolly
I'm
should have
just
beat him?
saying. I'm just saying. I disagree with that respectfully. And a win is a win. Most effective. Rolly, fastly was. I understand people have the talking points around Rolly or certain disdains, but and here's the thing when it comes to that fight, it should be a run back, but not based on what I feel as though the rhetoric, not the talking points around that fight. I'm saying Rolly had not a full camp that fight. On top of that, right? And Martinez came in maybe you could say one-handedly. You know what I mean? So they could run it back based on other talks around that fight. I'm saying what Rolly said at the conference holds weight, and maybe people got to reconsider and recap that fight because Rolly performed as Rolly performed even in the half of a camp and still got the job done. So, but if you feel as though Rolly lost, that's your right to say. You know what I mean, but I go by I go by how I see the fight as well too.
Well, you okay? Okay. So you said
And
you saw.
it was a opportunity for that run back as well, but Marina's what he do, bro.
Well, Marinas is people. This is why boxers have managers and so forth, so forth. They felt like, and obviously hindsight is 2020, but they felt like that they had a better opportunity, and it seemed like they did, where they fought Richard Comey coming off a knockout loss, a former world
Okay,
champion,
that was the move. That was the move.
on ESPN main event and on ESPN, and they felt like, all right, we beat him. Guess what would have happened then? Guess what would have happened?
You tell me.
Marinas would have ended up fighting Lomachenko more than likely. More than likely, he would
Well,
end up fighting Lomachenko, and then none of us could have said that. But
but
what happened was,
not a run back though. We're rolling.
well,
Okay.
well, yeah. I mean, honestly, that's one of the things where the manager, whoever's behind Marinas, messed up. They should have run back because I'm sorry. I know what you said you saw, but Marinas outclassed Rolly. That was not a competitive fight at all. That wasn't. That was
Not
not a
sure.
fight. That was not a fight where Rolly won 5 rounds.
Hey,
No, no.
you want to mention rounds, bro? I'm gonna ask you again. Do you want to go there, bruh?
What about that fight?
Shit, bruh.
That so you think that fight was competitive or that Marinas just won it from what you saw? I'm not talking about what the judges saw. I'm talking about what you saw.
I'm saying, what Rolly said at that conference.
What do you mean? What he
And,
say?
and if you seen that fight, Rolly basically said what it factually was. But people got the they likes for a certain style of a fighter, other than they see how they say it too. But I'm saying effective was more so on Rolly's side in that fight.
Look, I mean,
But you can have you can have your Marina's displaying what he displaying.
I mean,
I
I
don't
get
see
it.
majority of rounds in that one. So that's why it should be a run back based on, for me, if it's controversial, quote unquote robbery. People be picking choosies on robberies, bro. So we're not gonna go down this pick and choosy robbery list real quick though, but that still could be in the works for Marinas and Rolly to run it back once more. Why not? But for me, it won't be based on a certain type of label in that fight. I would say more so let be a full camp and come fully prepared for both fighters and make it do what it do. Run backs in boxing, either way. I'm all about that.
Yeah, honestly, at this
To make it
point,
more clear. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, at this point, they could actually rematch because Marinas just fought Frank Martin on Showtime, and he made a good account of himself.
at what weight?
It's at 135, so he made.
Okay.
No, actually, it was a little higher. It was actually a little higher because he was a very late replacement, and they allowed him to come in a little overweight because obviously he didn't give they didn't give him enough time to have a real camp when basically to lose the weight.
Interesting.
You said
Not
what?
a likewise with Rolly when it came to that fight, right? So I mean, what we saying here? We still saying run back. Well,
Yeah,
why not?
okay, yeah, they could because like I said, Marinas just fought on Showtime, and he gave a good account of himself. He pushed Frank Martin the more than anyone else. Frank Martin fought before him, so Yeah, they can fight. Rolly's coming off of knockout loss. Marina's coming off of stoppage loss himself, so they definitely could. I'll watch it. I'll watch the rematch. They could. More than likely, Showtime can use Marina's again.
Coming off a win or coming off a loss, we still saying run back. For your reasons and for my reasons, you know what I mean? But for boxing,
Yeah, it's a good fight. I mean, Rolly's an entertaining fighter inside outside the ring, and Marina's is a good test. And he's a good I don't know if I want to call him a gatekeeper, but he probably is at this point. So um yeah, that'll be a good fight. So what I want to hear, what is your thoughts on Ryan Garcia and who is he gonna fight next? You think he's gonna fight Tank? You think that fight's next?
I wanted to go straight to a Rolly matchup. That's my preferred fight prior to a Tank Davis and a Rolly matchup. For me, it was Ryan and Rolly prior to anything. Because they gonna feel like how that was brewing. That was an ongoing situation with them. You know what I'm saying? And that should have been it right there for me prior to a Tank and Rolly. Should have been Ryan Garcia and a Rolly. So I still want to see that regardless.
Yeah, Rolly and Ryan is a very good fight. I will pick Ryan in that fight. Um, they
He
have
got
his.
past the Fortuna. He got past the Fortuna, and we know what type of smoke Fortuna brings. But we know Fortuna and Rolly two different type of fighters, but they bring that pressure. So
Yeah, but Rolly be throwing lazy jabs, man. He that's part of the reason why he got countered was he threw a punch. He threw the same punch twice in a row, which is what Leo Santa Cruz also did against Tank. And I think Rolly's problem and he did get countered by Tank times from his jab. Sometimes he throws a lazy jab out there looking for that big right hand. And I think Ryan's gonna see it. He's gonna know it. He's gonna counter him. And I can see him knocking Rolly out. Honestly, I can see him putting him to sleep. He's the bigger guy. Rolly's a
maybe
lot.
in lesser rounds.
Then Tank did. It's possible. It's possible. Styles make fights. Styles make
Oh
fights.
wow! Oh wow! You saying in lesser rounds?
But I think Tank, in my opinion, could have got Rolly out quicker than what he did. I think he just made it an inside fight, like an inside phone booth fight. I think he could have got Rolly out quicker, probably about 5 rounds, 4. I think he could have, in my opinion. So, but I understand why he didn't do that.
Yeah, I understand too.
Cause Rolly is a nasty guy on the inside. He'll headbutt you, elbow, and
No, no,
arm
no.
lock you.
I can't let you go that far. Now, I said I agree. I know why that too, but I'm not gonna say head button all that on Rolly because that never
Tank.
was the case with
Wait a
for
minute.
Rolly.
Tank said that's what happened. That's when they asked him. He got bruised on the head. He said Rolly would use his elbows and his head and stuff. Tank said
Bruh.
that shit. What you trying to say? I'm
No,
alive
no, I'm
or Tank
saying, no,
alive?
no, no. I'm just saying. No, that's Okay, I'm gonna let you get with that one. But he's not known for none of that. They both don't like to be held. Not neither one of them. Tank don't like to be held. Not at all. And Rolly damn sure don't. So I mean,
Yeah, I like that. I'm not gonna lie. I like fighters who, when they getting clinched and shit, they fight out the fucking clinch. I like that shit. I kind of don't like the fighters that just accept it. Like, I'll wait for the ref.
yeah.
No, no. I like when Tank, when he gets clinched. Most of the time, he'll work his way out.
Shit. Clinch game. Something crazy.
Hey, do you think it's possible that PBC is angling up for a Tank versus Broner fight at 140? What do you think about that?
Well, they gotta get the interest again. And we know that 140 is what it is currently, right? So I mean, it still talks. It's still that division. You know what I mean? But for me, I think Adrian Broner got a few more credible opponents ahead of him to get through, to get past. Can't look over no opponent. And likewise for Tank, can't look over no opponent, you know what I'm saying? And also, you know, there's other fights out here currently you could say to mention. They friends, they're cool. It might not happen, but it happen on most cases. Even for example, Crawford and Porter, friends that made the fight happen. So you know what I mean. In certain relationships, we gotta wait and see, and will that even be the case? I mean, it'd be nice to ponder on, to think about. You know what I mean, it is a big money fight, regardless of what you know what I'm saying. If you think about it, it factually is. It's probably one of the lucrative type of matchups when it comes to a Tank Davis and the AB. Well, we know the talks, you know, that's out there.
Yeah, they if I'm Al Heyman, if I'm him, I'm trying to make that fight next. At this point, AB is probably finished and done.
You said next.
You
You
said what?
saying next though? You saying next though?
No, yeah, I don't know about next, but like, cause I know Tank wants to fight again in December or something like that.
I thought it was 135 for Tank next.
That's what I'm
Or is it?
saying. 135. Whoever. I know the Broner fight not gonna be next, but what I was about to say was, if I was Al Heyman, what I'd do is, after Tank gets that December fight, uh, make the Broner fight, because that's gonna help Tank a lot. Broner, even though he took some losses and whatnot and did some things, celebrities, they know who he is.
What your
Cash
thoughts on Adrian Broner and Santiago?
Figueroa,
I got your thoughts on Rolly and Martinez, but what's your thoughts on AB and Santiago? What was your thoughts?
Broner versus Santiago.
Yeah, who won that to you?
I thought Adrian Broner won that, man. I thought
Uh
he. I thought he. I thought he.
interesting, bruh. Interesting, bruh.
I,
Okay, go ahead.
I thought Broner. I thought Broner pulled it off. I thought Santiago was missing a lot of punches. He was getting smothered. Um, and Broner did his thing, what he usually do, which is make you miss. But his problem is he don't make you pay enough. It's
But
like
he made him pay though.
he made him pay, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it,
I
it
mean, he made him pay though.
yeah, that's the point, to make them pay. But you want to even up. Like, okay, if a fight is sloppy looking and somebody's throwing more, sometimes the judges can lean towards or make it tight on the cards because one guy's doing more with his hands and shit. That's
I'm
because
saying I'm saying that's okay. I mean, they're gonna see how they see it, but I'm saying how you see it.
yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
had
yeah.
you had you had
He did what
AB,
he did what he's
and
supposed to.
you noticed you noticed certain things in that fight, and
Yeah, Broner still
yeah.
got that
So
that speed,
so
that
paying
athletic.
enough. Here's the thing for me, paying more. You understand? I mean, that's kind of like for me. I think it as like he need to throw his hands more, although he still throw hands. So that's a take I'm getting from you. And interesting, that was AB one. So glad you noticed that. But I'm still gonna run it back to even Martinez and Rolly situation.
Mm-hmm.
Making you pay also applies when it comes to a road. Just saying though. You
Wait a minute.
hear
Wait a
me?
minute. Hold. Wait.
No,
Hold
it's
on.
all good. We
Wait.
gonna move past
No.
that, bro.
No. You can't. Wait a minute. You can't. You
Yeah,
can't compare.
you sure? You
No.
sure?
You
Are you
can't.
sure?
No. You can't
I'm asking you
compare.
again, Brad. I'm asking you again, Brad.
You can't compare the
Uh,
Broner
I can't compare
Santiago.
Martinez. I can't compare Martinez to Santiago, bro. Are you really gonna tell me that, Brad? Right about now.
Okay.
Don't do it, Nate. Don't do it, Nate.
Okay.
Trying
So
to
let's be honest. If Santiago and Marina's fought, if they both fought, who you think gonna win?
we have to wait on see on that one, right?
No, I'm just saying from
Who's gonna be more effective in that
no,
one? You
no,
hear
no,
me?
no. We got this thing called the eye test, and you
I
see,
test.
yes, the eye test. You look at what a fighter's good at and what the other fighter isn't good at,
Okay,
and,
okay.
and you match them up. Now, obviously, anything can happen, but and you make a prediction. Like if we're predicting, like who you think wins, Santiago and Marinas?
That's an interesting one, bruh.
I'm sorry, I'm going with Marinas, man. As long as he's not too like, worn down. Because I know in his last fight he took some good shots, took some really good shots, and he got knocked out by Richard Comey before that. So, yeah,
I'm just, I would have to say who will be more so ineffective or effective in that one. I'm gonna just leave it right there.
well, Santiago comes forward a lot. He comes forward and throw punches and bunches to the head and body, and when that definitely for sure to the body. But my thing is this. Uh,
Who has more who has
when he
more
fought,
accuracy, bro?
huh?
Who has more accuracy in that one? Your opinion.
Between Santiago and Marinas,
Shit.
fuck Marinas is more accurate. He's more accurate. But at the same time, that's not fair because
You
Marinas
see,
was
okay.
Marinas was fighting Rolly, who is for sure ain't no defensive wizard. And Santiago fought Broner, who he's not a defensive master, but he's pretty good at actually slipping punches when he decides to, and moving out of the way when he wants to, when he chooses to.
And Rolly is the type that will slip punches coming forward in that one.
Yeah, he'll slip punches and slide and stuff, but his problem is he stands too fucking square at times where he can't get away. Where in the Marinas fight, it was times where he'll lean back. He'll lean back. I think it was like some type of shoulder roll Philly shit. He'll lean back and shit, and he'll still get tagged. Like I'm just saying, like, why is he
Are you
leaning
sure
back?
he get tagged, or are you sure he got tagged, or was it Perry? You let me know.
No, I know you're talking about like at times he'll use the lead hand to he'll
Okay.
use the lead hand to Perry and whatnot, but there was plenty of times where he'll lean back and for some reason he'll forget the Perry and he'll get caught with a 1-2 or with the jab. Mainly it was the jab that was eating him up, he was getting touched with. Mainly the jab. So no, Rolly got touched in that fight a little bit in that Marinas fight compared to Broner.
You had Marinas, and then you had AV. Okay, I hear you.
No,
I
I
just
mean,
see I just see it a bit different. But
okay,
yeah.
okay. So
Um,
who do you have winning against what was that fight? Um, my God, what was that fight? Uh, who do you have winning against um Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall?
uh, that's a tough one. Run back, I'll say run back. It's one of those run back type of situations.
Yeah, they definitely got to run it back because the undisputed champ got took to fucking school but at the same time, Jack Catterall did a lot of spoiling. He did a lot of spoiling. I feel like if you spoil in a fight, they gotta dock points, and some refs do actually. When you be doing spoiling tactics excessively, they take away points sometimes. But it
And
depends.
Taylor performance was his performance, right? And I guess they go with what I mean. It was good enough to you know get the victory, correct? So I mean, run back is to make things clear. I think he should do it for himself. I think he should just take on that match again. You know what I mean? Just for talks, that's around a certain fight, just like how Rolly and Marina's talks around that one, and running backs in boxing, bro. As always, as we are getting a run back with an undisputed Devin the Dream Haney
Oh my
on
God,
both
man!
those
I'm sorry.
co-workers.
This is
Shit,
one. This is one of the most.
it's like
That,
run
that
back seasons, bro. Like back in the day, how they run it back to run it back. It's like run back season, bro.
Yeah, but that fight make like them running it back, it was one of the most pointless run backs. It's gonna go down as one of the most pointless run backs, in my opinion. Cambosa's
Okay, that's your opinion. Your
Cam,
run back
Cambosa's
to me.
Cambosa's. You think
Yeah,
it's a good one?
it's a good run back. Definitely.
I want to hear why. Because Devin Haney clearly cleaned his clocks. Like I don't think Cambosa's won more than 4 rounds. I don't
To leave no doubts, although it was never no doubts. But at the same time, you still got to take in consideration. You know what I mean? The word is bond talk, and if you return the run back, then I salute to that. That's what champs do. Do it in a different fashion, in the Haney's fashion. Do something different. Approach it a little different. Camboso can approach how he approached Haney this time around. So if it's two
look.
different statement fights with the same fighter, that means a lot. So it's not pointless to me.
Well, I think it's pointless if you clearly won the fight. Like there was pretty much no second guessing, no question. It's not. It's not a question. Well, okay, I got a question. Would you
It's
be
an
okay?
honor situation, bro. An
Would you?
honor situation.
Yeah,
And it
but
also
boxing.
means more to display in another fashion.
Yeah, I get what you're
You
saying, but
know
I get what you're saying, but boxing isn't honorable at all. It's not. It's a lot of ways why boxing isn't honorable. We can get into that another time, but
Hey, that's like a whole different
yeah,
entire
exactly.
thing by itself. But at the same time, no, I cannot say per se that it's not honorable, and I can't say at times it can be unhonorable. But here's the thing: it's all about correcting a situation and still honoring. It's still gonna have to go back to that as well. So if it, you know what I mean, it can go right back to that situation to honor it or keep it moving.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I thought Devin Haney probably should have just dropped the belts and fight somebody at 140, but I understand, he's gonna make some good money in that rematch, and he feels confident he can do it again. He feels he feels confident he can do it again, but for me, if it's not competitive at all, I just don't see the point. It's like you saw a movie, right? You know every scene, you saw it. Would you go and watch that same movie you just saw again?
Hell yeah.
I mean, you know what? Hey, different strokes for
For
different
sure,
folks.
for sure. I run that movie back like 3 or 4 times, my man.
Yeah, I don't know, but what about if it was a first round knockout? Would you want a rematch if there was a fight with a first round knockout where it was just first punch then landed, it was over?
In most cases, it they rarely have a run back on those type of situations right there. But if that was to occur, uh, it depends. Maybe be off night. Maybe he willing to run it back just for GP. You know what I'm saying? Just a type of it depends. I'm saying because you still got even if Dylan White and Povetkin knock each other out, that should be a running back as well. When you agree?
Okay, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you old school. You like that. You like the back in the day where they
Why I say
rematch.
old school, bro? It's just that's the foundation of this boxing, bro.
No, it was old school because back in the day they fought each other like 6 times too. Like like fucking
You
six
said first
times.
round knockout. You know who's getting those?
No, 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 no. I'm just saying, like, the reason why I said that is because, like, back in the day, they was fighting each other 6 times. Even if somebody was up like 2-0 over their opponent,
But
they still would
the
fight
thing
that
is,
person.
well, here's the thing, you could say even old school, new school. I'm still saying I'm merging the two simultaneously, bro. So however the scenario will be is up to the fighters themselves to see what's worthy or not, or fans decide what's worthy to them, or what they would like to see, or what they care for, or they can care less about the run back. But most people might feel as though it should be a run back. You know what I'm saying? So You gotta just know it was that type of matchup. Let's see again.
Yeah, hey, we got different opinion again, but it's cool.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Because I definitely feel like this Cambosis Haney fight is a waste of time, everybody's time, and I'm gonna be watching Deontay Wilder on that night, and then I'm gonna watch the PBC fight. And I might catch the Haney replay, the highlights. So
Okay. Yeah,
that's what
sure.
I'm going to do for that night. So no disrespect to Devin Haney, he's a great fighter in my opinion, great young fighter, but I think he's going to do even better this time. He can do a lot more in that fight for sure to make it even more conclusive. So yeah. You think Loma and Teo should have had a rematch?
For sure. But most so to keep it moving. I'm still saying, why not?
Okay. What about you think Tyson Fury and Wilder should fight a fourth time?
Trilogy set in stone. So they honored that, and that's what it is. Fourth time.
Okay.
Fourth
Let's
time.
see. Okay, so what do you think of Spence versus Danny Garcia? You think that deserves a rematch?
That matchup there, I feel as though for sure.
I don't know. Spence almost dumb.
I
Spence just
mean,
dumb.
I got my reasons, bro. Yeah, and I'm gonna leave it right there. You know, free smoke, acknowledge free smoke, and also when you want a rematch based on this, uh, then Spence is now fully back, even after Ugas and performance wise. You know, the performance in that fight was completely different from Ugas to Danny Garcia. Although he got the victory, salute to that though. But I'm still saying a run back with the chant regardless.
Okay. So what about man? What's the other fights that deserve? What about Tyson Fury and Dillian White? You think that deserves a rematch?
Was it kind of thing with that one? How about you answer that one? I'm consistent with mine though. You know what I mean? Was worthy for me or competitive fight, but we know what occurred on that one. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I I don't think that should be a rematch for sure. Tyson Fury was controlling that fight from the first round to the last when he knocked him out. Uh, it was just a horrible style matchup for Dylan White. I mean, everybody who knows anything about boxing knew that fight was not going to be competitive, except for a few UK casuals. They thought it was going to be a very tough fight for Fury. I didn't. I knew what Fury could do. I knew he can box, he can bang, he can fight front, back, side. So he can do whatever he wants in there. And Dylan White trying to get rough with him didn't matter because he was still at a significant weight disadvantage. And yeah, and he's not very good defensively. So yeah, that fight. Yeah, if there was a rematch, you'll get a lot of bad reception.
Well, maybe certain fan bases might still want to consider maybe Dylan White to be even more reckless to
The
to
U the
get.
UK people, which is
But I'm not going to just.
definitely
I'm saying boxing in general. Like certain fans.
even worse.
No, I'm not saying worse than that. I'm saying they ride with Dylan White. You know what I mean? As he would prior to Fury and AJ and so forth, and even Povetkin. You know what I'm saying? It's still 1-1. He still got 1-1 situation you know, to get done. Trilogy and Stone type talk. And run back with Fury. There's no run back with Anthony Joshua. So I mean, that's that. That's pretty much clear on that one.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not
somebody
saying I
said,
want a rematch on that one. I'm just saying in general. But yeah, damn, what's another John?
motherfucking well, I was about to say Canelo Bivol. Better Beef. Oh, purple. I know Better Beef. Better Beef versus Joe Smith.
Mm.
There's no way. There's no way. You can't. You can't. You can't. You can't.
Bro, I ain't gonna answer right now to that one. I just said,
You hate you can hum all you want. If you seen the full fight, you know like who in the fuck is gonna pay tickets for a rematch for that fight.
I mean, but here you go. If they feel as though he, you know, could run it back, cause you know how Winky Wright and Shane Mosley ran it back twice. Well, Forrest, how many times they went back? It's just a sportsmanship type of situation if it comes to those two opponents. If they see eye to eye with it like that, although we know what occurred,
But
I can
that
see a
was
possible run back. If they look at it in on how you know, certain fighters that look at certain fights. It depends on your opponent, right? So I mean, what was done, what was done. Hey, you want to go at it again? That's a mutual situation between those two. And trust me, they'll you know, back to the drawing board you go. What can you bring the next time around? So that could be an slight interest, still when it comes to that one for a run back. Just saying, I won't just throw that out the window on that one.
look,
But you know, run backs in boxing though, you know what I mean, it's all different scenarios on how those run backs occur.
the run. I know you talking about Mosley, Sugar Shane Mosley versus Vernon Forrest, those type of fights. And though that was back
What
when boxing. That was back when boxing was considered more of a sport than it is now. Now it's a lot more business. It's a lot more business. That's why I'm be honest. I'm shocked that they even doing this Haney Cambosis fight. I'm shocked that
You know
ain't
why?
no.
You know, we said business, bro, but you gotta put one word in front of that every now and then. Unfinished business, and it's still boxing.
Yeah, we right about that. Yeah, can't be mad at that. What about? I mean, I don't know. I think Better Be Smith was as clear as he can get. Honestly, a 2-round destruction. It wasn't like Smith was competitive at all. So that's why I said that fight. Now I can understand a rematch for Lubin versus Fundora. Erickson, Lubin, Fundora. I understand that one. That was a very good fight.
What about a Lubin and the Charlo?
Well, he earned his way. So now if you earned your way back, I understand that. Like if you legit earned your way, like you fought this guy, that guy, this guy ranked.
Earn your way back talk, huh? I'm good with
Yeah,
that. I'm good with that. You see what I'm saying?
he earned it. Like
Earn your way back.
I
That
had no
applies
problem with
too.
him when he was
What,
about to fight Jamel Charlo after if he'd beaten Fundora. So
what,
I'm
what
not mad.
about Harrison and Charlo?
Yeah, I do actually still want to see a third fight because officially, as you say, a win is a win, right? Tony Harrison beat Jamel in the first time, and obviously Jamel beat him the second. So they're 1-1, as you say. They
And
got
it's
it set.
unfinished business. I just hope that you know, the build up, the back and forth would be more more like Spence and Danny Garcia
You
type
mean
of
you mean
talk. You
you mean
feel me?
You mean peaceful?
It wasn't peaceful, bro. It was free smoke salute. You understand? And that
Yeah,
was
but
only one. That was acknowledgement to acknowledge the skill set from before the fight even jumped off. It was, see the different approach when it came to Spence and Porter, right? So it was more of an acknowledgement situation there. So basically, what I'm saying is when it comes to Harrison and Charlo, and we know it's 1-1, we should know that it should be more of a respectable sportsmanship and more so a type of build up. I feel as though it should have been, can't say from the beginning, but for the third one, she had a free smoke salute understanding. You know what I'm saying? I think that the third one will be even more. But they're gonna talk how you talk though. That's Harrison. We know, and we know this Charlo. We know, but or they can continue have they build up the same way. I think I want to hear something different though. More not peaceful, but more acknowledgement on in that regard.
yeah, I love to see that. That'd be good. That'd be a change to what their other two press conferences were, and they got history. So hopefully one they get to fighting again. I think Tony Herson, he came back and fought a tough opponent who gave Fundora hell, but Tony Herson made it look easy for sure. So yeah, hopefully they fight each other before both retire. That'd be nice. So yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I like the certain build ups, but it can get for me don't go too left or too personal though. But hey, people got their mouthpiece with certain things. You hear me? It is what it is.
Yeah, I just know that from one thing, if a fighter's
The
earned
Porter,
his
the
way,
Porter, the Porter fight, bro. What you think about that? That's a run back to you, cause that face off with that back and forth was talks on that one, bro. What you think about a run back with Porter and Spence?
yeah. So which Porter fight?
Porter and Spence.
Yeah, of course definitely deserves a rematch. That was a split decision win for Spence, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that means if
That
Porter
build up was something else, bro.
that was one of the best build-ups to a fight, and it was a classic in my opinion. I would label that a modern day welterweight classic. I watched that fight several times. It's one of my favorite fights.
I think I watched the face off more than the fight. That's just me though.
Yeah. Them boys, man, them boys had that energy. Like, look, man, I don't care what you got, but I'm gonna bring it, and you better be ready. And that's what they did. They brought it, and it was actually a very good pay-per-view card too. The undercard was pretty entertaining as well. So it was the fans was
Yeah.
it was great.
So let me get back to what's current going right now. I mean, we can go back and forth on the previous matchups and go
Gotcha.
on that. But we considering Caleb Plant right now and his opponent that he's soon to face pay-per-view situation there too, right?
Hmm.
He's back in the ring, and that's also another model that return to the ring. You feel me? That's what that is about. I mean, from Canelo, and he returned to a ring to redeem, right? And get back on Caleb Plant's sweet hands type talk.
Mm. Well,
So I still think a longer overdue matchup with Andrade. That should be made. Shit. But go ahead, bro.
Andrade and Jamal Charlo, you said?
No, I'm saying Andrade and Plant.
Caleb.
That's the
Oh,
ongoing banger matchup. But hey, we get that whenever we get it. If but I'm talking about currently fights right now with Caleb Plant, bro, with the next opponent.
So for Caleb Plant, right? That we're talking about him.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so we're talking about Caleb Plant. I want to see him fight Benavidez. They have much more history than Andrade. It's a fight that's already been built up by themselves. The two fighters, they have videos. They talk shit online to each other, so people see it. So they know they have no love lost for each other, and like I said, it's history is sellable. They both got good fight styles, and I think it's a possibility that fight could end up being a 2-fight deal. I can see both guys. I can see Caleb Plant probably outboxing David, and then the rematch, David just absolutely brutalizing him. Or it could be vice versa.
Okay.
David,
And
David.
you don't see the same thing with Andrade and Plant.
I don't
Feel
know.
that way?
I don't know. It depends which Andrade shows up. It's the one that's going to be, going to
Do it
be.
matter? Do it matter really, bruh?
Well, no, 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 no.
And we know Caleb Plant. Do it matter? Do it matter with him too? Like either way it goes, that's a banger stylistic matchup. Like you should know one. When you know one, you should know one. Sheesh.
Mm. Well, yeah, you got a point. What about Caleb Plant versus David Morrell?
I think Morrell is. I think it's too soon currently. And like I would say, even with FA Jabba, I could say I want FA Jabba and Wilder, and I can tell you right now off the bat that might be too soon for FA Jabba. And when it comes to Morrell, I would say it's too soon. But hey, I'm always about going straight to the smoke, even if it's you know, more experience versus the up and coming who just just getting a few fights in, getting his debut on, and just getting there, earn his way. You know what I mean? But for me, it's too soon in that regard. But I respect we go straight to the smoke. I'm saying them two. I'm saying the two separate fights. You
Oh,
hear me?
okay. Yeah.
I mean, when you say FA job, I'll be too soon for Wilder. Wilder also
What?
returning with a
What?
credible opponent. Would you say FA job should be the go-to other than the opponent he's fighting now?
Yeah. The guy Wilder's net fight now is much more has much more behind him, much more behind him than FA. FA lost to Frank Sanchez in a near wipeout. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, and got dropped. And I get it. Frank Sanchez is very skilled. Um, but you know, Hellenius is a bit more proven. A bit
A
more
bit more,
name.
yeah, bit more proven, but I still in the future will. I need to see FA Jabba and the Wilder, FA Jabba and Daniel Dubois, Daniel Dubois. You know what I mean? But he's on his way. Also can get a run back off of that situation, and also continue to smoke. Like how Daniel Dubois is probably looking forward to a run back with Joey Joyce again. Who knows? What I'm saying? But the smoke continues. But that Plant and Andrade fight, bro. Okay, we let that sink in, bro. Like, come on, like, bro. Like, that's a hell of a matchup, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Playing Andrade is like if you're into the sweet science of boxing and
There you go.
the purist, if you're into seeing the guy compare, jab your face off, and knows how to grab and turn you and pivot you in wherever he wants and set traps while being 5 steps ahead of the way, and that's the fight
Yeah.
for you because that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be two guys trying to touch each other and find their range and box, and of course,
And also,
mhm.
the different elements when it comes to Andrade skill set, and also Plant come forward game as well. Uh, there's nothing to be looked over.
Yeah, I feel like Andrade has a better. He fights better coming forward.
I think they both equally back and forth. For me, equally. That's why it's a banger fight. Sweet Science and some, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. I'm looking forward to that in Clash Course.
So my thing is, what do you think about Caleb Plant fighting Anthony Durrell?
That's his current matchup, bro. We talking
Yeah,
about
they
previous.
fight. Yeah, they fight on the
I'm trying to get
Wilder.
his name. I thought it was I'm thinking about the other opponent right now. My bad. Yeah, the Wilder card. Shit.
Yeah,
Well, it's gonna be something to look forward to. See how you bounce back. Make sure we won't see no quit in Caleb Plant. Just
I think
saying.
I think Durrell. I think if Durrell still has something left, he can make it a tough fight. But I'm going with Caleb Plant, obviously.
Okay, that's cool. Make sure them hands on deck at all times.
For sure. So what do you think about Bivol fighting Ramirez? Zerto Ramirez.
Said Bivol. And they just man, who you just fought, bro? You saying that's recent becomes a Bivol? Did a Bivol guy in the ring already?
Well,
With
he hasn't been in the Bivol. Bivol hasn't been in the ring since he beat Canelo.
oh man, what about Bobby Boo Jack, bro? What's up with that? I think Bobby Boo Jack is I'm about to give him that King Kong Ortiz card in a minute, bro.
Yeah,
Like
but
you hear me? Like he one of those fighters that's like, for me, he I might give him that King Kong Ortiz type of card because he won't get in the ring with him, bro. And I'm gonna say it, bro. I like to see Canelo and Bobby Boo Jack. That's just me though. But we know we what Canelo's working towards too, and getting a trilogy, in stone, and then he might work his way back towards the other divisions, or you know, or getting closer to those main events. To double back, take care of unfinished business. Either way, expectations of a Canelo, bruh. What expectations of a Canelo would you get?
Yeah, I just think that with Canelo, once he more like he beats Triple G, I just want to know what he's gonna do next.
You don't say retire, bruh. Although you might can say that, well, I wouldn't want to say that right about now.
Well, I feel like it's the Canelo came at the perfect time at 168 because guys either moved up or moved down, and AJ did his thing.
Yeah, so boxing is heating up, bro. Yeah, on all levels. Even the female boxing is definitely heating up. So you gotta be mindful of that. And boxing is back. Shout out to
Yeah, I
H
feel like
Money Boxing. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the viewers. Shout out to the female ladies of boxing. Uh, yeah, shout out to all sports too, man. But boxing is always where it's at with me. Likewise with you, Nate.
Exactly. I feel like boxing is where it's supposed to be at, in my opinion. And we got a lot of good fights this year. We can get some really good fights.
Yeah, I was gonna jump off real quick and jump on. Anybody else gonna jump on and carry on the show, or I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
surprising.
money.
It used to be a bunch of people on this joint, like 6, 7 people.
Yeah, I mean, or 10, or 15,
Shit, I don't
or
even think
20.
I don't even think it'd be that many people. Let me see what to talk about. Let me look up the rankings. So, people, if you're listening, we got a lot of good boxing coming up, you know. But people don't know on the AJ Usyk card, Callum Smith is fighting. I don't know the name of the guy, but I think he's from France, and they're fighting for the. I think either it's a title eliminator or a chance to be Better Beef's mandatory. Callum Smith, and that's the guy who used to fight at 168, the champ that Canelo beat and took one of his belts. I think it was the WBA belt, and yeah. Thank you, BA 10. Yeah. That's an interesting angle because of the fact that I know that's an Eddie Hearn fighter, and Eddie and Bob does sometimes they send their fighters over to each other's networks depending on what the value of the fight and who wants to pay for it. So it's interesting that Callum Smith is going to be fighting for, I think, eliminator, and yet then you have another Eddie Hearn fighter, Joshua Boatsy, who had a chance to fight for, I think, Bivol's title, but the sanctioning bodies has stopped that and ordered Ramirez to fight Bivol because he was the mandatory. So that's interesting to me. I know Better Be just fought Joe Smith. That was the unification. So yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, B18. Yeah, what's gonna happen? Yeah, Better Be and Yard. More than likely, the fight is still on. We should hear something very, very soon. More than likely, they're gonna fight. If not, more than likely, it's gonna be November, if not December. Uh, Anthony Yard has spoke about how everything's already done, basically, and they're gonna fight in the UK. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Better Be, says no. I don't want that fight. I'd rather sit out and I'll fight the winner of Bivol versus Zerto Ramirez. So we'll see. We'll definitely see. And another thing is that PBC is already angling for one of Josh Taylor's belts this weekend on the Adrian Broner card. I think one of their fighters, which is named Batir Akhmedov, is I think he's fighting forgot the guy's name. It's not Liam Pearl, but he's about to fight somebody else for the WBA belt, so one of Josh Taylor's belts. So people need to keep an eye on them belts Josh Taylor has and who's getting ranked for them belts. We already know Regis and Cepeda's getting one of the belts, which is WBC, and the belt Akhmedov is fighting for that. That's basically the guy who fought Mario Barrios before Tank did, and they fought, and he probably should have gotten the nod, but he didn't. They gave it to Barrios. Um, but yeah, so he's fighting for the belt, the WBA belt, and Josh Taylor, I think right now has both the IBF and the WBO. But if I'm not mistaken, he's gonna get stripped. Probably for the IBF. And I think Sabria Matias, yeah, good thing. Thank you, BA. Yeah. Sabria Matias and I think that's who Matias gonna fight. Liam Pearl, yeah. Sabria Matias and Liam Pearl's gonna fight for the IBF belt, or at least eliminated for it. So that's gonna be another interesting thing. So Josh Taylor, man, went from undisputed all the way up and I think he was undisputed and lost. Probably should have lost against Jack Catterall. Was it this year or late last year? And within almost a year, within less than a year, he's about to lose all his belts due to mandatories. I don't know about y'all folks, but I'd rather have a guy having one belt or just being able to have the ability to hold all four belts, because that's unfair for the undisputed champion to get stripped like that when there's no way in hell he's gonna be able to fight all of his mandatories in one fell swoop. So I'm not a fan of just stripping somebody who's an undisputed champion. Especially
That might be I consider that to be like it's possible for him to, regain the balance, bro, in a way. I mean, if you gotta go through, like I said, Mandos and worthy ones at that. You know what I mean? Or
well, that's the thing though. Josh Taylor had the
would it be any step aside situations with that though? Who knows?
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Josh Taylor had the inconveniency. I mean, he had the conveniency of when he fought for the belts or the champions, they were on his network, whatever he was. Like when he became a champion, he beat Ivan Branchek, and they both were on the zone. Then
Would you think that'd be a piece in the situation, like step aside situations? You think that might your opinion?
You think what situation?
When it comes to like Mandos to you, like every Mando you saying, or what you consider step aside in certain situations?
Yeah. I think what's like, for example, what's going on with Jamel Charlo. He had a mandatory that's long overdue, but the guy keeps taking step aside money. It's a guy that's Russian, I think that's his IBF mandatory or something like that. And he or WB, I think it's either IBF or the WBA. And the guy's taking like a bunch of step aside money because he's definitely due for a shot, but he keeps taking it. So I think it depends. Like some mandatories, I'm all for. Like Devin Haney should have had his shot against Lomachenko. Like he should have got his shot for sure. I know everybody gonna say, well, Loma wanted to unify, so, but Devin Haney's shot was called on, so he was next up. But if it's somebody like like for example Jack Catterall, I'm gonna be honest, Jack Catterall, hell no, I'm gonna be honest, Jack Catterall shouldn't have got his shot at Josh Taylor. Like who the fuck did he beat? Who?
I'm going to run down this list right now.
You said what?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like,
go ahead, bro. My bad.
I'm like, who the fuck did Jack Catterall beat to be Josh Taylor's mandatory? Like, I need some answers on this one, because from my understanding, he didn't fight a Regis Prograis. He didn't fight a Jose Ramirez or Ivan Baranchak. He didn't fight Jose Zepeda. He didn't fight those guys. So he fought whoever he fought. We don't know. We don't probably care. And he got a shot at the champ himself, the undisputed champ. That's a tough pill to swallow, honestly. That's a tough pill to swallow.
You up on what you up on, bro. Respectfully to you. And fighters will earn their way. Respectfully to them too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how would you
see what happened and what we're saying now about that matchup right there. You know what I mean? It's an opportunity, and respectfully to that, we still saying run back with that one though.
Yeah, no,
and also other fights can be run back prior to other fights that match that you prefer. They're still on the table too. Still.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I was just saying I just don't. I'm not. I just don't like undisputed. What my original thing was, I don't like undisputed champs getting stripped when they just became the champ. I don't like that. I like it when they're allowed to uh go and I like it better when they can just go and hold on to all of their belts and kick ass, kick this guy's ass, kick this guy's ass, and they're holding all the belts. I like that. It makes me feel like it's back in the day when there was only one belt. I like it versus he gets stripped, he gets stripped of all these belts. And I'm like, how can you strip somebody that just fought the next best guy in this division just like that? Like within several months, a person can get stripped. It's ridiculous. I mean, Anthony Joshua almost got stripped before the Usyk fight. He's about to get stripped.
You're about to get stripped. Yeah, it makes me, you know.
Devin
When it comes to those situations, bro, I look at it like, you know, more to elaborate on. I keep it brief. You hear me?
Yeah, that's just me. I just got passion for just seeing stuff that goes back
I hear
to.
you. I hear you. Passion, what I mean, it's boxing, like I said, old era, new era. My motto is, what the legend motto is, mercy too.
Yeah, I just
Hey, shout out to H Money Boxing. Hey, bro, you know what I mean? You want to continue on? Because I got to charge up my phone, bro. Was definitely a good thing with you, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna keep this thing on. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'll be back on a couple minutes if you still on. I'll get someone else to join and get a we talk that boxing talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see. Let's see. All right, folks. Let's see what we want to talk about here. I got my papers here. Let's see. So, according to let's see what we have here. To my knowledge and my source, David Benavidez. I know H Money don't like hearing this, but it's the truth. David Benavidez, he was actually gonna fight David Morrell, but David Morrell's trainer, you know, just felt like it wasn't the time for that fight. So that was supposed to be one of the fights in the fall for PBC, but obviously the coach didn't. David Morrell's coach didn't feel that was at the right time for that fight. So now they got to get an opponent for Benavidez. From my understanding, they're having a hard time getting an opponent for him. So there's that. And let's see, Devin Haney's fight. We all know he's fighting on the 19th, same day as Deontay Wilder on Showtime Fox pay-per-view. Actually, it's interesting to me that there was a lot of talk that the Fox pay-per-view were going to drop. There was talks about the Fox pay-per-views was going to be dead. There's going to be no more pay-per-views from Fox. But they're actually now did they agree to be a
what is
part
you
of?
talking about, bro? David Morrell was the one that called out Benavidez first. Don't come over here lying and shit. Morrell was the one that said he wanted to fight Benavidez first.
All right, somebody. Okay, H Money. My man came straight forward. Okay, look.
Yeah,
So
David Morrell been calling out Benavidez's name since he had 3 fights. Benavidez just started saying his name.
okay, H. I feel that. Now check
Yeah,
this
so
out.
don't lie about this situation, my nigga. I'll let you on the panel. I'll let you rock, but don't lie to my fan base, bro.
Now check this out. Check this out real quick. So again, that's not at no slant.
Nah, this is the motherfucking truth. Morrell called out Benavidez first. Benavidez wouldn't even say his motherfucking name. Now, since Morrell already got a fight with his mandatory coming up, then they start saying his name. Ronnie Shields, first of all, is just a trainer. Ronnie Shields ain't no manager for David Morrell. He's not a matchmaker. His job is just to get him ready for the fight. So he don't pick and choose who the fuck Morrell fight, nigga. His promoter, Louis the Cuban Sr., said they ready for Benavidez. They would knock Benavidez out in 7 rounds. But you ain't said that bullshit, nigga.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk now, right?
You
So
been talking this whole motherfucking time. You been on a panel like for 4 hours, nigga.
right.
I ain't said nothing until you start lying.
Okay, so you think I'm lying? Okay, so answer me.
You was lying. You definitely was lying, my nigga. If I'm gonna let you on my panel, I give you an opportunity to, say your piece, but don't lie. Don't come on my panel start lying about my fighter, bro.
Okay, so answer me this: when David Benavidez's father said that they themselves, they said this is on the interview.
They say, bro, they can say anything on the interview. You can hop on a panel and just start saying any dumb shit you want to say. Doesn't mean that it's true. Doesn't mean that it's right. Nigga, you believe anything you hear, nigga.
Wait a minute. First,
motherfucker say some bullshit, you gonna take it and run with it just because he said it. Just like T.O. said, oh, I sent Devin Haney a contract. He ain't never sent Devin Haney shit. I don't give a fuck what Benavidez said, nigga. Benavidez, he ain't trying to fight, nigga. Stop capping, nigga. Stop capping, bruh. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm about to end the show, bruh. Oh, well, hold up, man. Hold up.
What up, H Money? How you doing, brother? Nate, are you fucking capping today, motherfucker?
Who the hell is this?
Who the fuck are you, motherfucker? Stop capping, pussy. Before I run down on you, you fucking motherfucker. Okay, now you shook, huh? You quiet, very quiet now, huh?
Nah, I know how it goes in here, so I'm gonna just let y'all get that shit off,
Yeah,
and
but
then
why are you being a fucking deceiver? You're being a fucking liar, man.
You notice I didn't really get a chance to speak, right?
Nah, you was lying, man. Just admit it, you was lying, motherfucker.
Okay, it's on the interview. I mean, I wish I could put the link up. But hey,
No, but you can
he
stop
said.
capping. That's what you can do.
Okay, okay. I don't know who you are, but look, it's not capping if if I'm referring from what somebody else said. That's not lying. That's not like
No,
something I came up
you're
with.
a deceiver. You're a deceiver. Stop deceiving the people.
So it's deceiving to say to basically. So no one on this panel never came out and said what somebody else said. I'm just saying.
No, but you made up the lie, motherfucker.
So David. Okay, all right. I must be confused that nobody else from David Benavidez' camp or his camp said
No,
that.
you made it up. You made it up. Stop lying.
You can go on YouTube and look it up, right? You know that, right?
Motherfucker, I know what you said.
Okay, so what did
Okay?
Okay, so what did I say that I made up that was no one else never said? Now, no one
You
else never
made it
said.
all up.
Okay,
Everything. You made
okay.
everything up.
So if no one else, so this is what I'm trying to understand. If no one else ever said it, is that a lie for me? Now, if somebody else said it, and I'm referring it to from what they said. Is that
No.
me?
You're not repeating nothing. You're lying. You made up those lies. That's it.
So I made up the lie
You
that.
trying to act up like you heard it somewhere else, motherfucker. You made it up your head.
So okay. So again, a
That's
trainer.
it. Just admit it.
Okay, so a trainer isn't the matchmaker and isn't like H Money said. They ain't the matchmaker. They ain't the person that does this and that. They don't have no type of ability to control that, right?
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah,
Already,
shut the
man.
fuck up.
Listen, bro.
Motherfucker
I just
rambling.
told your bitch ass the Ronnie Shields is just a fucking trainer. You just running your mouth, my nigga. I let you on a panel, nigga. But if you gonna sit here and start lying to the people, we don't want to hear that shit, bro. And you can leave, nigga. If you gonna sit here and start
Straight up.
lying, my nigga, you can fucking leave, bro. Straight up, bro. We don't want to hear that bullshit, nigga. We don't
Yeah,
want to hear
before I
that
beat your
bullshit, nigga.
ass.
Fuck up out of here with that dumb ass shit, nigga. Bitch ass nigga, you repeat anything Benavidez say. Bitch ass nigga, fuck up out of here,
Knock your
pussy.
ass out.
Want to hear that shit, bitch? Get your bitch ass on, bruh. Hoe ass nigga.
Yeah, another KO.
Shout out to my boy Rakesh. Hit the
Shout
motherfucking
out
like.
to H Money.
For sure. Hit the like button.
Memphis
Subscribe to the
H
channel,
Money.
bro. Yeah, for sure, bro. I'm gonna wrap it up. Shout out to Rakesh, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all boys
Let's go,
tomorrow, man.
brother.
Peace out, y'all. Peace.